Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We are here at the HCS 2018 Finals, and what a better place to set the stage than here at DreamHack Atlanta. The best Halo 5 teams from around the world are going to battle it out all weekend long to figure out who is going to be that one team to lift that last Halo 5 trophy. My name is Lottie Van Prague, and I'm going to be your desk host all weekend long. But I'm not up here alone. I'm with two of my very good friends and two of the best analysts in the business. I'm with Clutch and Elamite. Gentlemen, welcome to DreamHack Atlanta. How are we feeling?
Feeling great, ready to get this tournament started. We've been here for a couple days now, and it just keeps building up. The momentum keeps building up. The energy in the room keeps building up, and now it's about to burst.
I mean, it's always a pleasure and an honor to be here and to just watch this action and the players here and all the work they put into this event. Truly honored.
I cannot wait to get into this. Guys, what a season it's been, though. I mean, I want to see a recap now of our season highlights because we've had some incredible moments, and I want to relive them. So we started off in New Orleans. And what a tournament that was. We saw Tox take the stage with Splice for a 2 best-of-7 matchup, but it didn't go Tox's way.
Tox has been struggling a lot against Splice all season long, and it's no surprise to anyone. So it's been quite a few interesting events we've had, and of course, who can forget some of the drama and you know, frustrations that we've seen from some of these players.
Yeah, we saw so many emotions coming out of New Orleans between teams that have built rivalry over this 3-year period, and now we're seeing Royal 2 just go off with the snipe. That overkill was absolutely insane, the clip of that tournament, but unfortunately, Splice was too strong.
They were indeed. I mean, we had some very big upsets there, and Splice obviously reigning supreme, lifting that trophy nice and high there, but it all changed in London. The luck of the tables turned, and it went into Tox's way, but what a grand final that was.
I mean, absolutely legendary. Some of the best individual performances I've ever seen, not only in Halo 5, but really across any individual title we saw there at that event, and you got to talk about Frosty in that conversation.
Yeah, Frosty had the tournament of his life, played lights out, really made the difference between Tox finally being able to step over this Splice roster and get a win in London. Unbelievable tournament. He wasn't missing. I remember watching it from home, just being amazed. I can't remember a player taking over a tournament like that since maybe Pistola in Halo 3.
I mean, and the only other person I really put in that conversation up to that point was Shotzi. So to see them doing it to each other is always awesome.
You know, we saw so much raw emotion actually from Splice. It's the first time I kind of saw them looking, you know, like they were really disappointed and upset. I mean, you can see the frustration there on Shotzi's heads down. And Tox were able to relive their champion dreams because they were lifting that trophy from the UK up nice and high. But is this the time that Splice bounced back?
I mean, they certainly have to, with this being the last event of Halo 5 and what they've been able to do so far over the course of this year. It would be so heartbreaking for them to fall short at this last and final one, but for Tox as well. 3 years together, if they're able to come out ahead, they will cement themselves as the best team.
Well, let's take a look at what we've got coming up later today, because I'm eager to see what we have in the schedule. There we go. It's Renegades versus Shock the World. Interesting one, gents, because Shock the World LATAM team looking strong back in New Orleans. You know, really are shocking the world, if you want to say it. Clutch, what do you make of this Latin American team?
Absolutely. They had the best performance we've ever seen from a Latin American team in a big tournament like that. They got top 6. They've changed this roster up a little bit, though. Munoz was not on that roster, but I do think he brings the kind of leadership and veteranship to these players that don't have as much experience as him. Munoz has been around the Halo scene for a very long time. I remember playing him in Halo 2 even. He can bring this team to the next level if they can get the chemistry down.
And they're no strangers to teaming together before as well. We've seen it happen time and time again, and this is a team where it's arguably one of the strongest international performances we've had outside of the North America.
Well, let's take a look at our 2018 timeline and see exactly what we've had to get to this point. So, of course, we've had New Orleans in July, London back in September, and now we're here at DreamHack Atlanta. The prize pool being $300,000. That's how much is on the line, gents. I mean, what an incredible amount of money, and we've said this so many times before, but you know, the money's fantastic, the pride is even better, but for people to be able to do this as a career, Clutch, I mean, it must mean the world to them.
It's an unbelievable amount of money to be having for a tournament. I mean, Kyle and I both know that we did not compete for money like this. That being said, this is the last Halo 5 tournament, and I want these teams to focus not on the money, but leaving their legacy at the end of Halo 5. Who was the best team at the end of the game? That's what's important to me. That's what needs to be important to these players if they want to come in here and win.
Yeah, and I think we will see that out of the top teams here. They know what's on the line. A lot of these guys have been in other titles as well, and they have a lot of experience to pull from going into a last and final event like this.
Well, let's take a look at our finals format now for this weekend. Of course, it's an open 4v4 tournament. There are teams coming from all over the world. We've already talked about the prizes, but Friday we've got the group bracket stages. Saturday is the Halo 3 2v2 showdown, which you two guys should be on that. I'd like to see that happen. That'd be quite funny. And then, of course, Sunday we've got the grand finals, but remember, our Halo 3 2v2 showdown, it's also before our Halo 5 grand finals too, so watch out for that one because that'll be really exciting. Jen, some Halo 3 memories, please, because you two are the top dogs in that sort of era, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of us were competing at the very top for a long time. Others had one good event, and so there's a lot to pull from, when you look at this kind of tournament.
Well, Wes, I mean, look at that chunky, there it is, the ring, there it is.
They didn't give me a ring for an 09 championship, but I got one for the Halo 5 tournament I helped CLG win. We say one good tournament. I beat Kyle at multiple ones. Just didn't close the door on the other teams.
Well, gents, let's take a look at the group brackets format now and see exactly how this is going to play out. Of course, we've got 12 teams already pre-qualified here, but we also have the four teams joining from the open bracket. So we'll see who works their way up for that. But just remember, as usual, there is an elimination bracket. So if the guys do fall short so far in their first run, they do have a second chance. Looking at the elimination bracket, it can really change things up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's when your backs are against the wall. That's where we see a lot of teams really excel here. And I think Trifecta tells that story, being able to come out from elimination bracket and rise all the way to the top four, something we really haven't seen since, large upsets have happened, like way back in Halo 3, actually. The Carbon rosters always come to mind. Falling short on Friday, but then making their run when everything is on the line.
Well, gentlemen, should we take a look at the groups that we've had? Because I remember Brav and Elamite were actually there when those groups were drawn. So let's take a look at how that unfolded and where some of our best teams sit. Because, gents, this actually can sway a lot of the results depending on who you've got coming up first and who you're playing throughout the tournament as well. I mean, looking at all of the groups, so we've got of course, like Group A, Group B, Group D, Group C. Like, all of those depend on how you're going to play through the tournament. Did you find that back when you were playing? It was kind of like, okay, I'm waiting on how, what sort of group I'm going to be in.
Absolutely. You want to start the group play off with an easier team if you're one of the 1 seeds coming in. That being said, if you're one of the lower seeds, you really want to play that 1 seed early on in the group. You want to try and catch them off guard where they're not warmed up, where they're not ready to compete at their best level, and kind of ride that momentum. So this is a big opportunity for some of these teams. I mean, we see teams like Trifecta and Splice going against each other. Splice is known to start slow. Splice hasn't been practicing at all for this tournament. If they start slow this tournament, they might not come out of Group B on top.
Well, gents, looking at the screen there, we've obviously got our groups. Group of Death, is there one this tournament, would you say, for your opinion?
I mean, the talent's definitely spread out a lot between these groups, but when I choose a Group of Death, I always have to look at where is the closest gap between those top 3 teams here, with the exception of the open bracket teams. And I'd have to say that's Group D, because Renegades, although they can absolutely take this entire event, they've consistently fallen short. And then you've got Elevate and Shock the World, one of our strongest international teams, and then Elevate, a team that also has the potential to break into that top 4 conversation.
No, we definitely do. I mean, it's exciting to see some of these guys coming together, especially for the last time. So I'm hoping that they're just going to give it everything they've got. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the greatest Halo 5. I'm just going to put out there for everybody, just letting you know, I want to see like top dollar stuff on that stage this weekend. Guys, I want to have a look at the schedule that we've got coming up for today, because I want to know what's going on. I want to get into some of these games. So this is your Friday schedule. First of all, we've got Renegades versus Shock the World. Reciprocity takes on Mentality Gaming. Renegades is versus Elevate. And then we've got Reciprocity versus Straight Rippin'. We actually do have 2 more games after that, which is Spice versus Trifecta and Tox versus Accelerate. I'm actually really looking forward to the Tox Accelerate game because Accelerate have been performing so well in the 2Ks and have, really sort of, taken me by surprise.
Right. The series that sticks out to me is Renegades versus Elevate. Those are 2 teams that have really placed top 6 consistently lately, and they have the most talent out of any match that I saw posted on that on our show. I just don't know if Elevate's going to be able to take that next level and take this Renegades roster on.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Renegades, this is a team that has that additional motivation to come in here and perform, and a lot of that comes down to some of the unfortunate circumstances they've fallen into, losing Game 5 time after time after time, and you could see it on APG's face at some of those previous events there, the frustration he's had, and they all know that this is the time to perform. There is no other options.
Speaking of Renegades, we do have them coming up, so let's have a look at our first matchup and get that on the board, because I'm so excited to see how Renegades start off on this and how Shock the World will respond to this incredible team as well. But don't forget, guys, at home, we want to hear what you have to say. So you guys can predict who wins. Just vote in chat, pick your favorite team, and of course, one of us will be predicting with you there, and we will let you know what your say is towards the end as we're getting into the game. Now, of course, we've got our fantastic Renegades out there. We've got Penguin on the screen there, Mikwin, some incredible people, and then of course we've got Shock the World, our Latin American team. Looking at this matchup and the two versus each other, to me, it seems like it's a strong point for Renegades here.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Lottie. I mean, this team, like we were just talking about before, they are here with one goal on their mind. While we have not seen them in the finals before, they know they have the skill and the capability to make it and go go the distance here. So I got to go with Renegades here, and most likely we're looking at a 3-0. Wes, don't copy me here.
I'm right there with you, Kyle.
Wait, we're not doing predictions yet, gents. Not yet. We'll wait for it. We'll wait for it. But I mean, I already know what you're going to say.
I mean,
right?
we see players like Renegade and APG and Mikwin. I mean, Neptune. Every one of these players can take over a game. I really don't feel like this is a good matchup for Shock the World's talent.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. And, you pointed out Neptune there. The conversation that I put him in, or the group that I put him into when we're talking about the players, that's the Shotzi.
How are they going to treat this game, though, gents? Like, are they going to be coming to this game thinking, yeah, okay, we're going to try our best, or are they using this as a warm-up? How disrespectful are they going to be to this Latin American team?
No, I think Renegades is very aware of what Shock the World was able to do at New Orleans. This is a team that cannot come in here and drop a series to anyone. They need to prove that they can hang with the likes of Tox and Splice, that they can actually beat them in a best-of-5, because they're yet to do it at a tournament. This is the last one. This is APG's last chance to pull off a Halo 5 win. Every one of these players is so hungry for a win because it's been so long, or they might not ever have won. They have to come out strong, and I think they know that.
How did you guys feel about our Latin American team's gameplay, even in NOLA? I mean, I felt like that was a huge step up for this, for these guys, and how they performed there really did shock the world.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. This is a team that has a lot of individual talent, but has lacked the ability to really practice against some of the top-tier teams. You learn a lot when you're competing against the best, and these guys dominate their region. They don't have the ability to get these hundreds of hours of practice in against the top-tier squads, and you can definitely see that in their gameplay. They're used to being able to run around, control the map, and dictate the pace of the game, but when you get to that top level and that top 6, top 8 team conversation, you don't always have that ability. You're constantly having to adapt to the other team.
Well, we've got the series layout. Sorry, Clutch. I always just keep cutting you off, mate. But we've got the series layout right in front of us, guys. And these are the maps that we're going to be seeing. It's Stronghold on Plaza, Slayer on the Rig, Oddball on Eden, Capture the Flag on Coliseum, and Slayer on Truth. Now, I feel like these sometimes can really sway the way a team plays if they're not prepared for maybe their worst game type and map could be in there. But gents, looking at this, it's got to be Renegade, surely.
Yeah, on the bright side for the Latin American team, there's not as much snipes in that list of game types, so you don't have to deal with Mick ripping your face off the whole series. Unfortunately, those are some strong game types. Just for consistent Halo 5 gameplay, we've seen Renegades playing this for the past 3 years. They know what to do. They're all on the same page. I don't like their chances. Yeah,
Plaza Stronghold, Slayer Rig, the game types here are really dictated by how you work as a team. There's not a lot of room for an individual to take over a game. Like Wes said, grab a sniper rifle, keep a numbers advantage by your team by spawn sniping people, by collapsing consistently. This is one where we see real strong setups, real fast gameplay, something Renegades is extremely good at.
Speaking about fast gameplay and somebody who is very good with a snipe in their hand, let's focus on Mikwin now, because this player has really put performed. This season, he's stepped up to the plate, and it really is one of the best players that Halo 5 has ever seen.
Right, I'm really glad we're focusing on Mick win this series. This has got to be his tournament for Halo 5 if Renegades wants to win it and beat the likes of Splice and Tox. This guy has the talent to compete with Shotzzy, with Snakebite, with Royal 2 shot-wise. He can take over games. We've seen him do it in H2A and Halo 5 and Halo Reach even. I mean, this guy, when he's on with the best of them. He's got to step it up, and he's got to do it all weekend long.
He really kind of falls into that main slayer position, and when you have that kind of responsibility on your shoulders and you're going up against a Tox or a Splice, you know, that's what we saw Frosty doing. That's what we've seen Shotzzy doing at times here, being able to just put up huge numbers, and that's what Renegades needs.
I mean, it is pretty impressive. He is such an incredible player, and for me, looking out on the outside there, he really does fit that criteria of one of the top Halo 5 players that we have ever seen. There he is on the screen there. Look at him, lovely Mick Wynn, just preparing. I mean, how crucial is it for him to perform for his team, or are they all on that same sort of caliber?
In a series like this against Shock the World, it's not really necessary that he brings his A game. I mean, he does need to play well because this is no pushover. That being said, I want him to start strong, because if you start a tournament strong, you can get your confidence up, you can build it, and then all of a sudden, that momentum, your self-confidence for the weekend, you think you're the best player at this tournament. You know you're the best player at this tournament, and then you are the best player at this tournament on Sunday once you win.
Well, gents, I think it's time to get predictions in. Right, I'm going to start with you, Elamite. Who are you taking for this series? And I probably could guess.
Yeah, I mean, I jumped the gun earlier, but Renegades 3-0, I got to go with them. If you watch Halo 5 and you've seen what's happened over the course of the last few years, I mean, what can you really do?
Clutch.
Right, their team name is Shock the World. Not today.
Oh.
It's Renegades.
Oh, that's going in there strong, mate. But okay, I'm going to take it. That's Wes Clutch for you guys, just right there. I'm going to also say Renegades, but I am very impressed with our Latin American turnout today. So best of luck to them, but it's going to be Renegades for me as well, guys. Let's have a look what you guys at home had to say. So we've got 74% went with Renegades, and then we've got 26% went with Shock the World, which is actually not too bad.
Pretty shocking to me, actually.
Shocking to you, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking it'd be at least a 90% for Renegades here, but it's awesome to see that we got some Shock the World fans.
There we go. We do have fans, and fans of mine, and I'm sure of theirs too. I'm going to have to throw it to your casters because the game is ready to go. I'd love to introduce you to Bravo and Onset.
Thank you very much, Lai, and thank you for the introduction. Andy, fantastic to be here in Atlanta. We're here at the finals. I'm excited, man. I'm genuinely pumped. We've been looking forward to this for months now. Finally, we're here. We've got our first game to get into, and what better game to get into? Renegades, one of the best North American teams we have, going up against the surprise package of recent times, who have put in some incredible historic performances as far as their region is concerned. Latin America have been represented incredibly well by these guys.
Yeah, kicking things off here with a Group D match. Excited to see exactly what Renegades can do. You and I were talking before this match on set really about who's going to be able to break into that top 2 in this event. And we talked about reciprocity, of course, really that team in third that wants to do that. Renegades is on the fringe. There's a big difference between the top 4 and the rest of the teams in Halo 5, but you could also say that there's a big difference between the top 3 and this 4th-seeded team. Renegades, this is their chance to prove that they belong in the top 2.
Well, it's going to be an interesting thing to follow these guys through this story. Andy, they've been so close so many times. We look back on the last 2 series that they had against Tox. The Game 5 curse with these guys is so difficult to lift.
Yeah.
And I think you just look at the man on the end of the screen right now, APG. I mean, his reaction back in London when they lost that Game 5 for the second time, it said more than 1,000 words possibly could.
Yeah, I mean, heartbreak for this guy. He knows how to deal with it at this point, but he has not been able to escape it every time. But I believe we're about to jump into this first match, of course. Game 1 is going to be Plaza Strongholds, and we're kicking things off now, I think, with Mikwin, if we'll jump into that in just a moment here, as we'll see. This might just be, I think, might just be shooting around and warming up. We'll go ahead and find out exactly from the station if that is, looks like, I think we're in Game 1, here we go. So now, up top, Yellow is going to try to make something happen at ER, but some early aggression from the other side.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is definitely the start that they would have wanted, but it's Shock the World who have managed to get control of the yard, and you can see they managed to get control of the nest as well, Andy. And not only that, Drift has the shotgun, but he's chasing Ghost at the moment. 3 fall, all of his teammates fall around him, and that play didn't go the way that maybe he would have wished it to.
And what I'm expecting to see here from Renegades, Clutch kind of talked about it. My goodness, gets doubled back on, but Clutch kind of talked about it a little bit. We don't need to see perfect play from Renegades in this based on kind of how strong their team is. But I'm curious to see how aggressive they'll be because they can kind of play a lot differently than they might in a much tighter match. So we're probably going to see them be pretty darn aggressive and even pushing advantages that they normally might not push.
Yeah, it's all about staying composed if you're playing against a team like this and making sure that you're doing the fundamentals right, essentially, and making sure that you're pushing where you need to push on the map, cleaning up the kills, and making sure your communication's on point. You're essentially setting the precedence for the rest of your tournament here in this first game.
And that also, like Clutch is saying, on the analysis desk, you do want to start off quite strong rather than slowly getting into a series, especially in group play. There's a lot of Halo to play today. Renegades, as you saw, they're going to be on the main stage again today. A lot of games that they're going to need to get through, and they need to make sure they have a strong start.
Yeah, and this man's going to be one to watch in this tournament as well, but the only thing he's seeing is lead flying into his Spartan as Munoz takes him down with that shotgun. 15-5 start here, as you may expect between these two teams, but Shock the World here, Andy, definitely holding their own as Munoz is perched up around the corner from this player here and managed to almost take down Neptune, and if he can, that would be 3 players actually falling, as they also have control of the map.
Wanted to finish that. Oh, my sneaky play there from Neptune. He gets help there from Drift, but Neptune almost getting the better of Munoz. I had a chance to have breakfast of this with Shock the World this morning, see how they're feeling. Of course, talked about it a little bit on the desk earlier as well. I mean, what a year it has been for them. I don't think you can actually talk about Camo, by the way, coming up in just a moment. I don't think you can talk about how strong this year has been for Latin America, for this roster, and really this is an opportunity for them to end the year just as strong as it's been. I mean, back-to-back top 8 finishes for Latin America is huge. Look at that Camo steal, though, from Noble. A good snag, good amount of teamwork to make that happen. So, game's still pretty close here, only 22-16.
Yeah, he dropped a great grenade to take the 2 Renegades player off of the Camo, and then the slide under the green gun as well to manage to get it, and most importantly, he's kept it out of the hands here of Renegades, and let's start this one pretty close. Drift cleans up the kill there onto Miquin. Now he's working this nest, but he doesn't have too much support from teammates at the moment, so he's going to have to prioritize his life, and without that help, they're not going to be able to get that conversion, Andy.
Yeah, it's tough as well, because if they're able to get that, they're going to slow down that trip cap and give themselves a little bit of extra time. When unable to finish there because some great help comes in Yard. 3 players there you saw in Yard, so still able to rally back, and they're then, of course, able to convert Yard after keeping their teammate alive. So not a bad effort, but right away, look at this. We just said it was 21-16. After that trip cap, it's 41-16. Starting to get into some dangerous territory for the guys on Shock the World.
Yeah, they almost get that bottom mid stronghold. However, at the last second, Renegades drop down and get the reset, just as there was a glimmer of hope there for Shock the World to maybe turn the scoring into their favor. And now we're on board with APG. I feel this is a big tournament for this man. He deserves to be in that grand final. He deserves a shot at picking up a trophy and a big check. And the way that he was playing in London, that overkill sticks out in the memory, and he's going to be looking to put in a huge performance here for his team and maybe carrying them towards that top 2 finish at least.
Great play there against Noble as he flies into loop. He only had about 75% shields, but really timed his grenades and thrust well to make sure that he came out on top there. And now, once again, just going to fly into Yard. Some really great play here from APG Camo, by the way, in about 30 seconds.
APG is just going to use this tree to his advantage, put some nice shots down, somehow still alive. Look at the help coming in from his teammates here, and that's going to allow APG to stay alive. They're going to get the conversion on the Yard, and that's going to be the first triple cap of the game here. APG, that's phenomenal.
Camo, by the way, in 10 seconds. By the way, think about that play from APG. He flies into loop, he stays alive, and from there he's able to get down to bottom middle, picks up a double kill as well. These plays that they build are so important. He gets all that help in Yard. It leads to another trip cap. So great early stuff from APG as we do see that Camo pop.
And let's just think about that. In 5 to 10 seconds, APG went from staying alive in the Yard to cleaning up a kill completely the other side of the map on the nest. That's how quickly he's prioritizing the kills, getting across the map, putting himself in great positions, and look at the score right now, 73-16. Now Renegades are starting to run away with this.
Right, already a triple-double for APG as Miquin still does have just over 50% of Camo left, light rifle in hand as well. They're about to run away with this. He just heard a 60-point run. Look at this, a killing spree double and a triple for Miquin with the light rifle, 83-16.
Oh, baby, he almost got the overkill as well. Miquin just walking around with a big fat broom out, cleaning up everything that's falling his way. Miquin, we talked about him on the desk before we started, and I believe he did actually manage to pick up that overkill. So, Miquin, that's the first game of the day. That's the first overkill here at the finals.
Big start for these guys. They're about to close it out. Seconds away from ending this on an 80-point run. You just heard it. Renegades are going to close out game number 1.
And there it is. Renegades take your game number 1 here in Atlanta at the grand finals. And it's a phenomenal performance from everyone involved, from them guys on the desk, very confident in these 4 young men. As far as the series was concerned, and they started off hot. That's how they wanted to start off. No potential banana skin here for them as far as that game number 1 is concerned.
They also outslay their opponents 47-30 on top of that 100-16 victory. And man, did I ever eat my words after saying, you know, onset pretty close game here, 21-16, and it ends instead 100-16. So a big result for them there.
Yeah, as soon as they managed to get control of the map, and as soon as they got that first triple cap, it was the pretty much the nail in the coffin as far as Shock the World were concerned. And I mean, we talk about him all the time, but I mean, I've been so impressed with APG. It's one of those players that I look at Tox, I look at Lethal. It doesn't get talked about as much as the other. Not so many flashy plays, but it's what he creates, the opportunities he creates for the likes of Mikwin to go around and clean up the kills, and we'll go, oh my word, Mikwin got a fantastic overkill in that game, but he doesn't do it without his teammates like APG putting that damage down.
Right, here's the APG play here in yard, all sorts of help coming. And like we said, APG just staying alive and forcing that, but here is the play for Mikwin right at the 80-point mark. Picks up that first kill. That's the spree. Picks up the second. Look at that for number 3 as well. Looks great. He did get the over, by the way, though.
He did get the over, and just to reiterate that point, no player on Shock the World was looking at Mikwin. That's all his teammates. All he has to do is put himself in a great position, hit that flank and clean up those kills, and that's exactly what he did. But we're moving on to our game number 2 now. It is going to be Slayer on the rig, Andy, and with the way that the Slays went in that first game, you have to worry for Shock the World a little bit here.
You certainly do. Shock the World. I mean, let's not count them out entirely. They had a strong opening, and they still were able to get 30 kills on the board. So they certainly had moments of hope there, but they're going to need to play this Slayer quite differently. Really look to control this game. Even if the pace goes wild and real fast and slows down, make sure that they don't panic and give away any free kills.
Yeah, and one thing that they're going to have to do, and we say it all the time, is control those power weapons, Andy. Get that sniper, get that scatter shot, and if you can't use it, throw it off the map. Make sure that the guys on Renegades don't do it, and they're going to get some help here at the start. I'm not sure what's happening, because Renegades have decided just to kill each other.
Yes, they have. It looks like I had to get a really interesting start here. We'll have to see exactly why that exactly happened. As you see, we also see a -1 on the board. Yes, indeed, that's what I expected would be the case. You see that game is going to be ended early. Anytime you see 2 players kind of crouching in bunker, waiting for a player to come E2 with a sniper rifle, I had a feeling something was up. So it looks like that game's going to be restarted quick.
Yeah, hopefully so. I thought it was maybe they're whipping out some sort of crazy meta strat for the finals, but nah.
No, we weren't so lucky.
We're not as smart as we thought we were, but yeah. Going back to this one, I mean, we talk about Rig Slayer. It is one of those game types where you can put together an enormous run of kills. I mean, we see games even in, when we're getting later into the tournament in a winners bracket final, losers bracket final, where we see teams down by, 35 to 15, and you can't call it game over, because if you do get control of a sniper and a scatter shot and a camo, it's so easy to get not only one round of Slays where you get a clean 4 dead, you can put together 2 or 3 of those. So it's one of those where mental strength is a big part of this game type.
It really is, and along with that also goes communication. I'm excited to have a Slayer here now. I'd love to jump into communication throughout this game, maybe get a chance to get a listen in with both sides to just hear exactly how they're sounding. On the Renegade side, I'm expecting them to be pretty intense but pretty calm, and on the Shock the World side, you're going to expect them to be pretty fiery and a little more scrappy. We'll have to see that that's exactly how they're feeling on their side of the stage.
Well, I want to get your opinion on something here, and talking about Renegades a little bit. How do you feel that their tournament's shaping up here? Coming into the tournament, obviously, they're putting the time in, they're putting the practice in, they're doing what they have to do, but do you still think there's some mental scars of those Game 5s and those Tox series that we've seen recently, or do you think this is kind of, because it's the finals, because it's the last ever Halo 5 event we're going to have, do you feel like maybe kind of that they've been left behind a little bit? It's kind of like a fresh start. It's just everything is now to play for, and it's just a case of whatever happens, happens.
It is. I think they've got nothing to lose, Mark. I think at this event, everyone's kind of counted them as the 4th place team that's not going to break the top 3, and that is not going to do what they need to do to get top 3, top 2. And really, with that attitude, I think they can come in here and make a great showing, and all they have to do now is connect the dots.
Here we go then. Looks like the game is going to be getting started up again. You can see, maybe it's not. Maybe we're lying, Andy. Maybe I'm a liar. Am I a liar? I don't think I am.
I don't think you are. I've never thought of you as a liar at all, Mark.
Thank you, man.
Sounds like, now we're hearing in our ears, though, that it sounds like wrong settings for that Slayer game type, so we'll go ahead and have station referees take a look and get that fired up. But Shock the World here, if they're able to get this series tied up. I think if Shock the World loses this game, I don't think there's a real chance that they're able to get in this series. If they're able to win this game, of course, tying it up 1-1, they will still maybe be able to put on a good show. But for being that we're in group play, Shock the World needs to remember that they need to play for a series record here. There's a lot more than just a win or a loss in this series, and also on top of that, their momentum, their energy, how warm they are into the rest of their group matches. Shock the World is not a team you can count out. 2 top 8 finishes at major tournaments this year. If they're able to do that or even greater, what a statement it would be for Latin America. You and I were talking earlier with the way they performed not only in New Orleans but also London. I mean, they're making not only a run but perhaps making a statement about being the 2nd best region outside of North America, especially if you look at London. That was the case.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the European teams, they didn't have to travel very far at all in London. No jet lag, no excuses, so to speak, of why they didn't do it. They just didn't perform. And at this point, you have to say, Latin America's second best region in the world. You know, they've done it for the last 2 tournaments. Maybe the guys you've got the likes of Straight Rip in here. We've got the likes of Mocky Esports here representing Europe. Big representation coming over from Europe as well. But they need to step it up again because it's been such a, almost a given, isn't it? Over time, even since, we talk Halo 2, Halo 3, second best region in the world, it's always Europe. It always has been. But things are changing now, and that's what's been so good about the Halo World Championships, about having all of these teams flying out to all these open events and getting that experience on the main stage and really having the ability to practice and raise their game. Now we are in a position where we can even have this conversation.
Absolutely. I think if you had asked 6 months ago even how the regions of the world are stack ranked in terms of professional Halo, Central America, South America, Latin America as a whole, I don't know if you would have put them ahead of Europe and Australia, New Zealand. I don't think many people would have.
I agree.
And the fact that they now, placings-wise, have back-to-back tournaments where they've outplaced those 2 regions says a lot. This is really a big opportunity for them to end the year on that same note and head into the future of Halo esports, perhaps as the undisputed second best region in the world, which is crazy to think about. It's an amazing story for Latin America.
Exactly, and I always talk about going back to that first World Championships where we saw the Latin American teams. The insane amount of improvement from there to where we are now. I commend every single player in that region for what they have done, the amount of time that they have put into the game, and the amount of gameplay and the love that comes from that region. I mean, you see it on Twitter there. Probably, most of Latin America is behind these guys. I think it's 24% saying they're going to win the series. They believe in these guys. So
I was going to say,
hopefully we can get into this as soon as possible, but those guys love them.
They do. To have a quarter of our votes coming in for the Latin American side certainly says a lot about their supporters, but also Renegades know they can't take them lightly. I think it was not an easy opening for Renegades. They had such a strong finish, 80-point run to close. They made it look quite easy towards the end, but certainly knowing that Renegades, they have to take their group play so seriously because they want to get deep in this tournament and every match is going to count.
Oh, 100%. And obviously we've got loads more games going on around DreamHack at the moment in Atlanta. We
could go to featured, maybe, up to you guys.
The Halo 3, 2v2 tournament, which is going on, which I know you have some good friends involved with, Andy, which you've been given some strong bias for. But, I mean, looking at that Halo 3 2v2, and I mean, who are some of your favorites in that one?
Oh, man. I absolutely, as we see here, taking a look at some highlights here, you see Renegades versus Berserker. But I have to say, I cannot wait. I'm so happy to be able to see Halo 3 here. I think I'm going to have a chance to jump into a match. I think you're going to have a chance to cast a match as well. I don't care what series it is, what teams, what maps. I absolutely can't wait to jump into some Halo 3. But there's kind of a few favorites, I think, for this event. I think everyone's really curious to see how Flame and Roy are going to play together.
Roy, the fact that Roy's here, that just puts a smile on everyone's face.
It's amazing.
As soon as people heard that name, they were like, I'm coming. Yeah. I got to see Roy.
I just got to catch up with Best Man for the first time in years. Maybe the first time I've seen him in a little bit over 5 years after teaming with him for quite a while on a few different Triggers Down rosters. He's, of course, playing with Neighbor, who, making it really a Triggers Down true 2v2 roster there. So, of course, I have, like you said, a little bit of strong bias towards those 2 gentlemen, but also some young guns and some online players who are here to maybe upset the veterans. And I'll tell you what, if the likes of Neighbor, Roy, Flame, B-Man, and others aren't ready for these young guns who are coming in and who have been playing a ton of Halo 3 online, they could be in for a surprise. But then again, I still think Roy probably has the best shot in Halo 3 in 2018.
Probably still hasn't missed since those tournaments. I mean, the guys, it was the fact that we're talking about in 2018, Roy's shot.
Yeah.
When Halo 3 finished when? 2010, as far as tournaments were concerned? Iconic. I think it's something we could say about it. But obviously, we're trying to get into this game at the moment, guys. Just a few tech issues we're getting ironed out at the moment. Let's talk about the tournament as a whole, Andy, because obviously, it's been the Splice and Talk show for the last, year or so.
It has.
And it's interesting to talk about.
And up until London, the Splice show, to be honest.
Completely right. And that series that Tox pulled out of the bag was one of the most phenomenal team performances and individual performances. Obviously, Frosty, like the guys were talking about on the desk in that grand finals, was absolutely superb. But, I mean, the interesting thing for me is a lot of people will always look at that Tox roster and think, these guys have dominated. They've been in the top 2 all the time. But their first ever event together, they finished in second place back at the X Games.
Right.
They're not going to want to finish off booking in what has been a phenomenal, one of the greatest ever runs in Halo history, with another second place going to Splice. They're going to want to take that top spot. But on the other side of things, they are under-practiced as far as Tox are concerned, because they haven't been able to get the practice. Splice, however, we know that they don't need practice. So they could just turn up here and just put in the performance that we expect from them.
It's true. It's so tough to know exactly what we're going to expect, especially when you had both teams 4-0 one another in the grand finals in London, which was absolutely wild to see. And there's certainly a lot riding on this, right? There's not only the largest Halo 5 prize pool we've had in quite some time, of course, aside from the Halo World Championship Finals, but also on top of that, if you look at the amount of bragging rights that are also on the line at this event, it's kind of whoever wins this, I think, will go down as between Splice and Tox, at least. Certainly other teams can win this event, but between those two, they're kind of going to end it on top. It's
going to be interesting to see if anyone can break into the top two as well, Andy. I mean, it has been those two for so long. Renegades have been there, on the cusp. Reciprocity have been there, on the cusp. But neither of them have managed to battle their way into that grand finals. But if we set the context here for some of the people who might be joining us for the first time, who haven't caught some Halo 5, which would be quite impressive, to be honest with you, this far into the game. But
welcome
along.
Glad to have you here.
You know, come in, enjoy, take a seat.
Yep.
But talking about what happened back in London, you look at Reciprocity, they beat Splice. Nobody saw that coming.
No.
We talk about Renegades,
and
two Game 5s with Tox.
And that series alone for Reciprocity is the reason I still count them in as
a third place team.
Well, the third place team, but also a chance to win this event. If they hadn't had that performance against Splice, I would not really think that they could break top two.
It's so exciting to see this as the finals as well, because it is a case of, you know, the shackles are off a little bit, and we're going to have some more replays here as we are still waiting to get into this series, but I thought we could talk about a little bit on Renegades, who has had a pretty meteoric rise to the top of the Halo tree, to be, so to speak, is the man that we're looking at right now, and it's, of course, Neptune. This young man has, was it Orlando, I believe was his first event on this roster? And
I think so, yeah.
I mean, from there to be, even in the conversation with some of the guys, as you know, one of the top 5 players in the game, I mean, how many other players can we talk about that have done that? I mean, he's come out of nowhere initially, and he's just phenomenal to watch. His movement, his shot, everything that he needs to do, he does well, and he's got that energy and that drive as well to succeed.
He's also got really this very unique play style where he's flashy. Just take a look right here, Neptune on your screen. He's flashy, he's quick, but he's also so disciplined. This kid has such a bright future in terms of professional Halo. Like we said, one of the youngest guys that is here, yet consistently performing so well.
One thing I want to talk about as well, which has been very interesting for me in the build-up to this tournament, and something that I can honestly say, hand on heart, and I've got my hands in the air right now, you can't see me on camera, but straight ripping. The European roster, those two phrases, but when, how?
Did we ever?
What a pickup from those guys. I mean, I thought, you know, going back, watching Halo 3 back in the day, watching Halo 2 back in the day, I'd never thought I'd be able to say that sentence, and I'm following those guys, man. It's the finals. I'm gonna be biased. I'm saying it right now. I want those guys to go far and you know, do some incredible work here, because they're representing not only Europe but the straight brand as well.
I was gonna say there's a big difference.
There's a whole thing
between representing your region, in their case, of course, Europe and the UK and other regions as well throughout Europe. But there's also a different pressure when you're wearing a straight ripping jersey, based on the legacy of that brand, of that team, what they've accomplished throughout Halo 2 and Halo 3, and as well as into Reach. So now with straight jerseys on their backs, I'm curious what they could do. I think the Halo community as a whole is rooting for them, because when someone throws on a straight jersey, you want to know
You're
that
a straight fan.
You want to know that they're wearing that straight jersey for a reason. And I can bet the straight org, T-Squared, of course, everyone is going to want to see them go deep in the tournament, and we know we're going to be following their run quite closely.
Oh, sure, and a big shout out to Straight for the content they've been pumping out on Twitter and on YouTube beforehand, letting us get to know the guys from Europe a little bit, and you know, the respectful Mo story was very entertaining to listen about. Mo saying that if he was respectful was hanging off the end of a cliff, he'd reach down, he'd grab him, he's like his brother. But if it was the other way around, Brandon would probably ask him a few questions and not make him work for it, basically, is what he's saying. So that brotherhood is obviously something to keep an eye on for the rest of this tournament. But hopefully we can get back into this game now. It looks like we are loading up. And if this is the real game, I'm going to be excited, because we finally, looks like we might be getting into our game number 2 here, Andy.
Yeah, take a look. We'll get an exact word and confirmation if this is just a final warm-up here, or if players are actually jumping in. We're going to go ahead and find out. But 1-0 right now is your current score. If you're just joining us, Renegades able to take that game number 1 Plaza Strongholds pretty handily, ending it with a score of 100-16.
Well, it looks like this game might be underway in the background. We'll try and jump into it as soon as we can. I can see the players are communicating. Nobody's given up anything, so to speak. So hopefully we can get into this, but as we say,
Yeah,
looks like it isn't the right game, unfortunately, Andy.
Yeah, I think they're just still making sure that the settings are correct for this Slayer. We'll find out exactly how that's going on main stage. But like we said, the fact that the straight guys are here and now hailing from Europe, I got to catch Kimbo in the lobby. He said they're feeling really good about this event.
That's very true. And this is the first gold rec pack of our grand finals here in Atlanta. Head over to halo.gg and put in 2018 finals live to get yourself a free gold rec pack. But I want to talk to you about what you're looking forward to, Andy, to be honest with you, because I've said what I'm excited about in this and some of the things that I'm looking forward to, finding out the answers to. What are you looking forward to after all of the Halo 5 we've seen in the last few years? What has Atlanta got in store for you?
Oh man, I think we have the epic conclusion to of course the Talk Splice story. We have opportunities for two teams here. We have opportunities for Reciprocity and Renegade specifically. Of course, anyone can come in and really upset the squad, but of course, the story of, I mean, when's the last time we saw Halo 3 played for this large of a cash prize?
Crazy.
And some legendary names in the bracket as well. So much to look forward to. And I think even the buzz in the venue this morning, really excited to be here.
Oh, sure. It put a big smile on my face, as you say. The opportunity to wander around and, see the likes of Flamesword, Best Man, Neighbor, just to name a few. Roy hanging about as well as some of the new names like Evader and Gab and players like that who have been taking the Halo 3 MCC scene by storm, to be honest with you, is very exciting to see. So everyone that's here in Atlanta, big shout out to you guys in the crowd, to everyone who's grinding away at the moment in the open bracket, and it's going to be a good time. There is that good vibe feel about it.
There is. I mean, there's a certain feeling you get when you walk into certain venues. Orlando is one I think of immediately, right, earlier this year. There's just this kind of buzz, this energy where people are excited to see exactly how the event is going to unfold, and I think this event certainly falls into that category.
All right, well, I think we've talked enough for a while now. We're going to take a little break right now, and we'll get everything sorted that needs to be sorted. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll get everything sorted, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Join now and get your first month for $1.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
Guys, I gotta go AFK. Be right back.
From the hip, in the center. What happened? You're good. That was amazing. That's the match. Victory.
Guys, you are not gonna... Never mind.
And welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta, everybody. 2018 season finals. And we're looking forward to getting into our game number 2, which we're going to get into almost immediately. We're very excited for it. We've been waiting for it. We've had the tense build up. I believe now, Andy, it's finally time.
It is, of course, Renegades and Shock the World here. Renegades able to take that game number 1 Plaza Stronghold. Shock the World looking to tie the series here if they can do so, tied up 1-1. And the battleground, of course, is going to be that Rig Slayer.
Oh, here we go. Finally, we're getting into it, Andy. Here we go. Looks like the game is loading up in the background. Our second game of the day is hopefully going to give us something to talk about for the rest of the day, Andy. Let's have some excitement. Let's see these two teams, leaving it all out there. I want to see Shock the World come out of the gates hot here. Let's see what they've got.
They're going to keep an eye on Camo bottom middle. Mikwin able to get right away across. You see that Camo is going to be up bottom middle. By the way, as he grabs that, maybe he stays alive. Not going to be able to do so. That Camo picked up pretty early, though. You saw right around a 50 grab. By the way, big shout out to our observers here at this event. We've got the one and only Wonder Boy, longtime Pro Halo veteran Richard Hines, and of course, Natty Knight. Great to have these guys with us.
Absolute squad, Andy, is how I would describe it. And they're doing a fantastic job and have done all season. They've been a great addition to the team. But starting off here, Andy, 3-3. And Shock the World actually go into an early lead here. But we do know, like we mentioned before we got into this game, it is a game type which can have some huge, huge swings if you get hold of those power weapons. You need to put them for use. And they have managed to get the sniper rifle in the hands of Noble.
And like we talked about before the break, Shock the World needs to play hyper-disciplined Halo here. Don't give away any free kills. Well, you can also body your teammate while getting a kill through their body, which is pretty darn impressive. But now they're down by 2 here. They're trapped in bunker. Noble almost hits the shot. He gets taken down, though, by Mikwin in the end. So a little bit of an early lead here for Renegades. But the guys on Shock the World have to play this so disciplined.
Yes, as we say in London, sorry, mate. You shoot someone in the back like that. Fortunate happens, but now Mikwin set up. On white corner here, you can see Penguin picks up a kill in the feed. He's going to be looking for these spawners, misses that shot narrowly, but he's going to have a chance to make that right. And Mikwin with the first beautiful headshot of the match, taking down Atsoy.
Mikwin now going to get real comfortable. Only 1 shot left in this, going to try to put it to use. But regardless, like we said earlier, it's a little bit of a sign of the first match as well, right, Mark? If you look at how these two teams were neck and neck off the break and a decent start from Shock the World in both games, but now here we are once again, 16-6. And Renegades really proving that they are not only the more practiced team, but also the more talented team here. Really strong open for them. Camo soon, by the way, in this minute.
Yeah, you can see as soon as they get control of the map, Renegades, they're able to turn it into 3, 6, 9, 12 kills. They just keep one player on spawn, essentially, and unfortunately for Mikwin, he's going to miss that final shot with the sniper rifle. But now it is the battle for Camo. You can see APG gets a trade down low. Mikwin's going to be taken down as well. So now Neptune, you can see, trying to reposition, and gets a huge stick on the Camo player. That's going to be 20-9. Shock the World did everything right there. Unfortunately, Neptune's just better.
Wow, Neptune, fantastic string of kills there. A stick on the Camo, of course, is a big one. He's going to pick up another one here. This is exactly what Neptune did in Cafe. Remember back when we saw him in Cafe and Flowers, and he's hiding and being sneaky? That's exactly what he does. He's able to then get that melee and win battles that he should not be winning. And now here they are, up 24-9.
A game changer is how I describe Neptune. He's missing a few shots there, but you can see his teammates' help is coming in. Grenades coming in over his shoulders. He's got teammates flying over his shoulders. And now this has allowed him to be in a great position to potentially pick up a couple of kills. Penguin with the help. Penguin with the double. The score is getting out of hand very, very quickly.
Penguin with a very strong E2 push. Able to help as you saw them rack up a few more kills there. Finally, we're going to see Neptune fall there. He's the one who did pick up the sniper rifle off of the drop. You can bet that there's going to be a lot of pressure to get that sniper rifle in the hands. Penguin certainly going to want to get his hands on it if he can. Next Camo not for another minute. So that sniper rifle going to definitely be a factor. How does he pick up that kill? A little bit of miscommunication there.
Stay alive for that long. I mean, his ability to use the map geometry. Stay down, keep his head down, use that railing. And now he's going to be rewarded coming off the respawn with a sniper rifle with plenty of ammo to pick up some kills. But I mean, at the moment, all his teammates are getting greedy. They're picking up the kills first. APG picks up another one. That's going to be a 4 dead here, and Penguin's just set up to slaughter anyone who's even has the thought to come off spawn into his line of sight.
Look at that, holding the back button there. Okay, take a look at that moment. For those of you unfamiliar with what we just saw, holds the back button to know exactly when the opponents are spawning and knowing when he can check bunker to see if they've spawned there. Let's go ahead and go straight into a listen-in with this hot Renegade squad.
Absolutely one. Scatter, wide right now. He's underpass. And cat. Camo 43. Scatter's down in bunker. 43 camo. 43. White corner. Scattered on bunker. Dead. Another one like overlook at the. E1. 40. One shot. E1. Camo 40. In the academy. I've just came over. We can go on you one shot. I'm on bunker. 43. I'm trying to look at camo. Sewers coming. Sewers upfield. Yeah, good job. Good series. So serious. One shot. My left map. Dead. Watch the E1 flank.
Yours, Nightfall, and I'm dead.
No, overlook. He's underpass. Shot top snipes, guys. One shot going top snipes. I know, I'm looking.
I need help.
I got the guy on you. I'll start first.
Austin, take this.
I'm needing one last.
Barrel's going yellow pipes here now, hiding yellow.
I'm gonna need it.
I can snipe. Don't worry about it. I can snipe. I have camo.
I'm at E2 right now.
He's sitting up.
One shot.
Yeah, he's gonna run.
I wish we didn't need
You guys
it.
barrels.
Yeah.
I'm watching this. I'm gonna go snipe all the scatterbrain.
Okay.
I'm pushing basement. One shot middle.
I'm pushing snipe all.
Connector, one shot. Two there. Yeah, one shot.
Got him. Nice, good job. Connector. Or wait, yeah.
Got him. Those three. I don't know. Last. He's mid cat.
Okay, hold on. I'm up top. I'm trying to.
Mid cat. Still mid cat.
One shot.
Hiding.
One shot mid cat.
Got him.
Nice shot. 2 dead.
Midquin.
Nice guy, real street.
Disgusting stuff from Midquin. He finds 2, and he's looking for another one here. The comm sounded good from Renegades. The score looks very, very good if you're a fan of theirs as well. And they've only got 2 kills to close this one out now, Andy.
What a run from them. Amazing collapses and amazing shots from Neptune as well. Tries to stay alive here, and that's going to be easy. Midquin gets the last kill as well. Renegades close out game number 2 with a score of 50-23.
Yeah, the little break in play seemed to work in Renegade's favor. They go up 2-0 in the series now, and that was a dominating performance from all 4 players. And I mean, we're looking at the stats at the moment. Penguin 16-2. Welcome to Atlanta.
Jeez, big numbers from Penguin. We'll take a look at those stats any moment here. 16, 11, and 2 from him. What a performance. Once again, making it look way too easy.
Yeah, making it look easy. I mean, if you're not aware, it's absolutely freezing in Atlanta at the moment. So maybe Penguin's found his home, you know? That's what we're saying. Maybe that's the case. But, I mean, that performance from him, he was one of the standout performers in London as well. One of those players who, yeah, again, we talked about Lethal, we talked about APG, being those non-flashy players who pulled out huge performances for their team. But Penguin recently has just found this extra gear. And he's showing exactly why in that game with that stat line.
16, 11, and 2. I mean, my goodness, look
perfect.
at this. This is what I'm talking about, though. Right here at the 43 mark, amazing collapse on back rail. You really have to have a coordinated effort when you're pushing on those back spawners on back rail. Look at those shots as well from Neptune. Take a look at the series so far. Renegades able to close out those first 2 games. Game number 3 and potentially the go-ahead game. That's going to be Oddball and Eden.
Yeah, Oddball and Eden is going to be our game number 3, as you say, Andy. And even if Shock the World could manage to maybe scrape a game away here on what is a scrappier game type here on Eden.
Absolutely.
I look at the next one, I'm like, oh, it's Collie CTF. I mean, yes,
kind of worried about
that's a tough one, to be honest with you, but let's see what they can do in this game before we get to that game number 4. Obviously, Renegades with a chance to close out the series now with a 3-0 fashion, make everyone on the desk look smart. And we'll start off with Munoz here. He's moving towards that green gun.
Yeah, Munoz, of course, the most recent pickup on this squad, and oftentimes the North American player that kind of defaults to landing with this Latin American squad. Of course, Latin American heritage. He's also got very good Spanish, as you might expect, playing with this squad. Here we are now off of the break. Nothing of note really at Turbine just yet. The green gun doesn't hit, so he's going to have to wait a little bit for help to see if it comes. Eventually picks up the kill, but had to work pretty darn hard for it. Taking a look to see exactly where everything went. We did see a Hydra grab for Penguin to start and a sniper grab from Atso.
Yeah, there was a burn on the overshield as well. So Atso's the player with the sniper rifle at the moment for Shock the World. He has to put it to use, though. As we say, he's coming under pressure. If he can pick up a couple of kills here, his teammates might be in position to pick up that ball, but a strange choice of escape route there. He knew he was getting shot from outside, so started to dip back onto the side spawn towards outside, and they just gave that weapon away.
APG, cool, calm, and collected there with that green gun, picking up that kill, but it is going to be points on the board, excuse me, a point on the board here for the guys on Shock the World. They try to bring that ball over to blue, but really unable to make any sort of progress, so that's going to actually give an opportunity for the guys on Renegades to get into blue band.
Noble with the chance to clean up this kill bottom mid. Atso comes in to help him out, though. Penguin now going to be challenging, and Penguin's not missing too many shots at the moment. Didn't miss one at all at the moment. Another player outside here. Ooh, the drift.
Decent push there, as you see, coming around from Turbine into blue bend. And they're going to be able to bring that ball actually back to Turbine. So it's a good counter. For a second, I thought we were going to see Renegade start really what could have been a much bigger run, but they get slowed down due to some great pressure here from Shock the World. Great shot from Atso on blue entrance as well.
Yeah, they've got the chance to get the ball into blue here. Maybe push out the catwalk, force those spawns back over at red, and they're picking up the slays here, and they're picking up the points. This is what you want to see from Shock the World. Keep that ball away from these Renegade respawners. Pick up the kills you should be getting, and they are getting ball time because of it.
And you're going to see power up as well here very shortly. And Noble perhaps aware of that, dropping that ball down bottom middle. Going to be about 10 seconds on it, though, so we'll see exactly if they're able to grab it. Is Neptune going to stay down, leave, the power-up, not sure. He actually brings it back to Turbine, maybe waiting for a teammate to go ahead and grab. And yes, he's going to go ahead and come back up. APG with the clean grab.
Yeah, this is worrying times here for Shock the World. They managed to have the opportunity to rack up quite a lot of time there. They got a fresh forward air. They had the ball. They could have taken it into blue. They decided to rotate to Turbine. A good push came in from Renegades to shut that down. But now that APG has control of the new overshield, now that they have control, as you can see with Penguin in blue, this just spells ball time for me as far as they're concerned.
It does, and APG is not going to be afraid to get aggressive. Right now, he's sitting back blue band and letting the opponents come to him. But if the opportunity comes in from Noble, and you know that was a coordinated effort, and I have got to give a lot of credit to Shock the World to put a player there outside and allow a player to come up blue bend to get that back whack. Pretty strong play from them. Still a 56-24 in favor of Renegades, but by the way, that next overshield was a 57, so in about 1 minute, we'll see that next one pop.
Yeah, you can see Drift's in a horrible position here. He's trying to stay alive, trying to do all the damage he can, waiting for teammates to maybe come off respawn, push across the map, and try and break this stranglehold that they have had on the ball here. Renegades, sniper rifle here in the hands of Mikwin, misses those shots. Another player should be taken down here. The big down gets whiffed. Atso comes in to clean that one up. Now they need to turn this into ball time, but they can't even get it out of blue. They can't get the ball in their hands because this man, Penguin, comes in and cleans everyone out.
I mean, this is the guy who went 16-2 last game, which, I mean, are numbers that you don't really see in professional group play, regardless of game type. Really great stuff from him. Penguin also getting fancy with some jump stars. He's going to hang around. Mikwin.
Oh, my Mikwin!
Are you kidding me?
That's what I want to see here in Atlanta. Leave it all out here, Mikwin. Two beautiful snapshots there to take down those players. That's how you stop a push.
That would be the first time I've gotten full-body chills from a series of 2 rapid-fire snipes in quite some time. I don't even know how he saw that player on blue stairs. He's still alive. His team is still racking up points, and Mikwin doing what he does best, stays alive.
This is what I want to see, Austin. This is the Mikwin who I wanted to see turn up in the finals here. Unfortunately for everyone apart from Shock the World, he's out of sniper rifle ammo. The killing spree comes in, and he's still alive somehow here, Andy.
If he stays alive here, oh my gosh, might get away. He's still alive.
How is he alive?
They can't stop him. He's going to get this kill as well.
He gets another kill.
Are you kidding me?
Mikwin makes this game look so easy sometimes, and Shock the World are being made to look very, very silly by him at the moment. APG just calmly comes in with the overshield, picks up the ball time. I mean, what a perfect thing to do as a teammate, right? When your teammate's just wrecking everyone, just come and pick the ball up.
I don't even know what we just witnessed there. Somehow, I mean, they cannot take down Mikwin. Such a hard kill. Amazing stuff from him. He's 11-8 in this game right now.
And in a time-based game type as well, Andy, those extra seconds you can stay alive, it turns into 10, 20 seconds of ball time. So, Mikwin, you're impressing me so far in this game.
And it also becomes so frustrating for your opponents because you know you need to get the ball and stop the ball time, but you're repeatedly pushing here on back blue trying to kill Mikwin, and 3 or 4 of your teammates can't do it back to back to back. So as all that happened, like you said on set, now the score's gotten a little bit out of hand. It's 83-34.
Of course, we are seeing Shock the World finally managed to get the ball in their hands, but every single push that seems to be coming in from Renegade seems to be a Renegade battle being won, two players falling here as soon as they do get a setup, so they're just keeping a constant foothold of pressure onto the opposition, and the time is just racking up, Andy. Look at it, 92-38, and with only 150 seconds to win in this game type, I mean, it's getting closer and closer to a conclusion.
Yep, sniper rifle is going to be up in about 20 seconds. Mikwin also putting some time on the ball, as you just saw. He's also leading the game still in kills, 14-10 at this moment. He's got a few teammates that are doing pretty well, though, too. Penguins, 13-8.
Now, the worrying thing here for Shock the World is that's big. Atsu got the kill over at tower there, but he needs to move the ball into blue. They have complete control of blue here, and then you have to watch the cuffs. Look at this now. He's going to come under pressure. He might not even get around this corner because of his positioning with that oddball. That's poor from Shock the World. They need to be aware of that sport.
Doesn't get the play ball. You see the ball is going to just go right back into blue. Now sit on blue bend for a moment while the guys on Renegades pick up a few kills here. Neptune even just taking his time waiting to spot this player. You did see the overshield there cutting across the screen.
Atsu takes him down with that grenade now. So they have to get time here, Shock the World. They have to rack up time. Get that ball into blue, clear out blue. They've got sniper rifle, they've got the power up. They need to turn it into time, and they have managed to cut the deficit now, Andy. It's around 30 seconds or so.
Atsu needs to not be afraid to drop and shoot. He's still got over a quarter of overshield left. He could easily be dropping this ball for a teammate. I don't know why, when you're a red bend, when you have a teammate cutting across to go outside, they're not picking up the ball. And here we go. The overshield's off. He has to play the ball. That is not a good play from Shock the World. I cannot understand why they would not ball swap there with the overshield player.
Yeah, give yourself the best chance possible. That's what Halo's all about. Give yourself advantages, and you're not taking advantage of that advantage if you have the overshield in the the hands of the ball carrier, but they have managed to claw this game back a little bit by getting that power up, and now they're starting to make this a little bit more of a game.
Scoreless good, comeback was good, but they needed to go.
Could have been better.
Could have been much better if they just dropped that, and then Atso can be the aggressor. He's such a talented player that if he gets first shot, even gets down a shot with that overshield, he'll win. Mickwin still laying down the body melees.
He's hitting that body like a basketball at the moment, bouncing it up and down. Mickwin now with the Hydra, and you just get the feeling that this might be a bit of a fireworks show if he can lock onto a few of these players. Calls them out. Two players going to be outside here on the turbine, and Mickwin's on the flank, but his teammates are cleaning them up first. Oh, please don't let this happen. Everything's happening, explosions, but not too many making too much contact.
They cannot kill. Look at it, he's going to pick up this kill as well. Forces player back. Now they're running from him, and now he has the angle here somehow on Top Cat and Turbine when he was in such a disadvantageous position. Another killing spree from Mickwin. He's 21-13, leading the game by a long shot.
Yeah, big stuff here coming in from Mickwin. Two big games from him so far. The game number 1, and of course, this game number 3 as well. And APG manages to pick up a double here. 130-82 the score, and Penguin's just having the time of his life at the moment. Walking around, his teammates are destroying everyone, and he's now just 14 points away from taking the series 3-0.
Yeah, they should be able to close this out. They're also here now waiting on Turbine. You see, I believe, an overshield grab for Mickwin, so that really should seal the deal. Only 5 points to go.
Mickwin picks up another kill here. He's just going to try and pad out the stats a little bit before those last few moments of ball time are going to be picked up, but he's not going to be able to get any kills because his teammates are going to be racking up that ball time, and it is going to be a series victory going to the guys on Renegades here. 3-0, perfect start for them.
Perfect start indeed. They got to be feeling good each game. Once they hit their stride, they really didn't look back. This oddball Eden was certainly the closest of the 3-game set, but regardless, a strong performance in each of those games for this Renegade side.
Yeah, perfect stuff from them. Exactly how they would have wanted to start the tournament. And looking at the stat lines here, we talked about it enough, but 17-10 coming in from Penguin with all that oddball time as well. And then, 23-13 coming in from Mickwin. Perfect start for him. Filling in that main Slayer role like the guys on the desk were talking for him to do.
Absolutely. And that's what you expect to see from Mickwin. And I think over time, he has established himself not only as a top player, but a player that you expect to go off in the series. We saw it in the 2Ks prior as well. He's looking so strong. Great job from him.
Yeah, one of the worrying things for me, though, is on the Shock the World side of things. We were talking about their 2 top 8 performances, how they've really, really improved. There were some very basic mistakes in some of those game types for me, which was a bit of a worry. Is that something you might be looking out for the rest of the tournament for those guys?
Certainly. I think if they want to end this year on their own terms, after 2 back-to-back top 8 performances for their region, they're going to need to certainly clean some things up for the rest of group play.
Okay, well, that is going to do it for our match number 1 here at the Grand Finals in HCS Atlanta at DreamHack, of course. But it's going to do it from us. We're going to throw it back to the desk now. Lottie, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Great series there for Renegades. We've seen some spectacular stuff from that team already, and I really think that Clutch, they're just warming up.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see from Renegades. We wanted to see them come out hot. We wanted to see them hitting shots like Mickwin was hitting in that game 3, and that's going to snowball, hopefully, for the rest of their tournament.
Yeah, clearly these guys have been playing, and they have what it takes to perform at that highest level, and no one's questioning that, but it is good to see some of those individual performances really standing out. But I think at both sides, there were a lot of mistakes being made, but luckily it is that first series. It's still a little warm-up. These guys were not leaving it all out on the line, as they shouldn't. They don't want to give all their cards away now, but yeah, Renegades obviously clearly here to play.
What did you guys make of our LATAM team? Now, of course, Shock the World, they were going up there, they were trying their hardest. They actually did impress me a little bit on oddball. They were coming back a little bit more. It's a difficult one because Renegades are such a force to be reckoned with.
I think for Shock the World, it's important for them to know that they were heavy underdogs coming into this series. They can't let this series dictate how the rest of this pool play is going to go for them, or even how the rest of this tournament is going to go for them. We've seen them rebound after losing series in pool play and come back and get top 6. They have the opportunity still at this tournament to do this, but they've got to change how they were playing against this team if they expect to get top 6.
Yeah, they were doing all right. Like this game, it was 18-16 as far as the point total goes. So kind of just really falling short, never being able to grab their footing again there for Shock the World. So, they definitely knew that they were heavy underdogs, like you pointed out, Wes, but they've got a long way to go if they're going to break back into the top 6.
It's a fantastic effort from everybody around. And to be honest, well done to the LATAM team. They are turning up a little bit, but coming against some of these top teams straight away into this competition is hard. And you've got to put up a front and try your best. But unfortunately, it wasn't their time, like you said, whereas, Shock the World, it wasn't going to happen. And that's what you predicted.
Absolutely. They can beat a lot of teams here, a lot of good teams here. but I don't know if they can beat a lot of the great teams here, and that's really what we saw in this series. I mean, it's just too much individual skill to overcome from the Renegades side. I mean, we see players like Penguin going 16-2, and that stuff does not happen in pro scrims. That happens in matchmaking, ladies and gentlemen. We saw it here. That's how they opened up pool play.
And we see Mikwin there, I mean, with those 2 ridiculous snipes. I mean, just outstanding play all around. But we expected that, right, Elamite?
Yeah, I mean, we really did. This is the player that we pointed out, the spotlight. We wanted to see him perform. He has the ability to control those power weapons and completely take over a game. So it's awesome to see him hitting those shots. But besides just hitting those 2 shots, what I was most impressed by was how steady and calm he was while doing that, while being charged by 2 players.
Well, guys, honestly, you aren't seeing things because I do have Penguin next to me right now. He has magically appeared. Penguin, congratulations on a fantastic first series at DreamHack Atlanta. You guys were looking really good, really strong out there. I just want to say your Slayer rig performance was fantastic, 16-2. How do you feel about that?
I felt really good. I knew everything that was going on the map thanks to my teammates, and it just made it really easy to rotate around them. They're not as experienced playing some of the top American teams, so it was kind of easy to like take advantage of what they didn't know was going on.
Amazing. Well, gents, you must have some questions for this fantastic Halo god right here.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to get your opinion on how you think they're performing and where you think Shock the World's going to go into this event, since you're the first ones to match up against them here.
Shock the World, the last few events have actually really impressed me for being the LATAM team. I think they placed top 8 a couple of different times. They play some of the lower ranked North American teams pretty well. They just haven't gotten into the upper echelon of what you're dealing with when you're getting into that top 4, top 3, top 2. So they do well against some of the lower teams. I think they could make a run for top 8. I don't think anything more than that, though. So, yeah.
And I wanted to ask you as well, you know, your guys' situation with this being the last Halo 5 event that we're going to see, you know, you guys competing in, and some of the struggles, because I don't think any team has had the same kind of struggles you guys had of being so close to breaking into that top level. What have you guys done differently?
One thing we actually did the last couple of weeks was we actually went in and went over theaters. I think a lot of teams haven't done that because it's so late in the game. They just think, oh, I already know what's going on. But we actually went over stuff. We decided to come up with the plans for a couple of the maps we struggle with, and we've been playing them better. So I think that's something we've done to really prepare for this event.
Yeah, back to the basics. I like that a lot.
Yeah, one thing I do want to touch on that you did mention is how comfortable you felt in that performance on Rig. You were able to go 16-2, and I understand exactly what you're saying there. Like, we all know that feeling when we're playing where you're in the zone and you know where everyone is on the map and everyone's spawning. How are you guys going to be able to do that when the pace gets picked up against teams like Splice and like Tox? When the game gets hectic, how are you going to be able to control it in your head to the where you can make that right play like you were against a team like Shock the World?
I think going over film is really going to help with that because we did struggle in certain situations against those top teams. After going over it, the last week and a half or so, we've played them closer. But I think in order to just get it done, you just got to stay calm and do what you need to do, and like just focus really on what you need to do and don't try anything too crazy against some of the top teams who are going to take advantage of everything they can get.
Right.
Amazing. Well, looking at scrims and 2Ks as well, Penguin, do you guys feel more confident the better you do in those sort of online matches? Because I know online is so different to LAN, but how do you take those and try and work on it?
Online is a lot different than LAN. I think the main thing you have to focus on online is not really how well you're shooting, or like pretty much don't focus on how well you're shooting, don't focus if people are eating, it's online, you can't worry about it. Just got to focus on how you're playing online so that you can play like that on LAN and just not worry about like what kills you are and aren't getting. Just take it as it comes online because it's so much harder to play in that situation when people are eating or whatever, things aren't going your way. But I think on LAN, if you're getting those kills you think you should get, you're just going to know what to do and just go from there.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, Penguin. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk. It's been lovely to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have a cheeky little giveaway to put your way. We've got an Xbox One X giveaway. That is right. You can see that on your screen right now. Look at that bad boy shining there, all new, and that could be yours. All you need to do is use the hashtag HCS and tweet a link to the stream to enter the giveaway. It's as easy as that, gents. It would be fantastic to win an Xbox One X, so just go do it. Don't be lazy, just do that, hashtag it, and just, you never know, it could be right on your doorstep. Well, guys, we are going to go for a quick break, but we have so much left of this day number 1 at HCS 2018 Finals, so don't go anywhere.
As far as we know, it's a powerful and ancient weapon. Captain Keyes is placing the Pillar of Autumn in Combat Alert Alpha.
It's payback time, ODST. Move out!
Government forces are moving in on the Pillar of Autumn right now. Let's help push them back, Raven. Reports are saying the Covenant let something loose on the ring. Something dangerous. Weapons ready, Raven. Brace yourselves. Going down.
Kill. That's a double. Squad leader. You got plenty for everybody.
You are 10 kills from victory. Obvious proficiency. Perfect. Undisputable potential.
Double. And that's a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good.
Guard. That's a double.
And that's a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good.
Xbox One S, the best value in games and entertainment. Now that's a big fun deal.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the HCS 2018 Finals. We are here at DreamHack Atlanta. I'm Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be hosting all weekend long. I'm also joined by Clutch and Elamite, my two men on my left-hand side. Gentlemen, welcome. Welcome back to the desk.
Weekend long.
You said it. You said it, Clutch. All weekend long. Now, we have just seen Renegades versus Shock the World, but I want to focus on what we've got coming up next. So let's have a look at our series that we've got lined up for you, because this is going to be an exciting one. We've got Reciprocity versus Mentality Gaming. As we can see there, the gentlemen are setting up right now, getting ready to face each other on that main stage. I mean, Reciprocity, guys, they are looking hot at the moment in this season. They fell quite short at NOLA, but they bounced back. They even took a whole series from Splice back in London. Reciprocity should be ones to watch, right, Clutch?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the team that we continuously talk about can beat the likes of Tox and Splice at tournaments. This has been they've been favorites coming into a Halo 5 tournament. They just didn't show up. And they haven't won a tournament yet. And we can keep talking about it and hyping them up as we go on, but this is the last Halo 5 tournament. This is now or never for this Reciprocity roster.
It really is, and it's going to be the last Halo 5 groups. I want to show you guys, if you're just tuning in, exactly who we've got in our groups for this weekend. So, of course, we've got Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. Heads of those groups is Tox Gaming, Splice, Reciprocity, and Renegades. Those are the four big dogs to watch out for in the groups. They will be fighting their way to get on that main stage on Sunday. It's going to be exciting, gentlemen. I don't know who I'm favoring right now, because it is our last event, and I'm pretty sure all of them are prepared to try and take that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Wes said, this is it. This is your last time to show up, and they have struggled before, and there's a lot of similarities between them and Renegades that we've seen here, who's somebody who's kind of right at that cusp of coming out and being able to topple some of our top three teams, but just keeps falling short here. But when you've got the names of like Snipe Down, Pistola, Sane, Trippy, these guys have excelled time and time again, so you can never count them out.
Well, let's take a look at our schedule, because we've got a lot of exciting things on the line for this Friday. So we've already just seen Renegades and Shock the World. Next is Reciprocity versus Mentality Gaming. Then we've got Renegades versus Elevate, and Reciprocity play again, but against Straight Rippin'. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Reciprocity fare up against some of these guys. I mean, I think they've got a pretty easy ride today, if I'm being totally honest. I think they're not really being tested that much, Clutch.
I don't think we'll see Reciprocity tested until late tomorrow, I would say, because we always see Reciprocity show up on Fridays. We always see them dominate teams like Straight Rippin', like Mentality. I mean, these are who they feast on. These are the like tonight we'll be talking about Reciprocity. Looks good, man. I think they can win this tournament, but they got to show up every single day. They have to show up on Saturday. They have to show up on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Snipe Down is somebody that we've seen drop these monstrous stats, but then sometimes the whole team will struggle against the Tox and the Splice roster. So, I mean, Wes said it right. They've always come out and excelled really well, and I think this is the time that they finally realize what's at stake here and that this is their last chance.
It's always a problem that some of these big teams may get complacent, and that just can't happen in this last final tournament. But you guys at home can have your say too. So go and predict who you think is going to be your favorite team for this series. We've got Reciprocity versus Mentality Gaming. Who is taking your fancy for this matchup? All you need to do is go to chat and vote, and then towards the end, as we're getting into the game, I will announce who you guys have chosen as your favorites. Now, of course, we've got Reciprocity right here, guys. We can see Sam, we can see Pistola, the sticky god right there. I mean, this team, I mean, looking at them, they just look so strong. I just don't see them falling.
There's so much talent on this Reciprocity roster. You go down the roster, I mean, none of those kids miss shots. They all play good Halo 5, but can they piece it together for an entire event? That's the question we have to harp on until they answer the question.
It's true, they need to answer the question.
I mean, the question is, are they taking your fancy, Lamai?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely here. Really what I'm most excited about for this series, because I'm already kind of handing it over to Reciprocity, but where's Mentality going to show up? Because I want to see how far they can go in this event here. I think our top 4, top 6 teams have been cemented all season long. Even no matter what team these players are on, we still see them placing in those top spots, regardless of what the roster ultimately shows here. So I'd like to see how this Mentality squad is going to match up against Reciprocity, because then we'll be able to see exactly how far they're going to be able to go.
What do you think their suit is? Are they a more objective-based team, or would you say they're a slaying team?
for this reciprocity, I think they're definitely in that slaying squad. Sometimes it's their slow play style that will come back and bite them here. But when you've got Pistol, you got Snipe Down. These are guys that in those Slayer game types, particularly Game 5 for Pistol, he has always excelled no matter what his stats for the rest of the series have been. Game 5 is where we see him show up.
Well, I know it is online and it's not too much to go by for LAN, but it is practicing. I just want to say, mentality. Back in the 2Ks, they were doing well. They actually 3-1'd Reciprocity. They actually lost the first game and then they won 3 back-to-back objective series. I mean, that is just ridiculous. Going against a team like Reciprocity and being able to do that, I mean, that just shows the confidence.
Absolutely. I want this mentality roster to have confidence in this series because we all started out as online kids at one point. We all had to beat those teams online that were winning tournaments and placing at the top, and then we had to beat them at the tournament. So they've done step 1. Now we have to see if they're capable of doing step 2, which is actually beating Reciprocity at a live LAN event.
Do you think that might have shaken Reciprocity a little bit, going into a 2K like that and probably expecting to floor these guys, looking at their track record, and then suddenly, boom, 3 objective games taken against them?
I don't think it really flustered them. If anything, it's going to be some of that motivation that we need to see Reciprocity have because they, like we said, they have the talent. They can be a team in the finals, but what are they missing here? And when you end up losing series, especially online, and you get that second chance to come out and perform, that's where a lot of motivation can come from.
Well, let's take a look at our series layout for this incredible matchup that we got on, because I want to see whether these 2K guys can take it on at LAN. So we've got Stronghold Plaza, Slayer the Rig, Oddball Eden, Capture the Flag Coliseum, Slayer Trousseau. We've seen that before, gents. We've seen it before. Looking at this, is this going to sway it slightly? We've obviously got Slayer coming in second, but we do have objective first. Could we be seeing big things to start with this mentality roster?
Yeah, I think we absolutely will, because this is a team that they recognize that this is their last opportunity, and this is a team that probably has more games played than a lot of the other top squads because how bad they want it. So there's always a risk involved. You know, any given Sunday, they say, a team can come out and actually win these series. So you have to watch out for those teams that have so much motivation and want it so bad, because sometimes that's what it'll come down to.
I mean, Elamite, looking at this mentality roster, it's a roster that I actually don't know too much about. Are there any notable faces on there?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. All these guys have been around for quite some time, but you really need to follow the scene to see how they've been placing, you know, in that 8th through 12th and 16 kind of placings here. But Tolik, I mean, that's a player that some of the top teams were even trying out. So clearly, if he's getting opportunities to look into some of the top 6 teams and maybe hold a spot there, there's a lot of players that respect him enough to give him that opportunity.
Well, a player that we do know very well and a player I want to single out is going to be Snipe Down. He is a force to be reckoned with. He was showing up in London. He is a fantastic player and one I would not like to meet in a series. Clutch, looking at his performances going through our 2018 season so far, he's somebody to watch out for.
Absolutely. Snipe Down's been doing this for a very long time. He came on the scene the exact same time I did. We became pro at the same event, but he's been doing it for almost a decade since. And it's just unbelievable some of the things that he can do when he's on. What I really want to see from Snipe Down this tournament is playing efficient Halo. That's something that I've really seen Snipe Down be lackluster at, is being efficient with the amount of kills that he gets and not being as aggressive as he potentially could be. And it bites his team in the butt when they're playing against the likes of Splice and the likes of Tox. So he's going to have to pick it up. I don't want him to change his playstyle and make his team different, but I do want to see efficient Halo being played out of this Reciprocity roster. And it starts with Snipe Down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a guy that will just completely shut down a team, but then maybe play a hair too slow at that highest level, because you've seen it, you know, going back to London and listening to Tox, they changed their playstyle. They went to play more aggressively because they're very, you know, calm and cool coordinated pushes weren't working, especially against the likes of Splice. So that's going to be something we need to see from Reciprocity as well. They have great rotations, they have great individual talent, but they need to be able to capitalize on those small moments that you get sometimes, just a few seconds to get across the map, pull a flag, cap a stronghold, things like that.
Let's look at the mentality, excuse the pun, mentality of Reciprocity. You know, for a player like Snipe Down to be on form within the series, to be playing well and to be up there and doing his thing, is that really important to the way the rest of the team think and kind of respond to that? Or do they just have their own thing going on?
They need to be on the same page, and that comes down to no matter what team you're looking at, because sometimes flying out across the map, if your whole team's not doing it, you're just going to end up sacrificing your own life. It ends up hurting the rest of your team who weren't necessarily following. I'd always say year after year after year, there's always like the best play to make, but sometimes it's best, you can make a wrong play, but if the whole team's kind of doing the same momentum and on the same page, it'll work out for you.
It kind of goes back to what Penguin was kind of talking about being completely 100% comfortable on the map. When you and your team are all on the same page and you know exactly where the other team is spawning, you know exactly what they're doing, because the flow of the game is so comfortable. Penguin was able to find that earlier with Renegades. We have to see Snipe Down in this Reciprocity roster get off to the same page.
What are you gentlemen looking for with this Reciprocity roster? Can it go all the way this weekend? And if it can they face that grand final? Let's say somebody, Splice gets knocked in the elimination bracket and they face them in the grand final. Do you think they could do that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can't count these guys out, and some of the names on this team, are just people you can never overlook, regardless of what the full roster is. So this is a team that can absolutely go the distance. They need to be able to dictate the pace of the games. They're somebody that likes to play slower. So if they are, things aren't working out and they're playing too aggressive, they need to be able to adapt, and that's something that they've struggled with.
Anything other than first is a disappointment. It's going to be devastating for this Reciprocity roster. They haven't won a Halo 5 tournament yet. This is the last one. They played this game for 3 years. They know they're capable of winning a tournament. They have young guns like Trippy and Sam, but you can only be a young gun for so long. We've been saying that they're young guns for almost 2 years now. It's time for them to step up and get a win.
I like that, step up to the plate. Well, talking about stepping up to the plate, mentality. Watching their 2K, they look good. They had good teamwork. They were pushing non-stop. It was maybe a little bit too much. I think they needed to work on that a bit more as well, because I think they were taking too many risks, although it did pay off with Reciprocity. But it really impressed me, and I feel like they could be capable of taking series off some of the big guys. And, I don't know what you guys think. What's your opinion? Do you think they could be capable of maybe taking this series?
Yeah, I mean, if you're overlooking teams, that's how you ultimately end up getting upset, and that's probably what happened to Reciprocity in that online 2K. And sometimes big risks pay off, big dividends here, and that's what we saw from them. So if you're overlooking teams, if you're not playing up to your full potential, that's where you get those upsets happening.
I mean, now another player that I do very much like, because he is fantastic. He's pretty much a legend on this team, is Pistola. Now, when Pistola's on form, he's really going. He can really impress, but he's the kind of glue that sticks the team together. What do you guys make of his efforts on his team?
Pistola is one of the most, I'll say, annoying players to play against. I had the pleasure of competing against the guy my entire career, and whenever you play against Pistola, it's like playing someone that is... No one else in this tournament plays like Pistola. The guy stays alive, he's a nuisance, and he gets his kills. He doesn't miss shots, and he plays very efficient Halo, which is something I will stress all weekend long. Pistola plays just so solid every series. He's one of those teammates that never lets you down.
Yeah, he is somebody that is always making the right decision, and when I say that, he's taking the right fights. He doesn't go into a battle unless he has an 80% or more chance of actually winning that fight here, and that's why we see him put up such big numbers or have such impressive KDAs and things like that. Is if he's in a disadvantage, he plays on such like a high sensitivity, and he's so quick on his reaction that he's able to get out of dodge, just escape that situation and come back for another round.
I feel like he is like the team leader. I feel like he's such a precise player. He knows exactly what to do in what situation. He's the brain box on that team, and I think every team needs one. Did you have a brain box on your team when you were playing?
I was the
It wasn't
brain
you.
box
Oh, it wasn't you, mate.
Oh, that's why we were so successful. I was able to be the brain box, and I set the pace, and that's exactly what Pistola needs to do in the series. He needs to set the pace for this Reciprocity roster.
Well, gentlemen, we are actually going to be getting into the scrim very, very shortly. I was going to scrim? Oh my goodness, a series. We're going into the series. We're not on scrims anymore, guys. We're in the real deal. Right here, the HCS Finals. We're going to go for a quick break, but after that, we'll be back for Reciprocity, and it's going to be fantastic, so don't go anywhere.
Called Halo. As far as we know, it's a powerful and ancient weapon. Captain Keyes is placing the Pillar of Autumn in Combat Alert Alpha.
It's payback time, ODST. Move out!
saying the Covenant let something loose on the ring. Something dangerous. Weapons ready, Raven. Brace yourselves. Going down.
Kill. That's a double. Squad leader. You got plenty for everybody.
You are 10 kills from victory. Obvious proficiency. Perfect. Undisputable potential.
Bring more sun.
Double. And that's a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good.
Guard. That's a double.
And that's a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good.
Xbox One S, the best value in games and entertainment. Now that's a big fun deal.
Join now and get your first month for $1.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
Xbox One S, the best value in games and entertainment. Now that's a big fun deal.
Over 100 great games.
Endless play.
New titles monthly. More is...
My job? It's pretty awesome. I work the drive-thru at Xbox Game Pass. Hey, welcome to Game Pass. How can I help you?
We'll take Halo and Gears of War.
Get Banjo-Kazooie, get Banjo-Kazooie. You can get all of these, and it's just $9.99 a month.
What?
It's weirdly challenging to convince people they can get over 100 games.
Every game?
You can get all of them.
All right, Soul Calibur 2? All of them.
Oh, we got zombie games.
Borderlands?
All of them.
So then we'll take everything?
Excellent choice. I love this guy. Comes in every Friday.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
Over 100 great games.
Endless play.
New titles monthly. More is...
My job? It's pretty awesome. I work the drive-thru at Xbox Game Pass. Hey, welcome to Game Pass. How can I help you?
We'll take Halo and Gears of War.
Get Banjo-Kazooie, get Banjo-Kazooie. You can get all of these, and it's just $9.99 a month.
What?
It's weirdly challenging to convince people they can get over 100 games.
Every game? You can get all of them.
All right, Soul Calibur 2?
All of them. Oh, we got zombie games.
Borderlands?
All of them.
So then we'll take everything?
Excellent choice.
I love this guy. Comes in every Friday.
Rated E to M.
Join now and get your first month for $1.
That's a double. Squad leader. You got plenty for everybody.
You are 10 kills from victory. Obvious proficiency. Perfect. Undisputable potential.
a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good. Guard. That's a double. And that's a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the HCS 2018 Finals here at DreamHack Atlanta. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I am on the desk all weekend long, joined by Clutch and Elamite. Thank you so much for staying with us, guys. We had a couple of technical issues there on main stage, but we've got them fixed, so we can all breathe again. I hope you had a nice little break and got a cup of tea. That's what we say in the UK. Get a cup of tea. I don't know, what do you say in the US?
Coffee.
Oh, is it coffee, is it?
Yeah,
That's what you do.
I believe. I'm not a big tea drinker. I don't know about you, Kyle.
I mean, I do like it, but yeah, coffee.
Okay, coffee. Well, I hope you got your coffee or tea, either one, whatever you prefer. But we will shortly be getting into our matchup, which is Reciprocity versus Mentality Esports. Now, I did ask you to have some predictions prepared, guys, in the chat, and I hope you have. We're just going to jump into ours first. So, gentlemen, predictions for this series. Elamite, I'm coming to you first.
I got to go with Reciprocity. I think this is the team that I'm really looking to see show up at this event, and it all starts right here.
Yeah, I think Reciprocity's got to take this series. They lost to this Mentality roster online in a 2K, and I think that probably is not good for Mentality because Reciprocity's going to take them dead serious. They want revenge, and I expect this to be a domination series. Reciprocity's going to make a statement here.
I'm also going to have to go with Reciprocity too. Although Mentality did make a statement online, it isn't online, it's actually on LAN at DreamHack Atlanta, so there's a lot of pressure. Let's see what you guys have been voting for at home. So, oh, there it is, the 94%. That big red bar, that's showing that you guys want Reciprocity to win, and we'll just see about that. But I'm going to throw it over to your casters for this series. It is Walshy and Sims.
Thank you very much indeed, Lottie. Yes, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamHack Atlanta 2018. This is the finals. This is the final time that Halo 5 will be played in the Halo Championship Series. Dave, It's been an absolutely banging run so far. Over $6 million given away throughout the entirety of Halo 5. Some people, they've stepped to the plate, they've made a name for themselves. This game's really brought to life some players that necessarily we haven't seen in past and previous Halos.
Yeah, brought to life for some of those players, like you said, and also changed the lives of all the players that have played this game.
So, Strongholds on Plaza has Lottie mentioned on the desk. We do apologize, a couple of tech issues, but we've got them worked out. The kinks, they're away, we're rock and roll. It's game day, and who are we kicking off with? Well, it's sniped down from Reciprocity now. Reciprocity, we've got to talk about them a little bit more. Okay, so far, throughout Halo 5, they've not yet won a championship. All right, maybe some of the individual players may have done, obviously Snipe Down being one of them, but this roster as itself has not yet won one. They have been looking absolutely formidable so far. I mean, when we look back to London, for example, they even knocked Splice down to a loser bracket. How do we see them performing here? Because right now, for me, I think Tox are wanting to end this entire game how they started, with this domination fashion.
Yeah, without a doubt, Tox and Splice are those favorites. But like you said, a roster like here, Reciprocity, they've always had those moments throughout those past few years. The members on, like the individuals on this roster have had the moments over these years where they've just surprised and made multiple upsets. So this roster in itself clearly has the potential, but it's really tough. Like when they go against someone like Tox or Splice and those squads are playing their best, I don't know if Reciprocity's best hang with them. I really don't. It's really tough to call it out. However, there are times when Tox or Splice are playing, I would say, like average or okay, and Reciprocity can absolutely beat a Splice or Tox. They are not playing at their best.
Back-to-back triple kills, just like that for Snipe Down, and yeah, I can kind of attest to that a little bit. I mean, when we look towards, when we look back at London, for example, they played Splice for a second time round, and then Splice really did come out to play. You know, you go inside the bear cave, you're going to get the claws at the end of the day. You push someone up against a wall like that, and you have to be able to be prepared for the onslaught that will be received backwards. Looking at these two teams at the moment, I have to go with what the audience has said and what the desk has said. To be honest with you, would suspect that this goes in the hands of Reciprocity. This is your third North American seed, but it's still going up against the 8th North American seed. You can't really, you know, you can't take that for granted example. They still play their asses off and they still got here throughout, you know, the 2Ks and such.
Yeah, you can't take it for granted, but I also think Clutch kind of called it out perfectly on the desk where he said, it's probably actually bad for mentality that they won that 2K here against Reciprocity. That means Reciprocity are going to take this so much more serious. They're going to actually want to make a statement during this matchup instead of just winning it and going through the motions here. So yeah, I expect Reciprocity just to kick it up a notch and to roll through the rest of this match. But with that being said, mentality right now, they do have 2 of the strongholds.
Yep, how long they can actually keep them for is a completely different question, because the Wizard has his Cloak of Invisibility, noob combo in hand. He's been using this combination for many years, probably many that you've had a nightmare of remembering, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not a pleasure to play against that guy. There's a lot of times you'll talk about certain opponents and you're just like, it was a pleasure to compete against him. It's like, Pistol, no, he was a nightmare to play against. I never want to play against that man and anything else in the rest of my life.
Expand a little bit, kind of on what Wes mentioned about him just being a complete nuisance.
Oh my God. So playing against Pistola, he always knows the fastest route to get away. He just has such perfect movement that he's always just taking quick routes to get away, or times that you get weak, you're just like, man, I saw Pistola over there like halfway across. I know he's gonna come around this corner and dodge whatever grenades or any sort of blockades I put there and gonna finish me off. So he's just always in the right spots at the right time. But without a doubt, the most frustrating part about him is how he's able to get away, stay alive, buy those extra couple seconds where he can get help or just completely escape on his own.
It feels like some of the stuff that he does pull off is rather unorthodox, and you wouldn't really suspect him to do. I mean, he doesn't do stupid things like he won't. If he's one shot, he's not going to take a challenge. He knows when the right discipline to be used, for example.
Like right here, just look at how he's able to hunt down this player. This player has made some amazing movements here over on Loop, and Ola's been doing a great job keeping those shields off and fighting that player. Looks like that player actually was able to somehow evade Pistola, which is an amazing feat. But regardless, whole point being is any single time that Pistola is fighting that person, always knows how to put in that pressure, is usually a step ahead or just going toe-to-toe with that player and not letting them escape.
Been trying to escape for a while, but the new combo does come through. Finally seals his fate. Holding on glass here, just making sure nobody can kind of spawn behind them and get a rush on it. We do have Tommy up top mid. Camo's there. I'm not entirely sure who grabbed it. Was no. Who took that one then? I actually missed that one, to be honest. Still 3 plots in hand. Time's going to keep ticking up, 2 at a time. Does get snapped that down on driveway. We'll look at the bigger picture, and I think this might just be a simple. I'm guessing that was the camo guy that may have gone down. Thank you very much for observers if it was. 2 players, though, coming off the respawn. They will move across from the nest area. They'll back down, but again, keep them pinched into the garden. You don't really need to... You don't need to force it here. You can just slay them as they do spawn there and do come out. They are going to collapse on it. At least keep a bit of pressure up on there. But again, when you've only got 11 points needed, Dave.
Yeah, 11 points needed, but they also, like you said, they didn't have to force any sort of move towards yard. Instead, mentality, they pushed out, gave up 2 deaths. So at that point, yeah, you go capitalize. Go take that free 3rd stronghold.
It's just a matter of watching this clock go down. Again, seems to be a fairly straightforward here game for Reciprocity. I don't want to take anything away from Mentality Esports whatsoever. That's not what we're about. We're about giving both sides an even amount of airtime and, of course, an even amount of talking points. But at the end of the day, this is Reciprocity. They are one of the best teams, not in America, but in the world for a reason. You look across that and, you know, when you've got 2 legends in the form of Pistola and Snipedown, I think it kind of attests to what Halo 5's been all about, right? When we look towards the 2 of the players that we're teaming with, maybe 2-3 years ago, we wouldn't have seen a roster like this. It's taken a little bit of time to find the gods of Halo 5, so to speak, the younger generation that's been brought up through it. But, man, Saiyan and Trippy, they're just freaks at this game. Saiyan especially is just an absolute, well, I was about to say he's an absolute animal. He only got 5 kills in that game, but nevertheless, 10 assists still.
Yeah, still doing work. There's always those interesting amalgamations with these rosters where it comes from some new gun, someone who is just super strong in that individual game, and then usually a mix of players who have spanned multiple games, like you said, the likes of Pistol and Snipedown, who have seen so much success from as early as Halo 2 and Halo 3, whereas you would argue someone like Saiyan and Trippy here, they haven't really seen the same sort of success until they've gotten here closer to Halo 5, and they've been absolute monsters in this game. So it seems like that is a strong recipe for a strong roster. Once you get, like you said, you have to have those players who have stood the test of time, that have proven themselves over and over again, that have been on the finals of the stages. People have been national champions like Ola and Snipedown. And those young guns that just know how to pick up on the small little nuances that just have perfected those small pieces in this game.
All right, then Slayer on the rig. Super CC, Taulik, Jazero, and Envo. Dave, you've got to keep your head high when you're going into game number 2, okay? You're already down by 1-0, and you are playing against one of the best teams in the world. Coach, in the back, what are you saying to this roster? Is there any kind of weakness on the Reciprocity that you can kind of see they might be able to take advantage of?
I mean, here's the thing. The coaches are going to be able to help affect their mindset, their mood, calling out, obviously, the power-ups and such. But there's not going to be one magic thing that he's going to be like, guys, you know what? You take out Pistola right at the beginning. You just charge through him. Free, easy 3 kills. Like, no, there's nothing like that you can say. There's no one sentence that you can tell these members here on Mentality that is going to somehow make them just or on this Reciprocity squad. Instead, you have to keep your team aware of the states of the game, realizing how many players you have in each squad, because there's going to be plenty of times where 1 or 2 members of Mentality fall, and during those times, Mentality have to back down. They can't give up more free, easy kills. Instead, they have to hunker down, make Reciprocity, make a play. Don't give up any more free kills, and like I said, when they're down in numbers, hunker down. When they have numbers, make sure they're all pushing together.
Let's see how they do off the respawn here. They did have a little bit of a good start. Got a couple of kills. We saw Envo causing a fair few problems. A couple of doubles in the bag. Sniper did go down in the form of Trippy. They managed to at least burn him out with the scatter shot. They did also eliminate the camo guy. The problem is, where is that sniper landing? I'm looking across all 4 POVs. It's not actually in anyone's hands. It may have been burnt or out of ammo for now. We'll see how they answer back. Doing cool. I want to say doing quite well, but Pistola just comes around the corner, finds them on the barrels, and picks up a triple kill as well. All right, then line them up, knock them down, not a problem. Easy peasy for Justin. It's things like that where you can't, especially when you come off of a respawn, it's like, all right, boys, let's get his head back in the game. But when you run into him and he just smashes Ollie, it's like, ugh.
Yeah, those parts are rough. And actually, in a situation like that where Pistola is acquiring a triple kill, I don't fault a squad like Mentality nearly as much, because clearly they're all dying right back to back, all fighting together. A situation like that where they just lost the team fight. That's okay. They had all their teammates fighting together in a situation. It's the times where they let death stagger back to back, where they have 1 kill happen, and then maybe 4 or 5 seconds later, a double kill happens, then another single kill, and they never are able to get all 4 members alive at the same time.
I mean,
but despite that, they're still, right now we have Mentality in the lead by 1. They now just grabbed camo. So they're still doing things obviously extremely well, despite seeing some stellar individual plays like that triple kill from Pistola.
I think consistency is key, right? We kind of see it around the 30. We generally see in Halo around the 30-point mark where people start to run out of steam, so to speak, and then it'll start to snowball a little bit. These deaths, they'll really begin to bank up, and it becomes a problem. But right now, they're answering 1 for 1. Hell, they're even in the lead by 2. All right, still early days, but it's going to give you a, no pun intended, a good mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. One part I'm wondering that might play to Mentality's benefit is the fact that this is Slayer. They don't have any sort of pressuring objective against them. They have a lot of strong individuals here in Mentality, so these individuals can now instead worry about just life for life, kill for kill. They don't have any sort of objective pressuring them to make any extra mistakes that they might already be incurring.
As long as they keep the lead, everything's going to be happy days. Fresh sniper rifle comes up. Okay, now then get a setup here. You look at it this from another side of the coin, right? Reciprocity has to make all the moves. You have the lead. Oh, all right, they've lost one. Grenade from bottom mid. Where's his teammates, though? They're covering all the angles. He needs the defense here. You can't just go pushing off one. Oh, that was a banger of a shot. Hits him flying around the corner. His teammate has moved out of bunker, so they'll at least be able to keep engine side.
I don't know if I like this push.
No, it's unless it's a, you know,
I did not like that push. The reason
why would
I
you
didn't
just go running in with sniper like that?
Well, I think J0 ended up seeing some pressure going over towards top security side and felt like, all right, I no longer should be over at bunker, which is, that's
rotation.
That's reasonable. It's reasonable to rotate over towards top tower. However, once you're towards top tower side, I feel like you instantly have to go towards either snipe hall or elbow, or towards scatter shot.
That's fair.
So I felt like that should have been a rotation towards scatter shot, but I think J0 was maybe trying to be a bit too selfless. Was maybe trying to say, all right, I'm gonna go help my teammates take over engine 2 again.
A little bit more communication potentially. As we curse at the caster, we do switch it off, but the headshot comes through. Super CC back-to-back, loses his face for the second time to Mr. Rona. Pistola in the kill feed as well. Talik's gone down. You can see on his radar. Oh, maybe he hasn't. There was a player behind him. I just copped for it on radar. Cops for another one. Here comes the player. Scope him. Bye-bye. And dust him as well. Just for good measure. Second player steps up to the plate. You can have a bit as well, my son. Where's the third? Bring it on. Killing spree in hand. And this is the point, Dave. We're at that 30-point mark. This is where all of a sudden they've had this 3-kill lead. It's just all going to pot.
Yeah, and that was actually pretty terrifying because, like you said, Mentality, they actually had even more than a few kill lead for a moment there when they had that sniper over towards top tower. And it's just all falling apart. Feels like they don't know where this wizard's coming from. Pistola acquiring a second triple kill of the game.
So that's the second time that he's got a triple kill, Dave, and no one's known where he's coming from. All players are looking away from him. He's allowed to take down a player without receiving any kind of offensive stance. No one's saying he's behind us, he's shooting. Where are these angles? They're all grouped together and giving away all these amount of kills for free.
Yeah, and it's so tough because they obviously have some great distractions here on Reciprocity where they're laying down so much cover fire and making many windows of opportunity where Pistola's just crawling through that window and taking advantage of it as he acquires those kills.
Oh, well, I don't know how he got the kill. I think he banked it off the wall then, to be honest with you. I saw the hit markers come through, so goes around the corner, gets a second beat down as well. Easy kill for Siam. 39 kills, 24, 6 minutes on the clock. This should be a GG rather soon unless they can slow it down, but trying to slow it down against the Reciprocity, that's highly in the lead here. And also fresh sniper rifles come up. They will all charge out into the open. That's a pretty decent nade. Didn't quite catch it, but he got the shots coming off. Now they can make something happen. Take control of white. 1, 2, 3 individual players. Get this last player. Move that sniper rifle away. Come on. People they're just keeping him there.
That kill. Trippy gets the kill on Anvor, who is over at snipe side, and they actually had numbers advantages.
Yeah.
So that is, that's got to be incredibly discouraging there for Mentality. They have more presence on the map. They had the power up, and they're still not able to stay alive or turn some more kills.
Just that one angle. Just nobody watching Whitehall, so he was allowed to just slap the sniper and move it away. Jesus. I don't know how he does it. Go on, do it again. Have a bit of that. This is what we want to see. This is the finals. This is going to be a very, very fun weekend. We've got Halo 3 action coming to you live tomorrow and Sunday as well. And then, of course, the best teams in the world seeing this game out in an absolutely blinding fashion. I'm excited. I hope you guys at home are excited. Make sure you're tweeting the stream all weekend long using that hashtag HCS. Get more eyes on the prize. I thought it was going overwhere just to give him some, give him a bit of a cheeky tea back there. You know, just travel across. I did kill you. Not a problem. GG. Not quite yet the no-re. One more game will solidify this series. 2-0 reciprocity with an absolutely sterling performance there. I mean, still, even from their side, let's look at the other side of the coin, Dave. They were down by 3. They kept it together. I think even for a good 2 to 3 minutes, they were constantly chasing the tails. You know, mentality, we're keeping up with the kills.
Yeah, but I think if you look at that game in halves, in respect to mentality's kills, the first 15 or so kills, it was neck and neck. 15 kills to 15 kills, nearly tied with reciprocity. However, the second half of their 15 kills, you saw how reciprocity were able to rack up 35 compared to their 15.
It does scare me sometimes how much a certain power weapon can make such a massive difference. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, the sniper rifle on this map, when you have a player that is so proficient with it as well, that can make every single bullet count, it's insane. It truly is. It's magnificent to watch. This is why we like watching these players. This is why we play this game and why they do exactly the same. But we will be moving into map number 3 very shortly. We'll see if this series will be a 3-0 or if mentality can make some kind of a comeback. It's possible. It certainly is, you know, especially when you look towards Oddball, which is going to be our next game type. It can be a little bit rubber band now and again. There are those kind of signs of life where if you can just at least hunker down, get a ball inside a base, work with them, let the enemy team constantly run at you and slay them over and over again. It is one of those game types, like, for me, Strongholds, you can steal from good teams.
Yeah, mentality, without doubt, has the capability if they get control and they get some of those starting slays. But that's the if statement that first needs to be answered. If they can do that, then sure, they're going to run away with a lot of points. They'll get some sort of lead and see if they can hold on to that. But as we've seen a few times throughout this match, it feels like even when reciprocity start to get down, they start to have a few deaths against them. It feels like they're somehow still able to get themselves out of that full lockdown situation. Someone still comes up clutch and gets a kill, or Pistol comes out of nowhere and racks up a triple kill, or whatever it happens to be. So I think it's going to be really tough for me to see this reciprocity not only have a few deaths, but also go all 4 down.
Look at this. That was an entire sniper counter. The initial grenades went off the spawn. He went for it, tried to stop the player from grabbing it. Sniper disappears off map. It's okay. I know where he is. Take the new combo. Transfers round. Has literally just taken this Autobot out of the window. You can now move forward. You can now bring your teammates here. You can now spawn them. He's now got the power weapon. Rather than just completely bombing it for a power-up at the start, he's gone into eliminated one. Do it. Go on. Will he challenge it? Grenade comes out, at least force him back. His teammate's there to back him up. Pastilla said, okay, I'll give you the support you need. Teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, to kill the sniper, you have to think like the sniper. So, snipe down. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the type of guy that, like, gets killed in matchmaking or gets killed during a scrim from someone who comes from a unique angle and just goes back and watches that like, all right, I'll make sure that never happens again.
Why do you have that gun? Why? It's mine. I mean, if you're going to put sniper in your name, right, you've got to be willing to live up to the standard, I suppose. And this man does it. He's been playing for a hell of a long time. He's got a pretty decent fan base. One of the bigger streamers, I want to say, for Halo. So it's nice to see him doing so well at the moment. Funny hit, both him and Frosty, I think they're at the most subs they ever have been. I could be wrong there. Trippy down in the kill feed, picks up a double. Nobody really wants to actually play objective at the moment. It's just batter each other, and you're not playing Slayer, lads. Come on, get the objective.
Well, both these teams realize that giving up that potential 1 or 2 neutral kills in this situation is going to result in the other team getting the ball and running away. So scrapping up just a couple seconds here, it's not as feasible to do down that bomb center area. A lot of times you're kind of setting yourself up for a death wish. Instead, you need to wait for the right moments where your team gets a kill or 2, and then you can rotate ball over towards blue, towards red, towards security.
Bowler comes flying around the corner. No shields at all. Initial grenades go out. They'll at least force them back. That's 2 players all tinked up and very much damaged. OS popping any second. The battle will endure. 1 player, look at that. Full commitment. 2 from the back, 1 down front. Steals the ball. Got to be careful here. New combos there. Misses him. Second player will split this one through. They get 1. He gets the second. Don't get done by it. His teammate gives him help and support. He does stay alive, but that OS is absolutely null and void. Okay, Wreck, they lost a player. Fair play, but at least eliminated the OS from the game.
Yeah, they eliminated OS. They also got the play ball there. So I did see Mentality essentially acquire 3 kills over those last 10 seconds or so. But I don't see them fully set up to grab this ball yet. It feels like a very individual play, and unfortunately trying to take a sneaky route and finds Trippy there near that bottom pit. So that's going to pay off as he gets the kill and gets the ball moving towards blue.
Fortunately, his teammates aren't there for the support they needed. One will be taking a quick look through control. Envo is now Unfortunately, throwing those grenades like that, sometimes you do give away your position.
That's what I was just going to say, is it felt like that player either had a really great call-out from his teammate and had a death screen that knew a player was on the ball, or clearly a lack of communication going on there for Mentality, because in a situation like that, you have the death screen on that exact spot. You should know that someone's there exactly. You shouldn't be guessing left, right, as we saw going over from that player. So, I mean, Telik, I think clearly, or Envor needs to hear a bit more from his teammates and understand where these players are coming from, where they're going.
Snapshot coming. Oh, no. You hate to see it. I mean, sometimes you love to see it, but generally you hate to see it. Unfortunately, hits his mate in the back of the head. He goes down. Yeah, it's a bit of a bigger story, right, Dave? I think with Halo 5 that there is a fair amount of people that have come to the mentality of they understand that the grenades do get hit markers and they can be used as like a miniature radar, so to speak. You can feel it out and try and find these players hiding in corners as such. It is a new thing that we've seen with Halo 5. But again, there's the opposite side to that. You're throwing these nades, people are seeing where they're coming from. It's like, okay, well, I can have at least, you're trying to find me, but I know exactly where you're lobbing them from. You're giving away your position. All right, you bottom mid. There's one player here. This is what he's doing. Mortar bomb comes through. I think did he burn that?
That looked like a burn.
It was definitely a burn, right?
Yep.
Okay, fair play. Rockets go up. No hit markers are found off that one. Flash ball does pop.
Such a low-scoring game. I'm surprised that neither of these squads have either acquired enough control to rack up a bunch of points. Right there, we do see Mentality acquire 2 kills, and Snipe Down has been sniffed out over here at Red, so this could be a 3rd kill here for Mentality.
They got the ball, at least chill him. His teammates moved over to control. Oh, they see him though. Yep, 2 players that at least kind of trying to switch and bait here. You can see, we'll watch that kill feed to see if it does actually go his way. Envor does pick up Snipe Down, so they do find him. Comes around the corner, and Pistola, who was trying to at least give him that level of support, now be able to push him back. Grenades will go down, finds his man. Finds another one on radar as well. Again,
just to say the radar player right there. Obviously, yeah. I think that player was just trying to get over towards Pistola a little too quick.
Ooh,
and unfortunately give away their position where they could have possibly taken out Ola on their own.
Trippy's taking advantage of this one though. When all these individual battles have been going on the other side of the map, he said, okay, well, fair enough. You boys will happily die. I'll bring the ball over to the opposing side. They're inside blue, but unfortunately now they're all dead. I like the fact that Eric's made his way in here because at least stops them all from spawning there. Now you can see they're outside. They're split a little bit. One of them getting a little bit over too zealous and he's going over to Nest. Again, a bit too far away from the ball because if they kill these 2 players, they've got this entire blue side to themselves. They have to be very careful here.
But I do agree with that that scrap up play though by Trippy. A lot of times when I was competing or when I'm analyzing the game, I try to break it down, you know, into like its quarter or halfway marks. So in a situation like this where the game is halfway over and there's only 35 or 40 points on the board for one of the teams, you have to start to put that in perspective and realize, all right, it's actually worth it for me to scrap up these 3 or 5 seconds because that could be the difference between winning this exact game.
Players coming from his left. Oh my word. Okay. Ball grabs OS. Gets bodied by the sniper, comes straight off the respawn. There's 1 second person, goes flying by Fan. Now he can rotate, move to the opposing side of the map. Watch Minicat here, which is exactly what he's doing. Also Window, if they want to take that bottom middle route. There's really no point because it becomes a bit of a pit of death, unfortunately. But Minicat will be the offensive side. He can tag him up, let the OS sniffer dog go through. Finds another player as well. Dinks him for a 2nd time, finishes him off, and now the smackdown has been laid, Dave.
Yeah, they're just dominating. So many things just went right there for Reciprocity. Getting control of the sniper, hitting the shots they needed, getting control of the overshield, and also rotating off the overshield. So for example, you saw Saiyan holding the ball, bring it towards blue with overshield. But as soon as they had another teammate up from Reciprocity, they passed that over. That way they get the full use of the overshield. They can put that player on the front line where they can do damage, take damage, and get kills.
Ball time keeps ticking away. Trippy's happy. The call will be made that it's time to move, which is what he does. That'll be the drop, but that's a beat down, so he's got to be careful now, calling out for his teammates, find out where this player is. Might be able to at least dupe him there for a second to be able to go in the base. He does have a level of support. Now they can move it here, and this is a great spot because you've got 2... Oh, okay.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some sort of communication there. You just saw the hit marker from the grenades and exactly where the player was.
Yeah, so knew there was a player behind, but also on top of that, you'll notice how Trippy prematurely played the ball instead of wait until he was shot. That way he wasn't just going to give up a free kill. Some players make mistakes saying, all right, I have to hold this ball until I'm 100% threatened. Instead, Trippy just played it immediately, and that's going to pay off in many other situations.
Quick question, Dave. When you're playing a ball like that and you're doing that situation, whose decision is that? Is that an individual player or does that come from the team captain?
It's a mix because everyone should be aware of the state of the game. Like, hey, if you've already had 1 or 2 teammates fall and they still have all 4 alive, multiple people should be calling it out, saying, hey, you're the last 2 alive. And so at some point, the ball carrier needs to know, all right, I need to play that right away and get to a safe spot and kill. Or it's too late for me to play this ball. It is actually worth it to scrap up these last 2 or 3 seconds. So it comes down to a bit of both. It should be relying on your teammates calling out how many are left, and it should also be relying on the ball carrier. They don't need to be babied. You don't need to say, hey, there's 2 down of us. You now need to go play that ball. Like, everyone needs to understand how to play certain situations in Halo.
This will be the 3rd play. Oh, that's cheeky. I think it was a trade-off at least. Straight off the respawn, then a few players down here for Reciprocity. Maybe Mentality can make something happen. One player pushing over aggressively, at least getting just on the pipework there, trying to stop anyone who wants to do a flood from the back of the red ramp. Sniper coming up, but we might not necessarily see it. Only a few more seconds, 4 to be exact, and that's going to be a win for Rec and the 3-0 on the series. But we do have Mentality holding it for a fair amount of time. That's a double. Looking for that triple. That just runs away from him. He'll probably get that called out. Ola should be finishing that one off. There it is in the kill feed. The look towards the ball here. It's down bottom mid. It's one of those things where you can get a few more kills, run, grab it. That should be all she wrote now. 3-0 will be the final series score. Reciprocity. They are looking for a championship. They are looking for their event win in Halo 5. This is the final time to do it. And first game of the weekend, they start off with a 3-0. Their road to victory has begun, Dave, but there's 3 days left of it, and there's a lot of opponents that are going to be in their way.
Yeah, and if we're analyzing that by score lines, yes, it seemed like a dominating one-sided affair. However, the early portions of those games, especially when we talked about Slayer on the rig and the beginning of this oddball match on Eden, it was neck and neck. I mean, dead even between those 2 rosters. So Reciprocity sure made a statement with the score lines, but overall it wasn't like this dominating landslide victory.
Yeah, I think that's what we kind of mentioned over when we talk about consistency, or not consistency, running out of steam and being able to at least keep going and understanding, okay, we need to push through this. How do we keep us head focused in the game? If we do lose, how do we just, bounce back from that one? And this is where it kind of comes through from those more tenured teams, so to speak, the ones that have been through the dirt, the ones that have been playing for so long. If it's the one thing we do find about, a couple of the other Halo 5 teams, there's a lot of, on the more amber, I don't like using the word amateur, but below the top kind of 4 to 6, there's a lot of team changing. Anything below top 8 to top 16, players are always rotating, players are always switching. I mean, even below the top 4, we always see a player or 2 kind of changing out. So you don't get that constant consistency of knowing, all right, how are we going to play this one? How do we work? What do we do when we're losing? What do we do when we're winning? What's the mindset? And again, there is quite a lot, to be said for staying together.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's all we got time for here from myself and Dave. For now, we'll let the desk break that one down a little bit more. Lottie and the team, over to yourself.
Thank you so much, Jen. It's always lovely to hear from Walshy and Sims, 2 great guys. And talking about other great guys, Reciprocity looking pretty good as well up there. To be expected, really. Like we said, online is so different from being here in the room, and boy, they did show that clutch.
Right, great guys and fantastic Halo players, all 4 of them. They really came out and made a statement. I was kind of interested to see if Mentality was going to even be able to take a game. I thought it possibly could happen, maybe the Team Slayer, but Snipedown said no. Snipedown got a hold of that sniper, and that's something Mentality really needs to focus on for the rest of this tournament is if you're playing one of these top teams, you can't give them the power weapons, especially not players like Snipedown, because that's the easiest way to lose.
I mean, you're absolutely right, Wes. There were some amazing individual performances from these players. Snipedown, like we talked about before it got started, he is somebody that can absolutely shut down these teams here, especially those lower-seeded ones. His skill, his ability to move around the map is literally some of the best we've had for almost a decade now. And when you combine him with the likes of Pistola and some of the other guys here, that's why we see them with so much success. But I don't want to take anything away from Mentality, because they had really solid moments. They were able to control the pace of the game for periods of time. Of course, not enough to overcome the obstacle of Reciprocity themselves, but not a bad showing nonetheless.
Solid is not going to cut it against this Reciprocity roster. It's not going to cut it against any of the top 6 teams. If you're Mentality, you got to play better than Solid.
I mean, gentlemen, looking at these two teams, it just wasn't a fair game there. Reciprocity were going hard, and I think if they play that way through the rest of the tournament, we could be seeing them on that main stage in the grand final.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a team that has had struggles in, being satisfied with how they perform as a unit at the individual events. But, we talked about the 4 guys. They've also got Ogre 2 behind them, who, was obviously the GOAT here.
Well, speaking of one of the 4 guys, we actually have Snipe down on the desk. Lovely to have you here. Congratulations on a really great series. I just want to start off with a difficult question. In the 2K, you guys lost online to them. I just want to know, from your perspective, what happened? How did they manage to beat you 3 objective games back-to-back?
Yeah, honestly, I think they just wanted it more that weekend. And, right after they beat us, they beat Renegades. And I think, they just came out really hot. They knew that they were going to be in a tough pool and were really wanting to get some good practice in against a top team in us. And I really do think that they just were well prepared for that. And we just came out a little flat.
Well, where was your mentality when you got onto that main stage? You were like, right, okay, yeah, fair enough. They did take a series from us in the 2K online, but, we've worked on a few things. Where were your guys' heads at going onto that main stage?
Yeah, I think this weekend we just know how much work we put into this, and when it comes down to one weekend where winner takes all, and it just really comes to us using all that practice and putting it all together, there's no room for slacking here this weekend. And this is not online. This is the live event. This is the last Halo 5 tournament. So there's no way for us to come out flat. And if we did, we'd really get on each other's backs about it.
Right, Eric. I said it before the series. We weren't really going to learn too much from you guys playing in pool play. It's nonchalant effort out of you guys when you guys beat these teams. I mean, I see it every tournament. I've always said it. It's like you, Pistola, like the Royal 2s of the world. You just eat the amateur teams. And what I mean by that, it's like you just feast on them. Like your stats are unreal. I'm sure your kill death ratios right now are out of the roof. And that's what you have always done your entire career against these teams. But we got to see those performances against the top teams. What's it going to take for this Reciprocity roster to be able to? I know you're not going to beat Splice or Tox like you just beat them, but how are you going to beat them?
Yeah, so I've always been kind of like King Noob Slayer. So
exactly.
Wow.
Early on in these tournaments, it really is just getting into our groove and really finding that comfortable feeling against these teams. And then when we get into the top teams, I really do think it's good that we're playing, because they're a good team, like they really are. And we have Straight Ripper in our pool, and they're the top European team as well. And I think it's good for us to get some good competition in early, so then when we do play these top teams, we're well prepared, and we're going to go into those games with full awareness that these teams are going to come out hot. Tox, you get 100% from every time. You know what you're going to get. So I really just feel like it is just us cutting out the errors. And we came out slow that Eden oddball game, but you saw what happened. We finally found our groove. We got like 120 straight seconds or something like that.
Absolutely. Kyle, you have anything?
Yeah, we saw. I kind of asked this question to Renegades as well. What is different about this event, or what's going to be different for you guys? What was your preparation schedule like heading into this with so much on the line, like we talked about?
Yeah, so for us, I really do think that, we're the most well-prepared team, us and Tox has been like that for every single tournament for 3 years, and you've seen him in the finals at every single tournament. So, we scheduled scrims against Tox for Monday and Thursday every single week leading up to the tournament, and I really do feel like that's going to pay off, and I'm hoping it's us versus them, because I feel like we are the two teams that put the most into it, and it'd be really cool to see a clash between us in the end.
That's really, the majority of the time you see that hard work pay off. I mean, that was some of the reason my teams had success in the past, was because we had to grind harder than the majority of the top teams. I mean, if you want to be the best team at the tournament, you have to prepare for it. And that's something, like you have said, Tox has done throughout all of Halo 5. And it's good to see another team as dedicated as them, scrimming as them, and hopefully that brings a higher quality of Halo 5 this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have no doubt this is like the most important tournament. It's the final tournament. Who doesn't want to go out as the first place team and the team that can say that they were the best by the end of Halo 5?
I mean, the question is, though, are you going to be that team?
I'm gonna do whatever I can to. So I think we put in the most work, and I really hope it pays off this weekend.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, it was a pleasure having you on the desk, Snipe Down. I'll probably see you again up here soon when you take another series from one of the teams. So congratulations, and I'll see you later on in the day. Well, that is going to do it for now. But up next, we've got an incredible series. We've got Renegades versus Elevate. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Join now and get your first month for $1.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
Xbox One S, the best value in games and entertainment. Now that's a big fun deal.
Over 100 great games.
Endless play.
New titles monthly. More is...
My job? It's pretty awesome. I work the drive-thru at Xbox Game Pass.
Hey, welcome to Game Pass. How can I help you?
We'll take Halo and Gears of War.
Get Banjo-Kazooie, get Banjo-Kazooie. You can get all of these, and it's just $9.99 a month.
What?
It's weirdly challenging to convince people they can get over 100 games.
Every game? You can get all of them.
All right, Soul Calibur 2?
All of them. Oh, we got zombie games.
Borderlands?
All of them.
So then we'll take everything?
Excellent choice. I love this guy. Comes in every Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the HCS 2018 Finals. My name is Lottie Van Praag. We're here at DreamHack Atlanta. I'm going to be hosting all weekend long alongside my two chums. I've got Clutch and Elamite here as well. Gents, we've seen some incredible stuff so far. 3-0s. I mean, you know, it is what it is. We don't really like 3-0s that much, but it's group play, and what can you say? You've got to get through it to get to the best. Now, next up, we've got Renegades versus Elevate. Now, we've seen Renegades perform before. They were versus Shock the World, and it wasn't a shock that they won that one. I'm gonna come on with these puns, mate. I really am, because you started it, so therefore I'm finishing it. Just saying, gentlemen. Obviously, this lineup could get a little bit more exciting. What do you make of this, Clutch?
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the best series we have in pool play. This Elevate roster has a lot of experience and has a lot of talent on it, and I think if they're playing very well and Renegades is having like a B kind of a day, not playing their A game, we could see an upset here. I think Elevate has a chance.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the first series, if we're going back looking at that schedule, that I'd say is not going to be a 3-0. And it's because the level of talent that we're seeing from both of these squads here, and they have a lot of history. A lot of these guys are former teammates and have a lot of experience together. So, I mean, Renegades, the scary part for Elevate is that Renegades was playing so well this morning. Miko and Sniper was so on point. Neptune was hitting all of his shots, and then we really haven't seen Elevate. Yes, they played, but it was off stream, so we really don't know what to expect from them yet here today.
As a great man once said, by the way, this is Dave Walsh, he said, to kill with a sniper, you have to be the sniper. So Mikwin certainly was doing that this morning, but it's whether he can continue that on through to this series, because the heat is turning up a little bit now with Elevate in the room. What do you make of Elevate as a team?
I think Elevate's a very scrappy team. They have a lot of objective players on this team, but they also play very efficient Halo. Like, that's how they're going to win this series. They're going to win this series by being scrappy and squeezing out wins when they should not be the team that wins. And there's no shame in that. I made a living doing it. Sometimes you gotta be that scrappy player, like an L-Town, like a Spartan. If Spartan the Dog can have a good series, I think this could go the distance. But we're gonna have to see how this Elevate roster's playing.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It really comes down to who steps up and who's performing in that individual match. It's not a lot of opportunity. You prepare for months and months and months, and you get moments in time to show what you're capable of. And it comes down to those individual, sometimes milliseconds, point, a kill, a cap that determines who comes out ahead and ultimately who takes home that big paycheck.
Well, if you at home are just joining us, welcome first of all to the HCS 2018 Finals. We're at DreamHack Atlanta. I'm going to show you the groups that we have at the moment because this is pretty much sums up exactly how this weekend is going to be going. Now, of course, we've got Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. Let's have a look. Renegades, there we go. They're in Group D. Looking at that, they've already taken out Shock the World. Really, Elevate really is their next prime position. But it's whether Renegades can sort of duel with the big dogs, the Tox Game, the Reciprocity, the Splice, for example. Do you think if they do beat Elevate, they could duel with these guys?
I don't think this Elevate series is really going to dictate how they're able to play against Tox and Splice. Those are two different beasts we're talking about. But this is a very important series. They do need to come out #1 in their seed if they want to have the tournament they want to have, aka have a chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to beat everybody to win, well, most of the time here. You need to be able to perform better than everyone, and essentially, it just shouldn't matter who you're playing against, you need to come out with those W's here. And if Renegades doesn't do that, that's a big confidence hit to take as well. So when you go into that next series, that's something Splice and Tox are probably going to be watching as well. If Renegades doesn't come out ahead here, it's really going to hurt them, the confidence level everyone else will have going up against their matchup.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule that we've got for you today to see exactly what we have lined up. We've already been through our first two matches, Renegades versus Elevate. Reciprocity takes on Straight Ripping. But next, we have got, actually, sorry, that is not correct. We've actually got Renegades up first versus Elevate now. Sorry, it's actually been updated, and I'm the one that's actually very far behind, which is always good. So, of course, Reciprocity, Straight Ripping. I'm looking at that EU team there, gents, and I'm thinking, can they honestly play up to this level?
Yeah, I don't know. You change your team name, you get a good org, but I don't think it changes the players on the team, and I don't think it changes the way that team's going to play. They did get a team house, so yeah, maybe they did get some good practice in, and maybe they can alter and make enough critiques to where it's a difference between placings, but like I said, that's just too far of a jump for the Straight Ripping roster to try and make in one tournament. I don't think they have a chance in that series.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely go with Reciprocity as far as any predictions go for myself, but Straight Ripping, like you pointed out, they've had that team house. They probably have the best and longest practice that they've actually had coming into one of these Halo 5 events, just period here, especially when you've got the likes of T-Squared and other people small that have been in the corner, that have been through the ringer here and it had so much experience. They can really kind of help accelerate these guys, get them in the right mindset here when they come into the event.
Well, you can also have your say at home. We want to hear exactly what you think is going to be happening back on main stage. Do you think it's going to be Renegades taking it, or do you think it's going to be Elevate? All you have to do is vote in the chat, and we will let you know what the percentage of you guys said at home later on when we give our final predictions too. Now, gentlemen, as we can see there, Renegades looking strong right at the start. Mikwin was going off, but that was to be expected. These guys, we have Penguin up here, he's saying he was feeling uncomfortable, that they really feel like they can go the extra mile here, Clutch.
Right, I think this series is really going to dictate how Renegades tournament's going, and I really want to see these top 4 teams that we think that they have separated themselves from the pack, and I really want to see this last Halo 5 tournament. Are they really separated, or can these 5, 6, 7, 8 seeds catch up? I've got to take Renegades on this one I think they're just too strong, too skilled. Elevate's going to be scrappy. They'll squeeze out a win. It's going to be a 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, Renegades is the team that is supposed to win this match. They're the ones that are the higher seed, have had so much success, almost toppled those top teams, and actually are the ones that have dropped a lot of the players along the way that have found themselves on that Elevate roster. So you're, looking at the book, it's supposed to be Renegades, but, I'm going to go opposite. Clutch, I'm going to go Elevate here.
Okay, wow.
He picked his brother.
He has.
You
wow.
got to go with the blood.
The family, I love that. I mean, looking at that, Elamite, with your opinion there, what is it about Elevate that's really taking your fancy here, and where do you see them placing in this tournament?
I'd love to see them go all the way, break into that top 4 spot, and if you're able to topple Renegades, that's exactly where you're headed here. One thing I like is that it is with it being the last Halo 5 event, some of these guys, have been along the way the entire time. L10 at the first Halo World Championships finished 2nd place, and Spartan, he's had his 2nd place finishes. Ace, he's been at the top of some of those rosters as well, breaking into the top 4. So there's a lot of potential here, and some newer faces like the Sabinator. So real big opportunities for him to come out and shine. Like I said, if you're going by the book here, you gotta pick Renegades. But every once in a while, you get those crazy upsets, and it's Friday. It's crazier things have happened.
Now, Clutch, looking at Elevate here, and Elamite's prediction and hopes and dreams that he's just put on the line there. Do you think that these guys can do something like that? Can they break into a top 4 spot?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
Absolutely. We see these guys compete online against these teams all the time. And if you're going to break into the top 4, Renegades is the team to do it against. It's not Reciprocity, it's not Splice, and it's definitely not Tox. You want this Renegades roster to get into the top 4. You're worried about getting top 3 later on in the tournament when you do have to beat somebody else. But this is the best pool drawing that this team could have got. They wanted Renegades out of the top 4 seeds.
I mean, what do you think about the roster of Elevate at the moment? So obviously we've got L-Town Spartan, Ace Sabinator. I know there's a family member on there for you, Elamite, so I'm not going to bring this one to you because there's too much family love on the stream. But Clutch, looking at that lineup and that roster, you think that they're gelling pretty well?
We got to see it. These players are, I'll say it, they're very inconsistent. Ace, Spartan, we've seen them take over series just like Snipedown. We've also seen them late gooses. So, I mean, it's really going to come down to, are they hot today? And can they put that together for 3 days? But we're not worried about 3 days. We're worried about Friday. That's all they have to focus on is this one series. If they can win this series, they win their pool, and then they'll worry about what's to come. But Ace and Spartan can definitely slay with the best. So if they're hot, they can hang.
Well, taking it one step at a time, the series layout can always be very important too, depending on what maps go their way. But would you say, which team is more objective and which team is more Slayer-based, would you say?
Ooh, that's a tough call. I mean, looking at Renegades, I'd say they're a team that is very well-rounded as far as Slayers and objectives go. They're the ones that have consistently, been absolutely dominating the lower-seeded teams, and if anything, in certain game types, have dominated some of our top teams like Tox and Splice before as well. So you take a look at that game type, I mean, it's going to be one of those things for Elevate where maybe 9 times out of 10, Renegade's going to come out on top, but it doesn't matter because you just need to get it that one time.
We do indeed, and Chairman, I want to know your predictions for this series. I mean, Ian, you always jump the gun. You always tell us anyway. You're not hiding anything here. But who are you going to go with?
Elevate.
Elevate all the way?
3-2.
Bro, love that.
I'm sticking with the Renegades on this. I think they're the 3 and the 4 seed, Reciprocity and Renegades. We haven't seen win a tournament. I think this is their best chance to win a tournament. So if that's possible, they have to win this series or they're out.
Okay.
Renegades.
I like that.
3-1.
Harsh words from Clutch there. You're out. Love it. Whatever. I'm going to actually go with Renegades here. I've seen how well they're playing so far, and to be honest, I just don't think you can put out that fire. So we will see. But let's have a look at what you guys at home have said, because that was always important. There we go. That red bar is up there again, so it's Renegades. 75% said that it was going to be them, so I'm sorry, Namai, about that.
No, I mean, I don't blame them. Like I said, if you're looking at the stats, you're looking at the players, you got to go with Renegades. Because I actually agree with Wes. This might be the highest performance we see from Renegades all season long with what they've come up with, so or had to face off against. But like I said, I got to go Elevate here.
Okay, well, gentlemen, I'm going to throw it over to 2 of your casters who are going to take you through this and narrate you through this incredible series. Guys, it's over to you.
Thank you, Lottie. Yeah, Dan, we've got quite a matchup here. Your thoughts on this match, Renegades? They're looking pretty good after that match we saw earlier.
They are. I looked at the game types though, and you know me, you know my statistics. I like to take a look at what's the best game types, the worst game types. 3 of the weakest game types after the previous lands for Renegades here. So this could be a tough one. Of course, Elevate coming into this, a roster change. They've now got Ace on that roster. Falcated, unfortunately, loses his spot. I'm excited. I've always been a big fan of Ace. I'm not just saying that because Kyle is also here, Elamite's also here, but Ace is a fantastic player, and I think he's a good player to add to this roster.
Yeah, without a doubt. He brings in so much veteran skill and knowledge. Just when you're playing this game for so long, not even just this game, so many previous Halos, you just get super comfortable. And when you hop in with some other teammates that, I mean, Spartan, he's been around for a long time. L-Town placed second at the first Halo World Championships. I mean, Sabinator, I don't want to say he's brand new to the scene, fairly new to the scene. He's still been...
I mean, we're saying people are new to the scene, and we're at that last Halo 5 event. Like, at what point do they become veterans?
That is so true.
But you're right. It's a chance to leave an impression on a game right at the end now. Make your moment. Make a stamp on Halo 5 and say, look, I was one of the best players. This Elevate roster has a chance to break into that top 4, but they need to play at their very best, and they need to seize the moment on Renegade's worst game types. This game 1 is actually one of Renegade's best game types. Echelon, Oddball, Renegades have only lost once this season, and it was against Tox, and we know how well Tox have been playing.
And they played this when they played their last scrimmage against each other, and Renegades won 150 to 120 in their last matchup against this. So yeah, odds look like they are in favor of Renegades going into this, but when Renegades and Elevate did last match up in their last online scrimmage, Elevate actually came out on top. Yes, it's online scrimmaging. It's more so teams kind of feeling out how that other team is playing, so you're more so trying to see what they're going to do. Yeah, Elevate came out on top 8-3, but that's still showing Elevate. That's giving them some confidence coming into this tournament.
Well, the only thing we can really go off for this Elevate roster is online scrims. Of course, after that change, you can't really look at previous LAN results because with a roster change, it can change the whole dynamic of a team. It could change who's picking up the sniper, who's picking up the oddball, for example. And then everything is blown out of the water. Everything changes. For Elevate on Oddball Echelon, they had a 52% win rate during their scrims on this game type. So it's about bang on average for them. I'm really excited to be on his strong side. I think the addition of Ace might have changed just tiny things that Elevate needed. We saw at previous events little rivalries form against other teams for this Elevate roster as well. They get a bit heated. Spartan the Dog, we know what an incredible player he is as well. Main slayer for the team, main assister for the team. He does so much.
Yeah, and Spartan even said he feels like this team, they've had their great moments. They just need to capitalize and be able to bring home the W. And Ace feels like when they were playing in the online 2Ks, they beat themselves. But let's get into the match here. Here we go. Oddball on Echelon, kicking it off with Spartan as he's able to quickly find Penguin, but that's going to be a quick trade, and look at that. 3 go down immediately, make that 4, all 4 down, go for Elevate.
And it's always interesting on Echelon to see where you want to be holding this ball. We see a lot of players move over to that engine area. That seems to be the most solid place to lock down any sort of setup. If you're trying to set up anywhere else on the map, it seems a little bit loose and you seem to be able to get pushed from certain angles. So this is my favorite area to set up with the ball. They got 4 down right at the start. Perfect beginning for Renegades.
And look at the rotation though coming in. You're going to see L-Town working right next to his teammate, putting on the pressure. Elevate trying to just go in a complete circle, but great plays from Mikwin, leaving where he left off here, starting where he left off against Shock the World, hitting insane snipers, hits the overkill, and they're just 25-0 now.
I mean, Mikwin always impresses me. Every single Halo 5 event, he seems to step it up each time. Maybe this is the event that Renegades finally push into that top 2. Maybe even first. Who knows? We need to see overkills like that from Mikwin. We need to see the snipes that he was hitting last game if they're going to get that next level.
And yeah, it's possible for them to win this tournament. Do you think the pressure, there's a little bit more on some of the top teams just because, hey, this is the last tournament? Every player and every team here, they want to go out on top?
Certainly, that will be in the back of their mind. They want to leave that mark on Halo 5. So I don't even think the money will come into it. They won't even think about the incredible 300,000 prize pool that we have at this event. Instead, they'll be saying, we want to make our mark on Halo 5. We want to go out as the best Halo 5 team. And how amazing would that be for these Renegades boys, or even these Elevate boys if they were able to do it as well.
Sabinator pushing up the tunnel, trying to stay alive. He's going to get some help, but he'll get flanked. He'll be taken down. Now you'll see 2 go down for both squads, Renegades, and 2 down for Elevate. Over to Mikwin, who's got the plasma pistol. See if he's going to be able to find anyone as he's rotating over to try and get some eyes over by the oddball. Hits the combo there. He's going to be able to get the assist there as well, and now be able to push up a little bit and maybe be able to get some ball time.
Again, they're trying to set up in this similar area with this ball, but a sensible play ball there from Mikwin. Recognized that there were a few grenades coming in, didn't want to give away that opportunity for Elevate to get some crazy ball time. I think the camo popped, and I think it was actually Elevate who picked that up. Ace was able to take that one. So I'm sure he's trying to run riot right now, but just straight away on the spawn, Renegades diving on that ball being reset.
Neptune getting some shots into Sabinator. He's going to back him down. He's going to end up making a push. He'll get taken down, though, during that push as Elevate just collapse all over. Mikwin now following shortly behind them. 2 go down for Elevate. They're able to get the ball, 45-16. They've got the ball where they want it. Let's see if they're going to be able to hold down this setup for quite some time. You'll see all the players from Renegades just cutting off the routes to get to that ball. And you know what? Mikwin just says, hey, I'm just going to play the ball. Let's make it easy. Just throw it off. We'll pick up some slays and then get the reset.
Yeah, Renegades are rotating really well, playing it at the right point. We saw Ace, we didn't see Ace. I saw Ace pick up the camouflage, get 2 big kills, and Renegades just rotated accordingly, made sure they avoided Ace until those players respawned, and then they pushed Ace. Then they took him down and made sure that camouflage couldn't be used to full effect. And all in that time, they were gaining more ball time as well. So this is a pretty good demonstration in the early game here from Renegades.
Let's see if Ace is going to be able to finish off the kill. Yes, he does on APG. Mikwin falls as well. Make that 3 down for Renegades. About to be 4. You'll see the last player was above Ace, so he's going to just rally around, try and finish off the kill. Gets him with the nade, and now we've got the setup in Elevate's favor.
Yeah, but it's in a weird place. It's an unorthodox situation. You can see how Ace was checking several angles because you can be pushed from multiple places when you try and hold the ball in this area. Rockets are coming up though, so this is certainly going to help Elevate. I think it was Sabinator who did pick those up, but not able to connect with that rocket.
They are doing a good rotation here, though, because they were able to get those rockets, making that push forward, but Sabinator is going to be stopped dead in his tracks there, as you've got 3 players from Renegades over by the Pelican. They were able to acquire camo, and this is probably going to help them easily get control here if Neptune can stay alive.
Yeah, Neptune needs to make this play here. He's just kind of assessing where his teammates are pushing and kind of working out where's the best place that I could push that actually makes advantage of this camouflage. Was able to get the trade, gets the big double. Most importantly, stops that ball time for Elevate. But Elevate is starting to get closer now here, Mike. They're starting to tick away. They've got that one big setup. Just another one will get them straight back into this game.
Yeah, and a lot of people were saying, you heard Clutch and you heard Elamite talking about how they both thought either team was going to win. I mean, we're seeing a really close match right here. Ace picking up more ball time, getting the rotation. Can he finish off the kill? Yes, he does, taking down APG and still staying alive. Trying to do everything he can right now to buy time for his team to push up. I mean, we're within 6 seconds of each other here as Renegades are just holding a lead just by a bit. So it's still anyone's game right now.
And I think this is what the analysts were talking about on the desk as well. This could be a very close series for Renegades. Certainly probably the closest series we're going to see today when you look at the rosters of both of these sides. Elevate, they definitely wanted to get Renegades in the group. So in theory, Renegades one of those worst top 4 teams. You could have got Tox, you could have got Splice. Elevate really need to take this moment here. They managed to claw this one back, and they are keeping toe-to-toe in terms of slays as well.
What a push here from Elevate to take down 2 from Renegades, and they're going to sneak away with the ball on top of that, taking it back towards the bunker. Yeah, the ball is not usually held back here, but it seems like it's working out for Elevate, and they're usually able to rotate around, and it looks like they're actually going to go back out the other way. Was Ace able to play the ball? No, he was not able to. We're going to see Renegades now move it back towards the bunker.
Camouflage should be up in about 10 seconds as well. Currently, Elevate actually outslaying Renegades by 5 kills. Renegades had the early game, they had it locked down, but Elevate, they really managed to get back into this one. I'm quite impressed, to be honest, especially when you look at how well Renegades played in London. When you look at the top 3 assists from London, all 3 of those players were Renegades players. That's how on point they were with their shooting. They're constantly communicating, constantly shooting everything that they shout out. But Elevate, they look like they could really put up a fight in this series.
L-Town looking to make a move with the camo. Taking it slow, gets hit by the grenade though, so that's going to stall him for just a moment. Does have a teammate pushing up. That's going to be 2 down for Renegades. Can they make it 3? Mikwin somehow staying alive for so long. Finally, L-Town can finish him off with the headshot. And that ball is still going to be sitting there. Finally, that last player from Renegades, it seemed like there was maybe some confusion there on who was picking the ball up.
Yeah, and Elevate, they really need to get some ball time here now. They need to take advantage of this slaying, incredible slaying they're currently putting out. I would not expect Elevate to be outslaying Renegades, but they're outslaying them by over 10 kills at this point, and now they gain the lead. This is exactly what they need. Get this ball into a decent position. Take advantage. As Ace receives a message as well.
Ace almost pulling off an insane play there on top of that. Spartan picks up the perfect kill. Gonna stay alive as that ball will be resetting here as Ace again picking up more ball time. Ace is just all over the oddball this time, just putting in the OBJ.
Spartan's getting loud as well, making his opponents know every time he gets one of those kills. As I said earlier, Spartan is your big boy in this team. He gets the most kills, he gets the most assists. He seems to be everywhere on the map, and he takes down Neptune there. And now Elevate really starting to take advantage of this slaying power. Renegades struggling to keep up with it.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on Renegades now, as you're seeing Elevate hit that 100-point marker. Only to 150 points. We're seeing Ace again put the focus towards the oddball. Sabinator has rockets. Ace taking the ball back towards Pelican. He's got L-Town here to give him some assistance. Sabinator playing sneaky. He's gonna miss the melee. That's gonna cost him as 2 go down now for Elevate. And it looks like Ace had to jump off with the ball. This could be the moment Renegades was looking for.
Now, of course, this is an interesting one. It is just group play. It's not the end of the world if Renegades were to fall to Elevate here. You got to imagine there is that open team that will be joining this group, and they will definitely try and sink their teeth into anyone who looks a little bit weak in this group. And Renegades, they want to show that they're #1. Essentially, this game is for that #1 seed, really, in this group, after both of them have already beaten Shock the World.
It's getting a bit quiet here as Elevate still holding on to the ball. Not too much pressure just yet. It looks like Renegades are planning their attack here to push the oddball. Sabinator able to pick up the kill from the grave as well. And now Renegades putting some time on the board. Elevate does not need too many more setups, maybe 2 more setups, and they could close out this game. So Renegades has to be very careful to not go all 4 down here.
Yeah, and with Camouflage not up for another minute yet, this is quite an important time in the game. Certainly, Renegades struggling to keep up with the pace of how much slays we've seen from Elevate right now. Even though Renegades have had more camouflages this game, they just don't seem to have been able to make them count as big as Elevate have. But we need to see something huge now from the Renegades boys. They need to get that setup. They need to get that ball over towards the engine area that they've been trying to do throughout the entire game. But Elevate, because they've been bringing this ball into this unorthodox position, it's made it so difficult for Renegades to get that ideal setup that they've wanted.
Penguin picks up the kill, 2 down for Elevate. The ball is up. We see Renegades able to get some control. Red dots all over the radar. Penguin able to pick up another kill for the killing spree. He's gonna back down against Sabinator. Sabinator charging forward, but Penguin's not gonna be able to take him down. Now rockets in the hands of Mikwin, as well as we are less than 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
And it's starting to get to crunch time. And this is usually where you see the better teams really pick up the pace. When they recognize that this is the time they have to step up, the top teams, they do step up in these kind of situations. 27 points behind now, Renegades. Only 1 minute and 8 seconds left on the clock. They need to get this ball quickly. And how are Elevate going to respond to that, Mike? Are Elevate going to suddenly play defensively? Just watch this ball. Slay Renegades like they have been throughout this game.
And just play the ball.
Just try and play the ball and just grind out this victory.
Well, there's not too much time left. Less than 50 seconds. Renegades have to make a move, and they have to make it right now, as you're seeing the points go up here for Elevate. 140, that is going to do it. Mathematically impossible, as Elevate take game #1 here against Renegades.
You know what? They deserved it as well. Renegades, they looked so good at the start. They had that setup. They looked fiery, but Elevate just seemed to pick up the pace. They were able to get slays. They were able to get camouflages, and they were able to punish Renegades by bringing the ball in slightly different situation and maybe taking Renegades out of their comfort zone, not going for those traditional setups, making them think on their feet a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw some controller settings change there.
Oh, no, that's never a good sign.
Never a good sign. When you're not feeling like your shot's on, you feel like you're feeling a little bit wobbly, you're missing that 5th shot, you're missing those headshots to close out that 1v1 battle. It's never a good feeling, but let's take a look at the stats here as we see 27, 17, 28, 27. And honestly, I'd say, you know, Elevate definitely have a lot more teamwork here. Look at those assists. Look at that assist line here. 22 from Spartan, laying down so much teamwork. 99 to 92, Elevate outslayed Renegades.
And as I said, I wasn't really expecting that. After London and how well Renegades performed, the fact that the top 3 assisting players were all Renegades players, you don't expect to see those stat lines with Elevate being the ones who have the better teamwork. But Elevate, you know what? They were able to get top 6 as well. They could be the team that finally takes Renegades out of that top 4 and pushes themselves into the top 4, especially if they play like that. Yes, okay, it's group play. Anything can happen in the pool play. Sometimes teams aren't at their top point. But certainly Renegades need to wake up a little bit here.
Yeah, well, and talking to Ace before as well, he thinks they can win. When he's feeling coming into this tournament, doesn't matter who they're playing, you have to have that winning mentality.
Of course.
It doesn't matter who you're going up against. If you're going up against the #1 team, you always just have to think you're going to win. You can never even have the slightest thought, hey, we're going to lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're coming to these events, you're coming to win, especially it's the last Halo 5 event. The final chance to leave your impression on the game, like, for sure, you've got to make sure you are going to be going for the win. As we take a look at the series layout once again, of course, Elevate took that game 1, but game number 2 is going to be Plaza Slayer. Strong side. Initial thoughts, Plaza Slayer? You a fan?
You know, I'm a fan.
Yeah?
I'm a fan. I'm excited to see what sniper work we're going to see here on this map. And usually we're seeing Spartan go off on this map, but we do have Mikwin in this game. Anytime there's a sniper on the map, I'm excited to see something happen when we got Mikwin and we've got Spartan in the same game here.
Yeah, L-Town has also been putting in a lot of work with a sniper rifle as well. Just looking through their scrim statistics, he seems to be the guy who's grabbing it the most, hitting those shots more often than not. And I was talking about, well, last game was one of Renegade's best game types, and they've dropped it here against Elevate. Now we move to one of the weaker game types for Renegades. Only a 33% win rate across this season in HCS lands. So maybe, just think, if Elevate were able to go 2-0 up here, what a confidence booster that would be for them.
Well, this is actually, Elevate does like playing on this game type, and in fact, when they played against each other in the online scrim just last week, Elevate won 50 to 45.
So basically, I don't need to do stats anymore. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
I'm saying...
Are you the stat man now?
I'm saying I think your stat vibes are rubbing off on me here.
I'm more than happy for that to happen. Can your height vibes start rubbing off on me as well so I can get a little bit taller?
Yeah, let's get... Where's the box? Hey, I see a box.
We don't need a box. Here? It's not going to happen. But yeah, I think this is a fantastic chance here for Elevate to really pummel Renegades into the ground. Start to get them doubting themselves, doubting their teamwork. And they might be able to take a victory here, because if Elevate were able to come out of this group, #1 seed, going into knockout stages, you know what? I'm really excited for this Elevate roster.
Let's also give a shout out to the coach on Elevate, Coach Strobe. You know, he's been telling me he helps out once their communication is getting really chaotic. He tries to bring them down, tries to keep it calm and clear and help rally over maybe some comms that are just getting lost in translation. And then also trying to get people from stopping players from getting out of that tunnel vision. So,
yeah, well, I mean, like, you looked at those Renegades boys and you need someone behind you who's doing the same on your team, because they were just looking down and out. Mikwin looked zoned out, but you know what? It's a scary Mikwin when he is a little bit sad, a little bit down, because he does pick up the pace and he does just inject energy into his team. Not vocally sometimes, more so with his play, more so by picking up big triples, big overkills, huge snipes. But Elevate have started this one off by gaining the overshield, and now they can have the timing for it.
And Spartan already picking up the sniper here. Let's check in with him, see if he's going to be able to locate any players as he soars across the map. Ace picks up a double kill on APG and Mikwin, and Spartan now in a prime position, trying to get back behind his team, get some cover, and now he can kind of snipe, be relaxed, and snipe from the back.
Yeah, it was so important that Spartan was able to survive there. You saw he was just kind of sliding, crouching, hoping that that final shot couldn't be hit on his head. If he had gone down, then this could have been completely different. Renegades could have seized that opportunity and just tried to pounce on that sniper, but instead they're going to be playing slightly hesitant now, knowing that sniper rifle is around, but they've managed to sniff out Spartan, and Spartan falls, and it's going to go in the hands of Mikwin. And this is the man we said needs to inject some energy into this game. You know, he had the highest damage per game in London on average, 2,624 damage per game on average. That's just an incredible stat, Mike.
Insane. Just laying down so much cover fire for his team, and not just that, doing incredible work again with the sniper. You know, it's got to feel amazing having Mikwin on your team. It's like, hey, Mikwin's got the sniper. I just need to stay alive. I just need to do my thing. And, you know, I'll pick up a kill or two here. Just let Mikwin just pick up all the kills.
Yeah, he had most kills per game as well at London. And you know what? Neptune and Penguin, they were right behind him, number 2 and number 3. And that's why I thought Renegades would be a little bit better in this series. But now, Plaza Slayer, maybe they can get into their groove a little bit. Now, it's a Slayer game type, perfect chance to warm up, as the overshield is going to be popping in about 5 seconds. So we'll see if players are going to start to kind of gather around that one to pick it up.
Mikwin almost able to stay alive after sticking another player in the face, but he'll be picked off. That overshield is up. Can Penguin get it? Yes, he does. Despite getting hit by the plasma pistol, he's able to retreat behind cover, let that OS pop, and now he's able to live to fight another day and see if he's going to be able to use this to make a nice charge or pick up a few kills. It seems like he's not sure where a player is, but he is going to be able to spot a player here in Cafe. Takes down Spartan, gets hit, and all that OS is completely gone. And finally, he'll get taken down.
But once again, Renegades looking good in the early game. It's just their mid game that maybe needs a little bit of work on. They just need to calm it down, not get too aggressive here. Use their advantages at the right moments. Push when they have that extra man, for example. Not allow Elevate to come back into the game like they did in the previous. But considering the slaying ability we saw in the previous game from Elevate, I think Renegades would have been a little bit worried coming into this one. Maybe that's just raised their game ever so slightly.
Well, it seems like Renegades is really putting focus on getting that sniper, making sure they're getting the overshield. That really is what this game type evolves around. Picking up the double kill. Neptune looking for the triple. No one from Elevate even showing face. Not going to let him pick up that triple, and Neptune is going to take it slow. As his teammates are pushing up, you'll see Renegades are hanging out towards outside, not letting Ace sneak by. Taking it really slow here. Renegades not putting themselves in any bad situations, letting Elevate come to them, letting Elevate make the mistakes.
Well, that's what Renegades did. They waited for that one player from Elevate to make that move to try and break out of the setup. As soon as he went down, the Renegades boys just swarmed onto the spawn because they knew they had that man advantage. And they are really, really slaying through the Elevate boys now. Elevate struggling to get out of this kind of spawn trap cycle they're stuck in. You can see they're putting shots in, they're doing the damage, but it's just a trade-off on like maybe 1, maybe 2 players, and still Renegades were walking out with the advantage.
If you're Renegades and you're trading kills left and right, you're happy.
More than happy.
You're up by 10 kills, you're more than happy to just keep trading.
Overshield's popped as well, and I think it was Ace that's managed to pick that one up, as he is going to try and get them back into this game here, these Elevate boys. They're 10 down. That's certainly a margin that can be very quickly closed. All you need is a couple of spawn traps. Maybe for your teammate to miss a few snipes, miss a few pistol shots, and suddenly you're back in this game.
Ace does connect with a couple of the grenades, but a player is going to get behind enemy lines and get some shots in his back, so he's going to retreat to cover. But look at that kill feed. You're just seeing Elevate player after Elevate player go down, and Ace is trapped here all alone, not able to run, nowhere to hide, out in the open, and Neptune's going to hunt him down, picks up the double kill. Mikwin trying to stay alive as well. And I think we're seeing Renegades really just do a great job at kind of baiting and switching back and forth. They're really able to stay alive and really just wait for that teammate to come and help them.
Yeah, they recognized that they didn't get the overshield, so they slowed the game down. They stayed away from Ace. Ace didn't pick up a kill with that overshield. Instead, they kind of sniffed him out, worked out where he was, positioned themselves in a place where they could lay down fire if he moved. As soon as he fell, that was their opportunity. They had that man advantage yet again. And Renegades looking completely different in this game.
Renegades up 40-29. Dominating here in game number 2. This would tie the series up 1-1 if they take game number 2. The APG is able to pick up a kill, get some shots. He's going to make a push, getting some help from behind as well. And you know, that's another trade. You'll see 2 players go down from RNG, but still picking up another kill on the Elevate team.
And we'll see if Renegades have the timer on this overshield as well, coming up in about 15 seconds. If they can secure this last one, they should be able to just grind out this victory here. It has been a relatively comfortable one, despite the fact that Elevate had a nice early start. Renegades responded well, and you can see now Sabinator is trying to scout out this overshield. Is anyone pushing towards it? Does manage to get a no-scope. He's just backing off. He needs to be hitting these shots,
They can get this overshield as well. It's not lights out for them, just picking up kill after kill, but that OS is going to be burned, but only down by 9 kills. Sabinator has 4 shots. Can definitely bring them back into this if he can hit a few of these. But you'll see now, Renegades have slowed things down a lot. They are not even making any moves now.
Yeah, fantastic at judging the speed of the game here, Renegades. Knowing when they need to slow it down. We could see Elevate come back into this one. As I said, just one mistake from Renegades could see their whole team fall, and then suddenly Elevate are right back into it. But they seem to be sticking together well, making sure they're not popping their heads into silly positions.
They waited for Spartan. Spartan pushed up, I believe, by himself there, so Renegades were able to pick off the kill, and now they're making a move. Mikwin and Neptune are going to go down. Sabinator goes down as well. Penguin's going to have to back up. Nades are just flying in everywhere. It looks like Elevate might be trapped back in this corner. APG's trying to get the kill. He goes down, and big kill from Penguin to get the trade. That's 49 kills. Just one more to close it out. Mikwin's going to do it. We're all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, and the way Mikwin sat back in his chair there, I think that was a little bit of pressure just releasing from the Renegades guys. They know they should be performing better than they did in that first game on Echelon Oddball, and that was the Renegades that I was expecting to see at this event. Better communication, you could tell by the way they were playing, more patient with their play, recognizing when they needed to slow the game down, knowing when they did or didn't get the overshield, as we take a look at some of the stats here.
Take a look at those stats. Mikwin, 16 kills, 10 assists from APG, 11 assists from Neptune. And, you know, a lot of teamwork, I feel like, we saw from Renegades there. They slowed it down at the right times, they sped it up at the right times, and they really just kind of made Elevate make the mistakes. And we've heard Ace before, he's like, hey, we beat ourselves in some of the online 2Ks. Maybe that's what happened here. Maybe they were getting too much in their head and they start playing not like themselves.
Well, Elevate, they would have been excited after that first victory, so maybe they were rushing in a little bit too much, pushing alone a little bit too much, not waiting for teammates off spawn, and it just opened them up a little bit and allowed Renegades to dominate the game. As we do just look at some of the highlights here, and there wasn't any kind of like flashy plays from either side. I was more impressed with how Renegades just controlled the game and the flow of the game. Elevate just couldn't get back into it once they were down by about 10 kills.
Well, we saw Penguin at the end. He was just watching APG fight one of the players, and instead of jumping out and helping him, he knew everyone from Elevate was back in that corner. So he was just hoping maybe one of those players from Elevate are going to jump out, and he was able to pick up that kill and get the trade instead of just running in and him and APG go down, and it could turn into the waterfall effect. So definitely a big shout out there at the end of the game there for Penguin to realize that situation.
Well, here we go then. Game number 3 is going to be Refuge, capture the flag. Another weak game type for Renegades in the grand scheme of things. Only a 40% win rate in the HCS season thus far on LAN. On the other side, for Elevate, a 37% win rate in scrims before this event. So this could be a scrappy one. Neither team exactly comfortable in this game type, but of course, pros at this level, they know how to play this game type.
Well, let's get locked and loaded as Mikwin has got the sniper. Buckle up, because he is known to take some faces here on Refuge. And already hits the no-scope for the double kill on Spartan. Playing some defense here, but that sniper is going to go down, and it looks like Sabinator, he's got his eyes on the prize there, but he's going to have to back up as Penguin putting some pressure. But look at this, Elevate. They're already trying to get into the base of Renegades, and immediately Sabinator doubling back, gets the sniper, charging forward, going for a no-scope, trying to do what we just saw Mikwin do. L-Town has a sniper as well. That's going to be 3 down for Renegades, and APG goes down as well. L-Town getting up potentially on the carbine, trying to get some eyes here to give that cover towards Ace as they're already moving the flag through the rocks.
I don't know if Sabinator was maybe a little bit too hasty throwing that flag out. He could have backed off ever so slightly, got himself out of shooting range and maybe stayed alive, because that was a potential run for Elevate, but instead it falls short And that is a shame after L-Town pulling out some decent snipes to get them with the man advantage. But now on the flip side, it's Renegade's chance. It's going to be a bit back and forth, I feel, this game.
Mikwin getting his shields back. He's got a couple teammates nearby, but Elevate, they're going to punish Renegades there. Mikwin and APG go down immediately. On the other side, we've got Neptune with Sniper just trying to pick up a kill or two so he can wait for his two teammates to spawn up and push up again. We're going to see Rockets spawn here in just a moment as well in 15 seconds. Bottom middle, so both teams getting ready for that.
Neptune just really trying to hit these sniper shots, make a real impact. I feel like if he had just used his pistol on both of those kills, he probably would have been able to pick up the kills. Instead, he goes for the kind of flashy play, hoping that the sniper rifle shot connects, going for that easier kill, as it were, rather than the hard-working one with a pistol. But as you said, the Rockets came up. There is a little bit of a battle as several players are falling from both sides here. Who's going to come out on top, though? Who's going to get that chance to finally push someone into spawn? Because it's going to be scrappy in this middle until that happens.
Mikwin taking advantage of that ring 3 spot, getting that overhead advantage, but he's going to go down as Penguin's already getting the flag through the rocks, and he might be able to make it to the carbine. And Nade's going to take him down, but did he get that flag all the way through and all the way to Neptune? And Neptune is going to continue to rally this flag back as we see teammates spawn up nearby. Nades are flying in, but it looks like everyone from Elevate has got their eyes on the flag. Can they get it? They're able to get a flag pull, but that flag can still be capped even if that flag is pulled. And you're going to see Renegades put the first flag cap on the board, but 3 are down. Last player alive, Mikwin. He's able to pick up a kill, and look, can that flag get through towards that carbine again?
And sometimes this happens in scrappy games. All you need is that one player, which was Penguin, just to say, you know what, screw this. I'm just going to run in, I'm going to pull this flag, I'm going to just disrupt this battle of Ring 1 that we keep having. And now we're getting both teams just pulling these flags, trying to get the flag capture first. It was Renegades who were able to benefit from Penguin pulling that flag. Elevate almost were able to get one on the bounce. And now maybe with Renegades taking a 1-0 lead, we might see Elevate just try and push in, try and get back into this game, and it might allow Renegades to really gain control of Ring.
Mikwin's shot with the sniper is so smooth and so steady. Just lines it up every single time. He's behind the corner. He knows where he's got to be placed when he cuts that corner.
Would you say it's buttery smooth?
It's buttery smooth, Dan.
I wasn't asking you to say it, I was asking would you say it? Which I realize is the same thing.
The same thing. But back into the match here as Mikwin is able to pick up another kill. But, you know, it seems like they're just hanging back right now. They've got nothing to lose right now. They're up. They've got 2 snipers in control. They don't have to do anything flashy here. They just need to pick up some slays and slowly mosey their way up to that 50-yard line.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Elevate have to push them now at this point, and it's what played into their favor in the previous game. Elevate were down. They had to push out. Renegades would get that 1 slay, and they take advantage of it. Now Renegades need to wait for Elevate to put themselves in a vulnerable position, take a couple of them down, regain that ring control, look for them off spawn, and then just continue that momentum, grab another flag, and then suddenly, hey presto, they're 2-0 up. That's how it could happen in the ideal world for Renegades. Of course, it can go wrong if you sit and you turtle back, though.
Sabinator, nicely placed grenade. He's going to push forward. Can he finish it? No! Neptune punishing Sabinator. Ace is going to go down as well. Big kill there from Neptune. Some incredible defense. Over to Neptune. He now has the tac mag, so notice the sound is a little bit different as well here, Dan. So he's able to shoot that weapon and not be spotted up here on radar. So he's going to get that next flag moving. He's got his teammates giving some great cover. He's got Mikwin on the other side as well. He's got a player ring 3. 2 go down, make that 3 down for Elevate. And look at this. This looks like a breezeway back to the base. Almost untouched. Neptune putting in flag number 2. And now we're seeing Renegades really come to life here.
Yep, it's happened for them. They waited, they took their moment, they gained the control at the right time, and now they need to regain control of Ring, get those rockets that are spawning, as Neptune's currently tearing through with this tac mag and BR combo. I say that, he almost whiffed it, but he manages to get the killing spree out of it. If they can grab these rockets, if they can set up accordingly, then they should be able to close this game out comfortably, unless we see something drastically different from Elevate. But currently in this game, Elevate have looked a little bit lackluster, haven't been able to push those right areas, haven't been able to control the right areas at the right times. Renegades look a better team here.
Neptune with rockets, Mikwin with the sniper. Neptune just trying to stay alive. He's able to take down a player with him at least. That's going to be 2 down. Mikwin hits that snipe shot. L-Town's going to go down with their sniper. See if Mikwin can get this player. They're both right on the opposite side of the wall. Looks like Mikwin just turned the corner right before that player peeked around that.
It happens quite a lot on Refuge, really, being opposite sides of the wall. There's a lot of walls on Refuge, that's for sure, but Mikwin seems to find faces between all of these archways and walls that try and clutter his vision as he's being pushed left, right, and center. But just watch how he just waits for that right moment to go for those no-scopes. He knows that he can hit them when he needs to. Mikwin, honestly, one of my favorite players in the HCS at the moment.
So much confidence.
So much.
Oh, Ace. He's going to shut down Mikwin, though. Can we see a comeback, though? Dan, I mean, what do you think, though? Is it possible? Do Elevate have it in them right now to bring this game back? There's still a lot of time on the board, and Ace hitting the body shot, jumps back out to get the triple, but he'll have a teammate finish off that kill, so that'll be 4 down for just a moment for Renegades. Still a lot of time on the board, though.
Elevate have it in them, yes, but they need that one player to do exactly what Penguin did for Renegades when it was all tied up, to just push in the base and just get that flag out of there. Just trust your teammates to pick up the kills, which is exactly what Sabinator's doing.
That's 3 down.
Ace picks up 2 kills. This flag's going to be moved. You need your players now from Elevate off spawn to be pushing these players that are chasing after this flag.
Get in. Can he stay alive? He's got it in. He's got another teammate running it as well. Turns around, hits APG in the face, sit down for the killing spree, and Ace caps flag number 1 for Elevate. Still a lot of time left here, and you see them move really, really quick. They really capitalized on that moment once they got 2 down from Renegades, and they did not make any mistakes. Right off spawn, you saw 2 players from Elevate quickly get over towards that courtyard to help out Sabinator, and even let Sabinator turn around and do some more slaying as another player ran the flag.
Yeah, we only saw that from Sabinator's point of view, and he did so much there, but Ace in the background, he was just laying down shots on everyone. Now Elevate need to carry this momentum through. Keep getting aggressive on Renegades. Not too aggressive, they don't want to open up gaps at the back and allow Renegades to sneak through and pull a flag of their own. But Elevate, they look a little bit better now. It looks like there's got a bit of energy behind them after going 2-0 down. They recognize that they just can't let this one slip. This is such a fantastic opportunity in this tournament to take down one of the better teams.
Now we're seeing Renegades really punish Elevate, though. I mean, Mikwin gets a player down to 1 shot, just leaves him, doubles back to another area through ring 2 to finish off the kill. And look at this. You see so many times when a lot of the players here on Renegades, they just turn corners. Players are already weak. They do so much damage. You were talking about how much damage Mikwin deals. He just able to, everyone on this team is able to just do so much damage, shoot players from across the map, even if it's just 1 or 2 shots.
Yeah, 2,624 damage on average at London, Mikwin dealt per game. To put that into perspective, that's around 150 pistol body shots per game. That's insane amount of damage to put out each game.
Spartan able to get up to ring 3 for just a moment. Can he do some work here with this sniper? It's not looking good as both him and his teammate are down to 1 shot. He does have some help, though, and it looks like this is actually going to turn into a good situation for them as 2 go down for Renegades, and now Spartan's able to push up, but you'll see that bright light appear for a second, and that's going to be Neptune with the sniper on the other side.
And I can't stress enough how important that kill was from Neptune as well. Just being able to find that angle through those tiny little archways to take down Spartan, to stop them being able to push up with that sniper rifle. And now Neptune is in a fantastic position here to just close out this game for Renegades, to be honest. If he can just continue to pick off 1 player, make it awkward for the Elevate boys to be pushing up, then Renegades should be able to just grind this one out.
If Spartan can pick up the sniper kill, yes, he's able to, but Neptune again, Neptune hits the double kill, going for the triple, somehow still alive, gets the triple. Can he find the over? It looks like there's a player nearby. APG's gonna steal that from him, but nonetheless, we're gonna see Renegades really do some work here on Elevate.
And why is APG just ruining Neptune's montage here? That's not fair. APG had the most assists in London. He doesn't need kills, but Neptune carries on his tear through as he gets the no-scope onto Ace. But with just 1 minute and 20 seconds, Renegades, they're trying to close it out, but Elevate, they need that 1 player again. It was Sabinator last time who stuck into the base, who pulled that flag, and he's trying it again, but this time he's met by some grenades, and he can't quite sneak into the base.
Spartan trying to get some help here back towards his base. L-Town will get the trade. Less than 1 minute remaining. They're going to need to do something here quick. They cannot risk just these unacceptable deaths. They have to push forward. and stay alive. Spartan looks like he's trying to make that move. He's leading the charge for his team. It's so crucial for him to stay alive right here. He's trying to do everything he can. He's getting some shots from across the map. He's getting help, but he'll get taken down, and that's gonna be 2 down for Elevate. Make that 3 down for Elevate. About to be 4 down for Elevate as Mikwin picks up a triple kill. Less than 25 seconds remaining, and it's about to be mathematically impossible for Elevate to run a flag pack.
How long does it take to run a flag across this map? Do you know, Strong Side?
It depends if you're doing the thrust slide. It depends exactly how you're doing it, but it could be roughly around 10 seconds.
Well, 10 seconds. Ticks on the clock. No one's picked up the flag yet. Elevate, they brought it back. They did fantastic to try and get that 1 flag on the board, but Renegades ultimately, they had more slays. They had more control. Elevate weren't able to keep up with the domination of sniper rifles from the Renegades boys.
Yeah, and taking a look at those stats here in just a moment, we saw 93 total kills from Renegades and 79 from Elevate. Renegades really just getting control of the snipers over and over again. We saw them get so many in the hands of Mikwin, in the hands of Neptune, and they just constantly, whether they were sitting back or pushing forward, we saw them just, play defensively. Hey, we're up. We don't need to push. So they pick up some more kills, and they let Elevate kind of put themselves in those bad situations.
And what was most important with the sniper rifles was taking out the opposition sniper. We saw several times Neptune, Mikwin doing that, looking for that opposition sniper, taking them out, and then taking advantage of being the only sniper rifle on the map. And that's why they picked up more kills with the sniper. And ultimately, I think it's why they won the game, Strong Side.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, we are going into game number 4 here shortly, but let's take a look at some of these replays, some of the insane sniper shots that we saw from a handful of players. Ace almost picking up a nasty triple kill. Sabinator dishing the flag off for his teammate to rally. Hits the jump 360 snipe there.
And even though like we see all these flashy snipes, and we're talking about how the sniper rifles won the game, I want to talk about 2 things. I want to talk about Penguin, and I want to talk about Sabinator. Penguin snuck into that base. He stopped that kind of bring one kind of clutter that happened early on by just saying, hey, you know what, you guys duke it out. I'm just gonna go and grab this flag, and then suddenly everyone was like, oh yeah, this is a flag game, we need to start pulling flags. And Sabinator did the same thing later on for Elevate. But game 4 is gonna be Strongholds on Empire.
Tell me some stats here, Dan. Tell me some stats.
Well, Renegades have never lost this game on LAN this season, so this is looking certainly a good one for them. On the other side, for Elevate, around a 50% win rate for them in scrims leading up to this event. So I'd have to go for Renegades here if I were a betting man.
And you know, L-Town actually said Strongholds Empire and Slayer Coliseum are probably 2 of their weaker game types.
Wow. That surprises me. Stats don't lie, Mike.
Stats don't lie. Well, here we go. Let's see who's gonna get this overshield. Both teams battling. Nobody making an attempt just yet. We'll see Elevate going for that bottom middle stronghold. Are they able to get it? L-Town's able to step back, get that foot in, and able to finish off that cap. Over to Ace as they're putting in some pressure here over towards Red Base. They've got 3 players making a push, and the more players you have in the stronghold, the faster that thing is gonna cap. So that's why we're seeing a lot of the players here from Elevate just hop in for a few seconds, and then you can hop out much, much faster.
And I'm always interested to see at the start of Strongholds Empire what kind of team you are. Are you gonna go for that overshield? Are you gonna go for camouflage? Which one are you gonna prioritize? Are you gonna go for both? It was Elevate who picked up the overshield. On the other side, Renegades got that camouflage. I think it was Penguin who picked that one up. The overshield seems to have been the dominant power-up at the moment. But it gets tricky as we get later into this game when those power-ups start to stagger in times, and you've really got to show prioritization in the right moments. You've got to recognize what you need and when you need it.
Ace sitting top middle, able to get shots across everywhere around the map. He's able to quickly just make a move to help out his teammates. That's going to be 3 down for Renegades. Ace still just on the move. Trying to find that next player. That's going to be APG, though, who's going to get the best of him, get a melee to the face.
And traditionally, this game type has always been one of the most difficult game types to come back from behind. When that bottom pit is taken by your opposition, it's so hard to get it back, because as soon as you dart into it, as soon as you start to take it a little bit, it just seems like the entire enemy team just turns and looks at you, throws every grenade they've got, fires every weapon they've got, and you fall and they manage to regain it. And you can see that's happening for Renegades right now. They're really trying their hardest to get this pit. And Neptune, can he do it? No, it's being contested. The grenades come in, but
Penguin hops it too.
They get there.
takes everything they have to get there, Dan.
And
but
that's
they
how you
did
do it. You have to. You have to throw everything. You have to throw everything and the kitchen sink.
And the kitchen sink.
And the kitchen
What about
sink.
the refrigerator?
Throw that in there as well.
Well, Renegades have finally gained some control, but we do have both power-ups up here as L-Town was able to get control of the camo, spots the overshield player.
Yeah, Penguin was able to pick up the overshield there, and that's a nice assassination. Unfortunately, it wasn't the overshield player. That would have been even better. But this is where you prioritize with your power-ups. You've got to try and find that overshield player. He did. It's Penguin. He goes down.
That was 3 down for just a moment as we see Elevate going for that capture here at bottom middle. APG is going to go down just the sliver away. And yes, Elevate is able to regain control at bottom mid as we see L-Town pick up a double kill.
And sometimes you can, like those power-up times, when they both pop, you can take that advantage of just going for pit then. You say, all right, well, everyone's going to be kind of distracted going for these power-ups, so why don't I just kind of sit in pit and see what happens? Elevate were able to do that. They were able to take advantage of this camouflage from L-Town, and now they have control of the map once again. And it's what Renegades are going to try and do to counteract this. Are they going to try and just all dart into pit once again? But Elevate are making it so hard for them, Mike, because they're just going from base to base, getting total control.
Elevate are just giving it to Renegades right now, not giving them any opportunity to feel a little bit comfortable on this map. Neptune takes down Ace, Spartan goes down. We could see a move here from Renegades happen if they can pick up that 3rd kill, but Sabinator is not gonna let it happen as he takes down Neptune to even out the playing field there. Now Spartan laying down some shots, a perfect kill from downtown.
And this is your man who really needs to step up. He can do just about anything. Sniper rifle, rockets, pistol, VR, doesn't matter what's in his hand. Doesn't matter if he's got power-ups. He's gonna find kills. He's gonna get assists. Camouflage coming up in 5, Overshield in 10. And you can see Spartan's trying to set himself up on that Overshield side of the map. Neptune, however, is going to prioritize the camouflage, takes down Sabinator, and gets the camo as a reward.
What do you go for, Dan? Do you go for camo? Do you go for OS? Which one do you think is more important?
For me, I'm a sneaky beaver. I go for that camo kind of play. I try and take out the Overshield from the game, exactly what L-Town did earlier on. But right now, Elevate have been prioritizing well. They've been able to keep the pit because of it. Overshield's still up. Renegades, it's gonna get burned, and that's fantastic news for Elevate.
It's a big burn there for Elevate. That OS was sitting out there for a while. Neptune had a good 5 or 6 seconds where he could have grabbed it, but it looked like he thought maybe a player could have been baiting it, so he didn't want to lose that camo. But now Elevate is going to get the best of him, able to take down the camo and make sure that Overshield was burned, so they don't have to worry about any advantage in the favor of Renegades.
Renegades were able to take that pit as well. Fantastic work from Neptune, just darting into the pit with a teammate. He saw Elevate players just running towards him, but he just turned and he ran and said, hey guys, just throw some nades in here. You might be able to take him down. They did, and now maybe they can start to claw their way back into this one. Power-ups aren't going to be up for about a minute yet, so they've got a good opportunity here to get a good chunk of time.
Penguin trying to make a move, trying to retreat to cover. He's going to go down. That's 2 down for RNG. And Elevate are back in total control again. Elevate are looking to take this to game number 5 here. Everyone said it was going to be close. It is definitely close here as Elevate look like they are just closing in to take game number 4. 79, make that 81 to 33, and they are still just pushing forward. They are not stopping. Can they get the reset? No, they won't be able to get the reset, but they'll get a trade. 2 players down for each team.
Yeah, Elevate are just relentless, and it all starts from the beginning of the game where they were able to get the most important power-up, they were able to gain control of pit, and they've taken advantage of that throughout the game following. Camouflage coming up, Overshield just about 20 seconds after. Are Elevate even going to need the power-ups at this point? Maybe the power-ups are a good distraction at this point, and it might be able to get them this game.
L-Town's able to acquire the camo. It looks like Renegades are making a move at bottom middle. He's going to miss the melee. Another player is contesting in the pit. He's going to get meleeed again. He can't get the kill. APG and Neptune pick up another kill. That's 3 down for Elevate. Can they lose that pit? Yes, they do. But Spartan, this could be very clutch here for Elevate. Getting that overshield. If that got into the hands of Renegades, that could have easily let them stay in control, but Spartan, still a lot of OS left. Can they use this to regain bottom mid?
I've seen these games go south many a time, but you can see Elevate, they are prioritizing Pit here. They're trying to be able to grab it, but Renegades, they're stopping the reset each time. Can anyone stop Spartan though? Yes, they can. Is there another teammate? No! Elevate pick it up. Just 2 more points. Surely that's going to be it.
And Elevate are taking game number 4 early on in the tournament. We're seeing a game number 5. You gotta love to see it, Dan.
I said stats don't lie, but apparently the stats do lie. Renegades had not lost that game type on LAN prior to this game, and Elevate, they turn up here. And I'm excited for this game 5 because you said the Renegades were mentioning their worst game types were Slayer Coliseum, Strongholds Empire. Do you know what's next? Slayer Coliseum, a fantastic chance for Elevate to take this series. The stats, though, Elevate, they just dominated right from the get-go.
Right from the get-go, that is. And take a look at those power pickups as well. Actually, evenly from across the board. 4 for the team, 4 for Elevate, and 4 for Renegade.
Evenly, but I think Elevate just prioritized better. They read the situation and said, all right, we probably need Overshield here, or we need Camouflage here because we want to be sneaky, we want to try and pick up one of those strongholds. I mean, you could say that is a lot to do with the coach, because the coach is going to say, hey, you need to get this Camouflage, or A or B, you need to get this Overshield. So a shout out to Elevate's coach there.
Dan?
Yes?
Who's going to do it? If we ask Clutch, he thinks Renegades. If you ask Eelmite, he thinks Elevate.
Well, I mean, I usually trust my stats. But I trusted my stats in that previous game, and I had Renegades taking it. Now Elevate should be able to use the momentum, and maybe they can use Renegade's worst game type against them. Slayer Coliseum, Renegades have only won 25% of the time this season on LAN. So it's quite right that they did say it's one of their weaker game types.
This is going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. We've got Sniper, we've got Rockets. I mean, you can't ask for...
Would you Americans say it's going to be a doozy? Is that what you say? Is that what the lingo? Is that right?
That is right.
Okay, good.
It's going to be a doozy.
See, I'm picking it up. See, you're rubbing off on me as well.
What do we say over in London?
It's like a dilly-dally or a willy-nilly or something like that. That would work.
A willy-nilly.
A willy-nilly, mate.
It's going to be a willy-nilly. Here we go, game number 5. Renegades versus Elevate. This is group play. The winning team here is most likely going to take number 1 in this group, which will place them in a better position in the bracket. Definitely something both teams want to be placed in, as Ace gets that early sniper. We're tied up 3-3. Ace looking across the map, and you've got pressure from Elevate as APG tries to get the Rockets. He's not going to be able to. And now we'll see Elevate get control of both Sniper and Rockets.
And whilst it's incredibly important, of course, for Ace to have this sniper rifle, more importantly, I feel, is keeping the sniper rifle out of Mikwin's hands. Don't allow him to turn up. Don't allow him to win this series for Renegades. Instead, try and do something yourself here, Ace. Ace is the man we were talking about. He's joined this roster. He has a chance to shine here now. And what a way it would be to start this event for Elevate if they were able to take down Renegades.
Ace making a rotation. Staying close to teammate, staying close to Sabinator. Just trying to spot anyone, just completely rotating. He's making everyone on Renegades just follow his trail. Not gonna make it easy to pick up that sniper if Mikwin wants to get that control.
So one thing Renegades were fantastic at doing in Plaza Slayer was recognizing when Elevate had the power-ups, had the power weapons, and just avoiding them. They're doing this again here on Coliseum. They are just not showing any lines of sight to Ace whatsoever, and Ace is trying to have to maneuver around the map to just go in these unorthodox positions to try and find angles, but at the same time, he's got to watch his back, and straight away, Renegades, they're on him, but thankfully, Spartan is there to save Ace here.
Going for the jump out snipe, playing a little bit risky there. Surprising to see that from Ace, but L-Town's gonna be there to pick up the sniper. He's gonna rotate that back around. Rockets are up here in 5 seconds, so we'll see Elevate get some eyes on that, trying to not let anyone get that up there, but it looks like, I believe that's Sabinator who's able to potentially pick up those Rockets. L-Town still making a rotation. Rockets still up. It looks like Renegades have some eyes on it up there as well. L-Town, body shot, headshot.
And now this could be a blessing in disguise for Elevate as well, with Ace dropping that sniper after he died, because L-Town is the man I would be looking at sniping on this squad. I would be expecting him to be hitting these flashy shots, getting them this advantage. They're 4 up. He goes for the no-scope, but he should be able to clean this one up with the pistol. We saw L-Town choke when he had Overshield earlier, but now he's able to secure that one.
He's able to finish off the kill. Rotating around, still has some sniper left. Can he make something happen? Going for a lot of no-scopes, not able to connect. Finally hits a body shot. But that is gonna be it. At least, like you said, that sniper's not going into the hands of anyone on the other team.
But that's the thing, Renegades, they didn't have that sniper once, and they're only 1 kill down. Now with that new sniper coming up, if Renegades manage to find this in the hands of Mikwin, that's how they could just suddenly soar into control. But Neptune knows how to snipe as well, as he finds the head of Spartan, and he could just change this game completely.
Neptune on the top of the map, on top bridge, just looking to find anyone to show their face. He's gonna back down, head back down to red base. He's got his teammates over by sniper. He's gonna be able to potentially get some good sight lines over here. Not gonna make a push over towards the corner. No need to push by himself. Smart decision from him. Rockets are coming up in 25 seconds, and look at this, a ballsy push there from Ace. Hits the no-scope for the double. Can he get the triple? Oh. No, he's gonna hit the body shot, but still, Neptune with the sniper is lethal.
The crowd wanted to see it, I wanted to see it, and I know Neptune wanted to see it. But now Elevate are able to regain that sniper. Of course, plenty of bullets were used, but this is gonna be a tight one. You know the hearts are beating fast for all of these players. Maybe more so for Elevate. They know how important this victory could be for them. APG just scouting out the rockets there, but I think it's gonna be...
Look at this.
Okay. We're gonna
Combat evolved across the map. Where did those rockets land? Somewhere, I believe, maybe at bottom snipe. No, it's Mikwin. Mikwin's gonna get a hold of him at top bridge, and he's gonna make his way down low. I believe that sniper was down over towards the other side of the map as well. I believe that's L-Town, maybe got control of the sniper across the map as well. So we'll see, check in with him in a moment.
And I remember right at the start of Halo 5 when combat evolving a weapon across the map was impressive. It's still impressive now. And the fact that players are still sussing out new ways, new angles to get that weapon closer to them, it can really change your game. It can really enhance a game as Mikwin gets an across-map rocket onto Ace.
Gotta love to see those rockets from downtown. Not too often. The rockets move a little bit slower in Halo 5, so when you see a rocket kill across the map, definitely very impressive.
And also because now you have less in the chamber, you're more reluctant to go for those kind of long-range rockets. You want the guaranteed shots that are close up, so very impressive from Mikwin to recognize he was going to be able to guarantee that kill.
Mikwin charging out. Can he get the kill? You're gonna see Ace Dipsy doodling, trying to stay alive down in the courtyard. Mikwin getting some shots across the map as well. Realizes he's down to 1 shot, trying to stay alive. Beautiful grenade by Sabinator. Didn't even hear it. And Mikwin's gonna go down from that. And Elevate up by 2 kills. This is where it all starts. A lot of people say Slayers really start once you hit that 30 kill mark. And they're only 2 kills apart.
And neither team really been able to take advantage of the power weapons thus far. Despite the fact they've had rockets, they've had sniper rifles, the opposition team has done so well avoiding the sniper and not giving away too many kills. This one is so tight. It's hard to tell who's going to be able to take this one. It's really going to come down to one individual player really either taking that moment with the sniper rifle or just getting a sneaky play to get behind a team and get that man advantage.
It's kill for kill, 31 to 31, 32 to 32, 33 to 33. Now tied up again. Both teams so evenly matched. Folks at home, let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to take this? Is it going to be Renegades or is it going to be Elevate? We're just tied up throughout this entire part of the last 2 minutes, I'd say. As now Renegades, nope, I take that back. Tied up again, Dan.
I mean, every time you think someone's going to take advantage because they get a kill with a sniper rifle or they get a kill with a rocket launcher, instantly the opposition responds. But maybe this is it. Maybe Mikwin can put this game to bed. He gets the double kill and he's on the prowl for the triple. I thought that was going to be it. I pulled the trigger in my head, but the player gets away as Mikwin just slows this one down again.
We're seeing Elevate really play cautious here, but it's not gonna matter as Mikwin is gonna punish Sabinator for even poking out. Looking across the map, trying to find a player sneaking. There is one down below. He's making a push, and that is Ace. He's gonna get taken down though, hit by the body shot.
Finally, Renegades starting to make a gap here now. They're up by 4, they had the sniper rifle, make that 5. It's going to be tough for Elevate. They're on the back foot. They need one big push to get back into this game. But you've got to feel Renegades with their experience. Surely they can grind out this victory here.
They are on a tear as we see them continue on 47 to 41. APG moving forward. He sees some shots coming out, but he does know players are going to spawn from behind him, so he does turn around just in case. Is now Mikwin, he's going to lock in, get a nice flank down to the last kill, and Renegades are just charging forward because they feel like they can't lose, and they're going to take game number 5 as they completely pulled away after it was tied back and forth. When it was 35-35, they just manhandled their way through the rest of that game.
And that's gotta feel good for Renegades as well. Their worst game type, they would have been shaking in their boots going into that game 5, knowing that they've underperformed on that map before, but they were able to pull it out when they need to. They were expected to be the top dog in this group, but credit to Elevate, they made one hell of a series out of this one.
Yes, they did. Look at those stats. APG with some big kills there, but even from Neptune, when we saw him get that sniper, just made some really clutch plays immediately as he picked up that weapon.
And not just getting the sniper, but stopping Elevate from going out of control with the sniper. Towards the end of the game, there was an opportunity for L-Town to pick up that sniper and maybe go on a tear, but Neptune was able to find the angle to stop the sniper being picked up from L-Town, and that was absolutely massive because consequently, Mikwin then picked up the sniper rifle and pretty much won the game or got them that important lead.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate, I wouldn't say they're out. This just shows that
just pool play.
It's just pool play, and this shows they've got it. They've got it, and it really comes down to just closing out that game. I mean, they were neck and neck for almost the entire game there, and it just came down to going clutch in those last few moments.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Elevate have to offer for this series, for the rest of this tournament. They looked so exciting. They looked like they knew what they had to take down this Renegades roster, but they just couldn't quite get there in the end.
I'm excited to see what Clutch and Ela might have to say about this. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Guys, I mean, Kyle, you weren't far off there, mate. You really weren't. I'm going to have to hand it to you because Elevate, they looked good. Just to put it bluntly, they looked good. I really did think at one point it was going to go either way. And Ace, he had a huge performance. Incredible job. I mean, Clutch, what do you make of this? We'll come back to you in a minute.
Yeah, Kyle, you weren't too far off, but you weren't right. I mean, props off to Elevate. I first want to say that was one of the more impressive series I've seen them play, and they are scrappy as it gets. I thought that they were going to win that series, to be honest. The way that Game 5 was going, you saw Neptune getting all these triple kills, and you saw Mikwin getting all these kills, but they weren't getting a lead because of it. And that just shows that the level that Elevate can play on. They can have the other team getting snipes and getting multi-kills, but still keep that lead close enough to maybe they can squeeze out that Game 5. Unfortunately, it didn't happen this series, and Renegade proved too strong.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just an amazing series. The best series we've had so far of this event, and ultimately Renegades proved to just be a little bit too strong, and a lot of that came down to some of the individual performances we saw at the end of that game. When you've got players like Mikwin and Neptune pulling off these ridiculous plays, like not only were we seeing double and almost triple kills coming out of these guys, that's a lot of sniper ammo that's no longer in the hands of Elevate once that weapon ultimately changes hands. So it was just a great overall performance. Two very evenly matched teams with some clutch plays here coming out of Renegades.
It really just came down to Mikwin getting one too many snipers in the series, and he ended the game on a little bit of a spree in Game 5, and that really just dictates the entire way that you need to play this Renegades roster. You can't give these guys power weapons, or Neptune's going to no-scope you in the face for a double, possibly a triple. Mikwin does the same. I mean, they're just too good to be giving up power weapons like they did in Game 4 and Game 5.
They really are too good. And speaking about somebody who is too good, I have Neptune next to me. Welcome to the desk, first of all. Neptune, I'm going to start off by saying, you're one of the young guns on the team. You're somebody that a lot of people look up to, despite how old you are compared to everybody else. But how do you think you've developed as a player throughout your Halo 5 career?
I think I developed a lot from my teammates. They taught me how to play a lot more, because I already had the shot when I first started playing the game, but they kind of just taught me how to play and just do everything else you have to do besides just having a good shot. And that was pretty much it.
Amazing, amazing. And you have developed throughout. How did you think your team performed during that? Because of course, Elevate really were on your tail as well.
I think we didn't play our best, but we clutched up, we won the Game 5, and we did what we had to do.
By clutching up, what did you guys do? What was there a turning point after that first oddball game? You're like, right, okay, guys, hold on a second. Let's get together and try and figure this out.
Yeah, so we just had a talk. We said, like, this isn't how we play. We need to step it up. We need to do what we talked about and just close out the games.
There we go, closed out the games.
I got a question for you, Neptune. Do you find it harder to play against a team like an Elevate that kind of plays a different meta style compared to everybody else, compared to the likes of Tox and Spice? They kind of play to a different pace, and they do get those scrappy wins that I've been talking about. And Game 1 was a perfect example of that. It's almost like you guys were outslaying them so hard at the beginning of the game, but the ball time didn't reflect that. Would you prefer to play against a more standardized style of Halo, or do you actually like playing against an unorthodox team like Elevate?
I'd prefer playing against like Tox or Splice or someone like that, just because we know like what they do. But teams like that, they just kind of like do something like just random stuff that like we're never expecting. They kind of just get like those like wins that like shouldn't really happen. But yeah, I mean, I'd rather play against like a Tox.
All right, and then Neptune, of course, this is you're newer to the scene. No surprise to anyone. You started your career mainly this year. You know, is this something you ever thought you would be doing, traveling to these events, competing in the Halo 5, especially at the highest level?
No, I did not expect going pro. I mean, it was a dream I had. I figured out about competitive Halo and Halo 5, so I was like roughly new to everything, and I started playing matchmaking a lot. I knew I had the shot to do it. I just had to get picked up by a team, and I'd be able to learn and adapt.
And what's it like playing with some of these players? You've already had the opportunity to team with Lunchbox, who's one of the most legendary players out there. Then you've got Mikwin, APG, Penguin, some of these guys that have had, you know, Penguin's lowest finish in Halo 5 top 4 and whatnot. What's that like?
It helped me out a lot in my career because like they just have all that experience from those past tournaments, and it really helped me out because they like it. I mean, the game isn't all about shots, so they taught me how to play like technical and to like adapt to playing against better teams.
And what would you say to anyone else watching at home that wants to find themselves in your situation, some of the newer up-and-comers that want to get in and compete?
I would say just grind it out, play matchmaking a lot. That's what I did. I played a lot of wagers with other pros. That's how I got my name out. And yeah, just play a lot, watch streams, learn, you know, from those streams of how to play. And yeah, just grind it out.
One last question. Your team was so close to beating Tox in London. Game 5, 50-48, 50-49, whichever it was. What's going to be the 2-kill difference this time around?
We just have to not choke, clutch up, and perfect our technical gameplay, because Tox is more like technical gameplay. They don't like do random stuff, so if we just get our technical game down, we should be able to beat them.
Neptune, talking about that technical game, what are you guys discussing? Before you came into this tournament, what did you guys think? You know, what are we going to make? Did you think you're going to make it right to the very end? Are you going to be lifting that trophy? Or are you happy with a top certain full spot, perhaps?
Yeah, we really want to win. It's the last Halo event, and yeah, we really want to win.
I like that. He really wants to win, guys.
It's now or never, brother.
Yeah, we'll find out. We will find out. We'll see exactly. Well, thank you so much for being on the desk. Lovely having you, and I'll see you a little bit later on. Right. Well, guys, that does it for right now. Next up, we got Reciprocity versus Straight Ripping. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, they won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
Over 100 great games.
Endless play.
New titles monthly. More is...
My job? It's pretty awesome. I work the drive-thru at Xbox Game Pass. Hey, welcome to Game Pass. How can I help you?
We'll take Halo and Gears of War.
Get Banjo-Kazooie, get Banjo-Kazooie. You can get all of these, and it's just $9.99 a month.
What?
It's weirdly challenging to convince people they can get over 100 games.
Every game?
You can get all of them.
All right, Soul Calibur 2?
All of them. Oh, we got zombie games.
Borderlands?
All of them.
So then we'll take everything?
Excellent choice. I love this guy. Comes in every Friday.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the HCS 2018 Finals. We are here at DreamHack Atlanta. And if you're just joining, my name is Lottie Van Praag, and I'm going to be desk hosting all weekend long. I'm also joined by two dapper gentlemen by my side. I've got Clutch and Elamite. Gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. We have seen some incredible games so far. We've seen 2 3-0s, but then we did go to a game 5 last. I mean, what a series that was. Elamite, I know it didn't go your way. And I know that you're salty about it, but it's fine. But gentlemen, from what we've seen so far, are we in store for a good weekend?
I think so. Yeah. I think the top 4, all in our heads, have separated themselves from everyone else in the pack. But then you just saw Elevate really push Renegades to the limit there, and there's no telling who's going to match up with who in this bracket. But if Elevate can play Renegades again in this tournament, that's going to go to probably another game 5 if they can keep that pace up that they were just playing with. I want to see more out of them. I want to see more out of Accelerate and see if they can push these top teams to a level we haven't seen.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Coliseum Team Slayer. That was the Game 5 that Renegades fell short to Tox by 1 or 2 kills, just not too long ago. So the fact that they've probably been preparing a lot on that game type in particular, and especially some of the plays we saw from Neptune and Mikowan, some of those snipe shots they're hitting, those are game-changing plays. So it's really kind of props to Elevate for putting up such a good performance here because, like we were saying, I was rooting for them to come out and take this one, but Renegades, you cannot look past them, how good these guys are.
Well, gentlemen and folks at home, I just want to introduce you to some of our favorite moments from Halo 5. We've whittled them down and we've gone through all of the footage and we found number 1 for you guys, which is Walshy getting pied at the Pro League Fall Finals in 2016.
Thank you, Alex. Seriously, thank you for sending this over to me. I am so ready for this. Basically, what happened was Dave thought Optic Gaming was going to win the tournament. I thought one of the other teams was, and I get to pie David Walshy. Walsh, any thoughts before this happens?
I hate you with all my heart.
Love night, man, I've been waiting for this a long time. Never in my life have I got to do this. You ready?
Yeah.
Sure? All right, let me set this mic down.
Well, there you go, guys. Before I cut myself off there, faded into the distance. A bet was going on, I believe. So strong side bet Walshy or Walshy bet strong side. Elam, I think you were there, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, what a legendary moment. They're betting on who's actually ultimately going to win the event. It's basically coming down to like a Tox Splice situation that we have now just a couple seasons ago here. And, I mean, what an iconic moment. Unfortunately for Wall, she's been kind of the butt of strong side's jokes for almost a decade here now, and if you're in London, you saw more of it happen there. But yeah, Walshy, unfortunately, on the lesser end of that one.
You hate to see it. I mean, like you said, strong side always somehow comes out ahead, and it's so annoying. You really wanted to be able to see Dave pie him in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, can we make that happen? Is there any pies backstage? Can we somehow, strong side, if you want to have a bet, we're ready. Right. We're ready here. We'll go buy the pies for Championship Sunday, guys. Yeah? You on that?
I challenge.
Can we get a vote in the chat?
For sure.
Yeah, vote in the chat if you want to see strong side somehow get pied. We'll work out a way. It'll happen. Don't worry about it. Guys, let's have a look at what we've got coming up later on because we have another amazing matchup to bring your way. We've got Reciprocity versus Straight Rippin'. Now, this Straight Rippin' roster, EU, actually, they have completely rearranged, but they have also been over here scrimming and practicing, I think, for a week before this tournament happened. So we were expecting strong stuff then, but I have been told that actually on the feature station, Mentality did beat them 3-0. Which is a huge fall for them right now. I mean, that can't really put a lot of confidence in them.
Right, we saw Reciprocity 3-0 Mentality. Mentality 3-0 Straight Rippin'. Guess what's going to happen this series, guys?
Transitive property here.
Right, transitive property. Reciprocity is going to demolish Straight Rippin' this series. I'm calling it right now.
6-0.
6-0. It's gonna feel like 12-0, I promise you, because there's no way Straight Rippin's Mentality has been able to recover from that series. That was one they needed to get a top 2 seed in this pool, and they got swept. And Reciprocity is not the team you want to have to face after coming off such a hard loss and such a dominant loss to a team like Mentality.
Well, these gentlemen up here just adding games on as it goes, but that's absolutely fine. If you want to stay here till midnight, we can. Let's take a look at the groups that we've got at the moment, guys. If you're just tuning in, just to see where the teams are sitting. These are our 4 groups. Gentlemen, right now, is this kind of what the results you expected in each of the groups?
Yeah, taking a look at it right now, I mean, and it really is. It's just the higher seeded teams winning each match. So, it doesn't take a genius. You don't even need us up here to tell you that that's probably a very high chance of happening here. Clutch, anything that kind of, throws a wrench in the works here, surprises you?
I think we all expect the top 4 seeds to come out. I think really fighting for these 2, 3, 4 seeds is really what's going to be interesting when we're looking at a graphic like this. We saw Straight Rippin' already lose, so Mentality Gaming could potentially come out of that pool second in their pool, not third, and we thought that Straight Rippin' had potential to get the 2nd seed there. So yeah, there are some surprising things, but they're going to keep continuing to develop when these 2, 3, these 2, 4 matchups develop, and we find out later on in the tournament.
I mean, that's got to be the one for me, Clutch. You know, this straight ripping roster falling short there to mentality, because I thought, you know, they would be on point. They came out early. They were practicing hard. You know, you saw all those sort of like intense VTs that Straight were like producing as well before the event. It looked awesome, and I was really excited to see what this EU roster could do. But can they redeem themselves? I don't know.
I mean, they've got all the ingredients there to make it work, and that loss was actually kind of a little bit worse than I was expecting to see. And I think a lot of that has to do with, or with that happening in that fashion, I think there's still a lot of potential for them. They can get back into this. By no means are they out. They need to change a lot of stuff, don't get me wrong. They need to start adapting here to this faster paced play style, but they can absolutely bounce back. We've seen it happen time and time again.
They do, and one thing that isn't changing is the schedule. So let's take a look at this schedule right now and see what we've got coming up for the rest of today. Taking a look at this. So we just had Renegades versus Elevate. We've now got Reciprocity taking on Straight Rippin'. Then we've got Splice and Trifecta. And to close out the day, we've got Tox Gaming versus Accelerate, which I'm really looking forward to, that final match of the day. Renegades and Elevate 3-2. That was the most exciting match we've seen all day. This one, I mean, I'm really feeling like Reciprocity just going to take this by storm, and it's going to be another 3-0.
Right, we just saw the most exciting match of the day. It's going to be followed by the least exciting match of the day. This is about to be what Snipedown said when he was up here on the desk. He is a noob slayer. He is playing noobs. He's going to get his kill death ratio. He's going to double it.
Wow, there is no sugarcoating this with you, Clutch, is there? Oh my goodness.
Savagery.
It is.
I like it.
Pure savage on this desk. Well, guys, at home, you can also have your say as well. Don't forget that you can vote for your favorite team too. Is it Reciprocity? Is it Straight Rippin'? Have you got a EU family member? Are you voting for the EU side in the UK? I don't know, but we will find out who you're feeling right now, because of course, just vote in the chat whether you fancy one team or the other, and we will let you know towards the end as we're getting into the gameplay. Now, gentlemen, these two rosters, I mean, there's not too much to say about it, because I really do feel like Straight are going to have a lot of difficulty here. But if they could do it, what do they need to do in particular?
They need to pray.
Oh my goodness.
and they might need to pick up a fifth. But if either one of if they don't have time for either one of those and the rules don't allow it, they got to step it up. I mean, everybody's got to have the series of their life to be competing with a roster like Reciprocity. This Reciprocity roster has so much slaying power, so much veteranship. Pistola, Snipedown, they don't lose to teams like this. Like we said, they're noob slayers. And I mean that in a respectful way, as far as they dominate lesser tier teams. And we've seen it before in pool play, and I think we're going to see it again.
Yeah, I think the way that you were trying to put it, Wes, is Reciprocity will beat a team like Straight harder than Tox or Splice will beat a team like Straight, even though those teams are the ones we see in the finals all the time here. Yeah, I mean, I got to agree with Wes. With them following the mentality and in the fashion that they did, maybe we'll see a lot better of a squad come back tomorrow, but that series was not very long ago, and I bet it still stings from what happened there.
Well, you know the phrase, if you play with a lesser team, sometimes you can play down to that standard. Do you think that is the case for some of these top teams here? Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. I think there are teams that do that. Splice is very well known for playing down to their competition. They're known to get upset on Fridays. But Reciprocity is not one of those teams. Reciprocity takes advantage of these teams and really gets their stats good, I'll say. And not that they're thinking relatively of stats, but they just enjoy overslaying teams like Straight Rippin'.
Wow, overslaying teams. My God, you really are on fire today, Clutch. Honestly, I'm going to give it to you, bro. You really are. You're not stopping for anything, are you?
I'm just showing up. I'm doing my job, and I'm going to sleep.
Friday coming in hot. The honest reviews are happening. If you want an honest review, come over to Clutch, because he will give it to you. You may not like it, but that's the way it is. Looking at these guys from the EU, though, Elamite, I mean, some of these guys are well-known players in Halo 5. They've been coming to these NA events for such a long time now. Have you seen any particular improvement in any of them?
Oof, it's tough to put me on the spot like that, because unfortunately, we've seen better performances than in the past than we are seeing here at this, last and final Halo 5 event. The last chance for EU to really show up. We've seen it from the Latin American scene. We've seen it from some other teams, but we haven't seen it from EU.
Well, we've got the series layout just popping up there. We've got Oddball Echelon to start us off. A Slaza player. Slaza? Oh my goodness. If you want to say that as a slang, Slaza's there. Capture the Flag, Refuge. I just don't feel like we're going to see those last two, to be honest with you. But Oddball Echelon, it's a fairly new game type, a new map as well. Everybody had to become rehearsed with it going into New Orleans. So I'm not sure how that's going to fare, but I think the score is going to be a little bit of a drought for the E guys. I'm not going to lie.
I completely agree with you. I mean, Reciprocity says that they're one of the most practiced teams coming into this tournament. Now, if you're playing a team like Splice on these new game types, you might kind of find some kind of an advantage to work with. I think that advantage actually goes to Reciprocity on the new game types because they're so practiced, because they've been playing the new game types for so long now. I mean, that's another advantage in Reciprocity's favor, something that Straight Rippin' really can't have.
Guys, I'm getting word that the game is ready to go, so I'm going to quickly grab your predictions. Elamite is not a tough one, right?
Yeah, Reciprocity, 3-0.
I'm just going to predict Snipe Down goes plus 38 in the series. It's going to be a 3-0.
He's getting specific here. He's getting specific. I'm also going to go with Reciprocity. I think that they are the team that are going to do it for me this series as well. Let's have a look at what you guys have said at home. But I have a feeling you're probably going to be agreeing with us. But we will take a quick look and see where that line is going to be. Oh my word. That's the biggest shock I've ever seen.
I mean, there's got to be some serious international fans watching here, because this isn't the first one that surprised me on how close some of these are.
I know there's a lot of international people that stayed up really late to watch this series. I apologize for nothing.
Oh my, right. On that note, we're going to head over to your casters for this. Onset and Wonderboy, take it away.
That's right, Lions. Onset and Wonderboy, he's been released, everyone. He's here, he's back.
Hi, guys.
Give it up, Atlanta, he's back. And yeah, we're about to give our opinion, thank you very much, Wes and Elamite, on exactly what's about to happen in this series. But before we do, quick update for you guys on one of the other games that's going on at the moment. Accelerate, know those guys? Yeah, pretty good team. Mocky Esports are taking them to a Game 5, so Europe's turning up right now. What are you saying?
Yeah. Also want to give a massive shout out to Wes Clutch on the desk with his massive short-term memory, saying Reciprocity, not one of those teams who plays down to their competition. Guess what? They lost in New Orleans to Trifecta. So
remember, Wes, remember these things, and you're going to be made to eat your words here.
He says he's here to do his job and go home, when he's not doing it very well.
Well, he might be here a long time and learning to do his job properly, but we'll have to find out right now. Of course, our game is going to be Straight Rippin' versus Reciprocity, and we have to be honest here, Harry, for all of the good vibes we're trying to send their way. Straight, very, very disappointing series before this one, as we're about to head into our first game, which of course will be Oddball on Echelon.
Yeah, their first game in this pool was against Mentality, a team that Straight Rippin' honestly would have beaten. I mean, they really should have beaten on paper as we jump into the game, starting off with Pistola, but they lost 3-0 to Mentality. That is not a result they would have wanted. Now they have to go up against the Titans of Reciprocity, and they have to pull off a massive upset to try and get into the winner's bracket coming out of pools.
Yeah, that's very, very true, and it's not a great start here for the guys on Straight Rippin'. Reciprocity going to be more than happy with that start. They have the Oddball in hand. They managed to take down 3 players as well, and I believe the Rockets are in the hands of Saiyan as well. So Snipe Down, he's got the objective working, and look at this, Saiyan has got the Rockets, but a big trade coming in there from Kimbo.
Yeah, good beat down there from Kimbo. That's what you want to do when a player has Rockets. Get in his face, make him trade you off. Double from Snipe Down. Also word from the back that the camouflage was burnt. So first camouflage of the game, not in play. That's going to play in the favor of Reciprocity. We said earlier, we saw Saiyan with the Rockets. He was traded off, fair enough, but you still get those kills with that weapon, and it's translating into points 26 and gaining here for Reciprocity early on.
Looks like they're using the Pelican to set up around at the moment. You can see a couple of kills being traded across the board, and that's absolutely fine at the moment if you're on Reciprocity. It just means these are going to be 1v1 battles instead of 3v1 battles on that ball player. Trippy decides to play the ball off the map there with such a commanding early lead here. Harry, not surprising to see him do that and prioritize those slays straight away.
Yeah, really worrying for Straight, considering they get the first kill in the team fight. They still allow Trippy to play that ball. That's probably to be expected, but if you're going to try and chip away at this early lead, you really don't want that ball off the map. You want to try and keep the ball on the map as much as possible. 2 kills going in Straight's favor, that's going to help them out. They need to make sure they grab that ball early and capitalize off those 2 kills, but guess what? Kimbo goes down, Saiyan kills him, and again, it's wrecked with the ball. Just a little bit of lack of efficiency here from Straight as Respectful gets back smacked.
Sneaky, sneaky Ola coming around the corner and picking up that back smack. As you say, Trippy with ball in hand at the moment, and he's just an observer in this game, much like you have been recently, Harry, but he's got the odd ball in hand, watching all of his teammates picking up kills, and this is exactly what you want. If you've got that ball in your hands, if you're just watching that kill feed and seeing your teammates pick up kills, all you've got to do is focus on maybe the rotation away from where those last few players are and just buying yourself some time.
Yeah, so you're looking at the score right now, 53-3 in favor of Rec. You're probably thinking, hey, that's not great for Straight, but look at the kill feeds. Snipe Drone was able to grab the second rocket launcher of the game. Camouflage coming up soon. It's actually Saiyan with the camouflage here, so That's something for Straight to look out for. You can see they've all just kind of stood still waiting to see if Saiyin's going to show himself. 2 kills from Trippy, thanks to Saiyin kind of being amongst the pigeons right there, ruffling the feathers of Straight. And now, again, just as we were talking about Straight maybe getting back into this game, it is all wreck right now, thanks to this camouflage.
Yeah, this is all wreck at the moment, 60-17, and Saiyin going to be taken down by a nice grenade, but all of the slays, every time we're looking at the kill feed, Harry, it is all going in the hands of Reciprocity. They're doing such a good job, and again, I mean, Trippy cam at the moment is oddball cam.
It is pretty much, but you have to say, yeah, sure, it's all going in the favor of Rec, but when it goes in the favor of Straight, they don't do anything with it. They don't grab the ball. They don't capitalize on that objective work. There's 2 trades either side, 2 versus 2 on the map. Again, it's Rec getting that second wave of kills in the team fight, and all of a sudden they're in the more advantageous to grab the ball. Pistola, as soon as he saw Snipe Down grab that kill, he's going for the ball. Look at where Kimbo is. He's down low. He's in almost a negative position, and he gets taken out as well.
Yeah, easy kills here for Reciprocity. Straight aren't doing a good job of making themselves difficult kills, and all the kills, as we say, just Straight. It's such easy kills for Straight, for the guys on Reciprocity as well, on these Straight members. Every single player they're running into is low shields. They're either in a 2v1 situation, and they're really not taking advantage of that. But now Trippy set up top middle, couple of trades going down, rockets coming up in 20. They need to get these next set of rockets. They need camo because they need all the help they can get at the moment.
Yeah, rockets coming up very, very soon, and as you say, Mark, very important for Straight to grab these. Because look at the score. It's over a minute in favor of Reciprocity right now, being the lead. So you need rockets, you need the camouflage to just try and swing the momentum. But again, look at that kill feed, man. Just trades either side of the kills from Straight, and they just have no way of moving up the map because there's always Rec players on the map. Camouflage coming up very soon. Not sure where the rockets have gone. In fact, they've gone into the hands of Pistola, and we can see the fight for camouflage right there. I believe it was Trippy who got the burn.
I don't think he did actually manage to get it. It was Mose who got away with it. So now Straight have a potential opportunity to get back in the map.
Kimbo.
They have the rocket launcher in the hands of Respectful. They have Kimbo with the camo as well. They need to get the ball out of the hands, though, of these Reciprocity players who are pushing across top mid. Kimbo playing this one slowly, but he's getting hunted down at the moment. He's doing absolutely no damage here, Harry.
I mean, you can say he's doing no damage, but he's making Rec find him. That's exactly what Saiyin did earlier on in the game. Now he's converting the camouflage into kills, and all the time he's doing this, Straight are grabbing time as well. This is fantastic, and we have to note as well, Respectful elsewhere, still with 2 rockets as well. So not only do Rec have to worry about this man with the camo, but Respectful in the kill feed with the rocket.
Finally, Straight Rippin have woken up a little bit. That's going to be a fresh 4 dead, I believe, here for Reciprocity as well. So finally, as I say, wakey Straight Rippin. Jet lags, you know, it's a difficult thing to play with, but they're getting over it at the moment, 87-58, and it's all because of that power-up and rocket launcher.
And didn't we talk about it being a vital set of power-ups and rockets for Straight Rippin? They were down over a minute. Now they're just within 20 seconds of Reciprocity. Well done, Straight.
And that's the thing about Oddball, Harry. You can pick up those big chunks of time if you get things right. And Kimbo's got a 1v1 here as he got a difficult angle to fight with. Somehow manages to stay alive, but Saiyin comes in, breaks that setup around the Pelican, and now it's going to be Reciprocity with map control.
Yeah, good job there from Saiyin. He does that so much for Reciprocity. Just when you think the other team's coming back in the game, Saiyin just chimes in with either a single kill or a double kill, and that just sparks Reciprocity into life. He does it so often, not only against these lesser teams like your Straight Rippins, the kind of perennial top 8 teams, but also against the major teams as well. So very well done there from Saiyin, and now that's going to free up Pistola. Look at the kill feed, 2 from him as well.
Saiyin, great awareness from him, listening to those call-outs. Another player going to be taken down. Rocket launcher has popped as well. Snipe Down is going to have that in his hands as well, and I mean, this is just easy pickings for Pistola top middle. Saiyin picks up the oddball, moves it back towards the Pelican, and the way that they've held down this setup, Harry, you wouldn't be surprised here to see this go almost to the end of the game here. They should expect to pick up 20 or 30 seconds, especially with that camouflage in hand as well.
Yeah, Saiyin just grabbing the camouflage. Elsewhere, it was Snipe Down who grabbed the rockets. He whiffed 2 and went down straight away. So certainly a chance here for Straight to come back in the game.
Big kill. I was about to say, Saiyin has the opportunity to maybe bait the oddball player as well with that camouflage, but great play from Straight there to make sure that they shut down Saiyin, got that camo player out of the game, and now they have a chance to get back into the game. If they didn't get that kill, this game, in my opinion, it's over.
Yeah, they are still down by quite a margin, but again, for me, it's all about where that first kill goes. You need that first kill. If it's not traded off, then push that advantage. It is traded off this time, though. Really should be a kill on Saiyin, and it is. My question is, while you have this advantage, why aren't you getting ball time right now, Straight Rippin? There you go. You finally pick up the ball. It's Snipe Drone, and He's in a good position here. He can throw this ball off if too much pressure from Reciprocity comes in. But look at where the Rippin members are. He's going to rotate them straight to his friend.
Yeah, this should be another team fight going down now. It's a 4v4. There's the first kill in the battle. Respectful gets the kill. Pistola comes in and trades it out. Trades across the ball. And when you have the oddball in hand, Harry, trades are absolutely fine. But it might leave Snipe Drone in a 1v1 situation here with a battle that he has to win. But great rotations with this ball.
I absolutely love this rotation. He doesn't even need to take this fight. He has spawners in blue.
Two dead.
Into the fight anyway. Look at this blue setup right now for Straight. 2 kills for them. Could be 3, and it is.
3 dead here for the guys on Reciprocity. And now it's just 20 points between the two teams. All of it's going to come down to this rocket launcher and this next camo, though, Harry. Who is going to get these power-ups and power weapon in their hand? This could well be the game.
Yeah, that's why Mose is making this flank. He honestly shouldn't really be chasing this kill. He has to worry about rockets here, and I believe Rek are in a perfect place to grab them. Looking across our screens, can't see anywhere where Rockets is at the moment, so it's all about this camouflage fight, and we're about to be tied up.
They're about to be tied up, and look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Price are you watching right now? Because Straight Rippin have gone into a lead here. 1 rocket left for Kimbo to work with as well. This is looking very, very good for Straight, but they need to pick up this time, Harry.
Yeah, camouflage up now as well, so very important that you milk this time, because you're about 10 seconds away from winning this game, but also worry about that camouflage.
Mose is the big player. Mose is the big player here.
This ball guy right here, if you're wrecked, and maybe you grab camouflage and you can get back in the game.
That's
but
3 dead.
I believe it's actually Mose with the camouflage, so he's the pivotal player right now on this map.
Mose gets the beat down, doesn't finish off the kill though, but they're only 5 seconds away.
3,
Respectful clutch
2,
up, stay alive, get off the map, and it's Straight Rippin who take your map #1 here. Wow, I mean, nobody saw that coming. Hey, wait, we did.
We did. Not just an observer. We make predictions too. Wow, what a game 1.
Hey, we got a series on our hands. I mean, this takes me back to Halo World Championships 2018. The last time it was Infused back then took on this team of Reciprocity, and we have to remember that went all the way down to a game 5 there, Harry, and finally they've woken up. They're playing up to their standard. The guys on the desk were talking about maybe Reciprocity playing down to the level of their opponents, but I think that, to be honest with you, that was just super impressive stuff from all of the guys who were on Straight Rippin there. Kudos to them.
Yeah, completely agree. You have to think maybe that 3-0 against mentality earlier on in the pool. I mean, that was less than an hour ago. Maybe that's a wake-up call for Straight Rippin. Maybe they're looking at themselves thinking, hey, we shouldn't be going 0-2 in this pool before an open team's even in this pool with us. So now they're here to make a statement against Rek, and what a game type to do it on as well. An oddball game going into a Slayer, that's going to be just amazing for their confidence. They have to ride this wave though, and Rek are one of the best for breaking that kind of momentum for the other team.
Yeah, as excited as we're getting about this, we have to kind of put it into context a little bit here, Harry. It's game 1. It's a best of 5. And the next game that's coming up here is Slayer Plaza. And now, these guys haven't been great Straight Rippin on this game type historically. However, those 4 gentlemen on your screen right now, they're pretty damn good at this one.
Yeah, pretty good. They got one of the best snipers in the league on their team. That'll help. Trippy's not too bad with either, as well as Saiyan. So,
hey, we count Ola out as well.
We never count.
They're all pretty good with it, is what we're saying.
Never count Ola out in the Halo Championship Series, but a key start here on Plaza, a successful one for Straight, is going to be so important. We talked about it on the oddball map on game #1 on Echelon. Yes, they went down by over a minute early on in the game, but you can't do that here on Slayer Plaza because Overshield, Sniper, that's going to snowball in Reciprocity's favor.
It very much is, and it's going to be an early burn there on that Overshield from a Straight Rippin member. 2 kills going down early into the hands of Reciprocity, and that just means the sniper rifle's pretty much going to be up for free. And I mean, I'm bored of saying it, Harry, but who do you not want to give it to? Snipe down.
Yep, here he is. And if you're Straight, what do you do here? Do you slow it down? Do you speed it up, try and push Snipe down? I mean, if you slow the game down, you let this man pick his angles. And we've seen it for 10 years straight. If you let this man pick his angles on the map, he's going to pick you apart.
Now, this is where we can kind of see what Straight Rippin are made of, to be honest with you. This is where we have to see if they are committing to each other, if they're committing to the decisions that are being made, as Snipe Down has another easy shot to take down Snipe Drone. I've just realized how difficult that's going to be to save for the rest of the series. And to be honest with you, I hope that those two don't get in too many battles.
Yeah, hopefully not, man. Snipe Down versus Snipe Drone, when the European team were first picked up by Straight Rippin, I said, hold on a second. In 2008, Snipe Down was playing for Straight, and now in 2018, Snipe Drone is playing for Straight.
Funny how things work, isn't it?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like a parallel universe kind of thing.
Well, Snipe Down with this sniper rifle. That's 5 bullets to work with as well, 7-2, and you can see he's just looking over his teammates. First kill on the fight goes down to Mose, traded out, however, and almost again there. Snipe Down managed to pick up a headshot and keep things close, but it was Mose actually with the light rifle who managed to pick up a couple of kills, and great shots coming in from Kimbo there to take down that sniper rifle player and keep that weapon down. And this is all the push coming in right now, because in around 30 seconds time, Harry, that overshield's going to be coming up, and look at Respectful. He's getting aggressive. He's on the flank, cleans up one, looking for the cleanup on the other, misses a couple of shots, but they need to push this kill. Be aggressive on it. Don't let this player get away.
Honestly, really impressed by that kill on
Oh no!
Doesn't get the kill on Ola there. That's a bit of a whiffed one, and when you look at where Straight are on the map right now, they're so pushed back by Snipe Lift. They're not in a position for this overshield. If I'm Snipe Drone, I'm trying to get in a position to either look for players pushing over in this direction. Look at where Reciprocity are. They have gold control, they have OS control, and there you go, free overshield for staying.
Yeah, free overshield.
They may be pushed on that Snipe Lift kill a little bit too hard, in my opinion. After they get the kill on Snipe Down with the snipe, they do a great job pushing over that side of the map. They get it within 3, and unfortunately, they pushed a little bit too hard, forgot about the overshield, and here is saying with that power.
Yeah, he's got all the toys to play with at the moment. Christmas comment early here for Saiyan. Unfortunately, misses one beatdown. Oh my God, he's almost got embarrassed there by Respectful, and that's a fair trade, to be honest with you, for Straight. 4 kills the difference. That overshield, not too much of a game changer, to be honest with you.
No, certainly not. Not as we've seen overshields in the past on Plaza Slayer. You know, usually when you trap a team in blue, trap a team in yard, you can fly in with that thing, either cause a distraction or just clean up all the kills. It wasn't really the case here for Straight Rippin'. They were able to keep it scrappy, get some nice beatdowns on Saiyan, but this collapse from Wreck, amazing right now. They need to clean up these kills though, to actually go in the favor of Straight. How do they make that one work?
This is impressive, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, Kimbo couldn't clean that one up. However, Snipe Drone comes in, and this is the weapon now in the man that you want this weapon in the hands of. Kimbo, in my opinion, the best sniper in Europe has been recently. He said himself after the last series, I caught up with one of them, and he said he had a pretty shaky series, some of the worst Halo he's played in a while. But if this man heats up, if he's given the opportunity to, he can go on a run that could change this game around.
Agreed. If you're Straight Rippin' right now, all you have to do, pin Reciprocity in yard. If I'm Mose, I don't even push that hard on Light Rifle. We saw him there on Kimbo's screen. You don't want to push them too hard. You don't want to kill one and then make him spawn out, because the overshield in the next 30 or so seconds, you want to keep them pinned back in yard as far as possible. Let Kimbo, if any Reciprocity players decide to go driveway or top gold, let him pick them off.
Yeah, you basically giving Kimbo an opportunity to hit a shot, is what you're saying. You're waiting for a player to poke out. Respectful's actually going to be pushing up and getting a kill of his own. This is going to make things easier. The overshield's going to be popping pretty soon. Now they could potentially collapse, Harry.
Yeah, they might be collapsing on yard. I like how Kimbo's double backing here. I was about to say, they killed one. They need to watch out for where that spawner is, but also keep an eye on that overshield as well. It's about to be up, and you can see on Kimbo's screen, gets the vital shot, but who's going to grab that overshield?
Well, it's up at the moment. It's completely free. Big shots coming in from Kimbo. He's going to get the double. The back smack comes in, but the overshield is still available, I believe. Nobody has picked it up yet. Here goes Respectful. He's actually choked the jump, though, and that could cost him potentially.
Could. He has to be very wary of those 2 players at blue. One of them has a sniper and will be hard scoping. There's going to be Pistola.
Look at the flank coming in from Trippy.
Face taken off. Trippy is the man to watch. 2 from Mose, but that overshield has been up for a long time. So
not again.
Spooky.
I thought Halloween was a couple of weeks ago, Harry, but it's actually Snipe Drone. Everything's okay here. Snipe Drone has managed to get himself the overshield. Kimbo, I mean, we go back to Worlds, and I mean, I don't want to talk about it for too long, but hopefully this one ends up with a slightly different story here for the Straight guys.
Is it? When Reciprocity play Europeans, things get spooky. This is what I was talking about earlier on. When you have the overshield, dive bombing into blue,
and they do exactly that.
And that's a fantastic trade there, actually, in the end for Reciprocity. Considering that you know, Straight had that overshield and were bombing into blue, they were able to trade off, and they are only down by 2 now at Reciprocity. That's a good trade for them.
Straight Rippin' are in the lead. That's the most important thing.
For us, at least, as Europeans.
Snipe Drone gets sniped down, picks up a kill to make it a 1-kill game. Great push here coming in from Mose. Gonna be low shield. Sniper rifle gonna be popping in around 20 seconds as well, and it looks like the guys on Straight Rippin' are more than aware than that. You can see Mose looking at his teammates. Has a cheeky little flank on here. If Bran can stay alive, that's Respectful. He might be able to finish off this kill. Kill gets cleaned up before he can even get there, and look at this, a player behind him. Mose versus 1v1 with Saiyan. Here comes Kimbo to help him out. It's a 4-kill lead now for Straight.
Okay, Straight, how's your late game? 6-minute mark. Sniper coming up, overshield coming up. Although it was very late, don't forget. It got down to around the 13-second mark in this minute. So You're prioritizing sniper straight away. It's actually snipe drone with that weapon right now for straight, so good job. That's objective number 1. You have a 4-point lead. Now, don't forget about this overshield. Do Rec know the timing on it? Ogre 2 in the back, the coach from Reciprocity. What do you know, friend? Do you know the time?
That overshield's going to be coming up around 05, and that's a big push coming in here from Rec. Kimbo and Respectful pick up kills, so 2v2 situation on the map at the moment. As we say, around 20 seconds or so. Very, very late overshield. Last time it was Kimbo with the sniper rifle who put it to use as this power-up came up. Pistola had the opportunity to do so, but this is a big push actually coming in here from the straight guys.
Certainly is. Rec were able to counter it though. OS in 5 seconds. We're about to find out if Rec actually know the timing on it. They were able to see, oh no, there it is, it's already up, and it's staying with it. So now only down by 1. Sniper in the hands of Pistola, OS in the hands of Saiyan. We're talking about straight, how's your late game? How's your counter game?
You can see they're on a bad respawn at the moment. They're all trapped in blue, but they have committed to this push. However, the only problem with that is you've got a scary-looking Saiyan coming on the flank. He should pick up the double kill. That's an easy double for Saiyan. A killing spree for him as well. And with that overshield, now it's Reciprocity. You have a 1-kill lead.
Yeah, not only that, they also know the spawns of Straight Rip, and they all pushed over to Yard, did Reciprocity, so they know they flipped the map on Straight. So Pistola has his target areas to look at. Look over at Snipe Lift, look over at open field. Any players pushing to Hotel, into blue. First kill again goes to Mose. He's traded off. Another kill. It's all up to Ola right here. He's maybe a little bit too stagnant right here.
Well, I mean, the guys on straight are coming in swinging. That's pretty much what we can say. 2 beatdown kills. Now he's actually going to drop this one off, to be honest, to a teammate, and obviously trusting in his teammate, maybe not feeling it himself at the moment. Kimbo picks up another kill. Game tied up at 43-43. Pistola taken down to no shields, and it's going to be Rec with a late game lead here, but here comes the driveway push. Snipe down though, shuts it down. You have to give some credit here to Straight. They're trying to make the game work for them, but they're just feeding themselves to Reciprocity.
Yeah, you say credit to Straight, but credit to Rec. The way they've all just kind of grouped up in Yard right here. Vital shot from Ola. Snipe down was the man who had the sniper. Double from Ola. Could be a triple. Goes up against the best player in Europe, Respectful. Decides to back down. He's taken down, but 1 kill to go. And it's Rec who tie up the series.
Yeah, Reciprocity played that beautifully towards the end, just baiting in the Straight ripping players. They took the bait, Harry. They took the bait hard. They were nibbling away at it, and it didn't work out for them too well in the end. Great late game experience coming through there from the guys from Reciprocity, but a good performance. Again, we really do have a series on our hand though, Harry, now.
Yeah, we do. That Slayer was really, in my opinion, Straight Ripping's chance to win this series. Now you have Rec back in the series. Yeah, sure, that was a close game, but we asked a lot about Straight Ripping's late game. How are they going to deal with the late game pressure from Reciprocity? And they crumbled. They bit on the bait that Rex sort of laid down for them, and it didn't work out. They couldn't get it done.
Yeah, it's a real shame, to be honest with you, for the guys back home in Europe. However, Reciprocity showing what experience they have and how important that can be as the series goes on. But now we're moving into our game number 3, Harry, and we're looking at some of the replays from this. I mean, this is a huge game as far as the series is concerned, because I just think that if this is a Reciprocity game type, this series is done. I really feel like the amount of energy that has been given by these Straight Ripping players in those first 2 games to keep the series at 1-1, I think if they don't win this one, I think they're just going to run out of gas a little bit. So big game for them here.
Yeah, Refuge Flag in game number 3. We spoke before game number 2, Plaza Slayer, about the talent that is on the Reciprocity side with the sniper. Guess what? Double it. There's 2 snipers here on Refuge and a rocket launcher to contend with as well. So really it is about which team is going to have control at those vital moments in the game. You know, when sniper and rockets come up at the same time, who's going to be the people who capitalize on that? Is it going to be Straight, or is it going to be the experienced Reciprocity lineup?
I think it might. A lot of this is going to come down to the man who's been playing this map for around 10, 12, 14 years. I mean, I might have gone back a little bit before this map was actually introduced to Halo, but I want to watch some Eric Rona at the start of this one. Snipe Down is who I want to see, because this man he's grown up on this map, Harry. He knows every single nook and cranny.
Absolutely, he does.
There you go.
Guess what? Sniper Duel is going to be 1-0 to Snipe Down at the start of the game. We spoke about it on Plaza. When you let this man set up his angles, he is going to deliver.
Kimbo goes back and does get that sniper rifle though for Straight Ripping, so Guess they can play this one a little bit more defensively. Trippy's picking up kills to the Rockets as well, but I'm not sure if there's too many left for him to work with. But Snipe down, just waiting for these angles. Hits the body shot there on Snipe Drone. Kimbo's going to be coming under pressure, though, with that sniper rifle. Now it's down to Kimbo to potentially hit some defensive shots, but Mose is going to pick up one. Respectful picks up another. Snipe Drone's going to be out of nowhere, and that's actually shocking to me, Harry, to see Snipe down miss a shot on this map.
I'm looking at our straight POVs in front of us, and they are all turtled back in their own base, whether that's fear from this man with the sniper, whether they're relying on Kimbo to get that first kill, get that first shot with the sniper off. It's a dangerous game to play because if Reciprocity slay you once, you know they're going to slay you again. And when the flag starts moving and they're slaying you at the same time, there's no way you get that flag back.
Oh,
Kimbo goes down. That's 2-0 to Snipe down.
That's the worst thing that could possibly happen as well. Kimbo's just given him 4 extra bullets to work with here. Credits to Straight, though. They have managed to, even though with this slightly risky, strategy, you have to stay baiting the kills into their own base. They have managed to keep this at 0-0. Usually when you see this many kills going down on one side of the map, Harry, you see it turn into at least a flagpole.
Yeah, I spoke about Straight's kind of passive play. As Mose goes down there, I believe he was tagged by that sniper player. Credit to them. Kimbo now is the most advanced player for Straight Ripon. As soon as they got those slays in the ring structure in the middle of the map, Kimbo was straight across the map to the wreck base. So that's obviously a designed gameplay kind of strategy for them. We have Rockets in 10 as well, so now it's Straight in control of ring. Pistola has to hit shots. He hits one, but you can see ring control right now, fully in control of Straight Ripon.
Yeah, Pistola's just going to play this one slow at the moment. He's looking for any picks that he can at the moment because Straight will get that rocket launcher. It's in the hands of Mose. Mose is going to be holding down that ring structure, so with these kills falling around him, everything comes more difficult for Mose, and that's a big kill, not only for the context of keeping map control, but taking down that player there with the sniper rifle. Now I want to see him pushing forward, but it looks like he's going back because he knows there's an overextender.
Yeah, they killed 3. They know the last one's behind them, so if I'm Mose, I'm telling the rest of his team, push forward, guys. I'm going to take care of that guy behind us. Just make sure you don't die in their base. Mose will go down, that's fine. They could even trade flags off right here, as I believe both flags on the move.
Yeah, the flags are going to get into ring. This, I believe, will be traded flags. Snipe Drone runs it back. Snipe Down's picking up kills, but this should be the flag going in. Straight Ripon put in the first one, but look at that. Snipe Down on the other side of things puts in one here for Reciprocity.
Yeah, 10 seconds till new snipes. You know where Snipe Down's going. Eric Rona, he wants that new thing, so don't expect him to push up too far right here. And it's actually Rec who, despite trading flags right there, were able to benefit more from the map control that they had after those slays.
Yeah, the big thing here is they got the flag moving as Snipe Down's got into an advanced position with his sniper rifle. Respectful has the sniper rifle on the other side of things, and this is good pressure here from Straight. They need to finish this kill, and they do. As soon as you put Eric Rona with that sniper rifle under pressure, you have to push and finish the kill because he can take over the map.
Yeah, we spoke about it on Plaza, right, in the last game, in the Slayer game, in game number 2. If you pressure Snipe Down, maybe that's the play. You can't let him play passive and pick his angles. We've said it so much throughout every Halo he's ever played, but on the other side, look at Respectful for Straight Ripon. Now he's starting to translate that weapon into kills. That's so many in a row, and he's going to be the man to pick up the new ammo.
Yeah, big defensive kill coming in from Saiyan, though, on Snipe Drone, who was looking to move that flag, and Respectful has the sniper rifle. A couple of bullets to work with. Can't connect with either of them, though, but I kind of like this, to be honest with you. He might let these two players disappear past him and might be able to pick up the kills. Picking up kills on your opponent's side of the map, never a bad thing to do, and Respectful's having a pretty strong showing so far.
Yeah, I wonder who actually had control of ring there for that new rocket launcher. It was Straight Ripon again, so another rocket in the hands of Mose. That's 2 in a row at least for him. I'm not sure who picked up the first one, but he got a little bit too aggressive there, and that's going to turn over the rockets into Pistola's hands. Despite the ring control there from Straight, they do get 2 kills and are advanced on Rec's base, but guess what? Because Mose lost the rockets, he can use these defensively, and that entire push from Straight is dead in the water.
One rocket then to work with here for Pistola. You see another player is going to be weak on the bonfire, so Pistola's going to go hunting for Straight members. Beatdown comes in here. Oh, wow. That's such experience there from Pistola. Knew he had a teammate with him, backed him and trusted in him enough to keep the rocket for another rainy day.
You can't help but admire that teamwork and experience and veteranship there from Pistola. 2 from Snipe Down. That's going to be the trigger for Rec to push forward. Pistola still has a rocket to work with. If I'm him, I don't push these rocks right here. I let Straight all spawn there and just pick them off with the rocket, but in the end, he's going to let his flag player die, and that's actually could be a vital early kill there on the flag runner for Straight. That could save them a flag cap.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised to see this flag hasn't advanced more up the map, and Pistola says, all right, boys, don't worry about it. I'll do absolutely everything. Sayan picks up a double kill. 3 players fall for straight here. No one in position. If Ola can get around this corner, this is going to be the second cap. Fantastic stuff from Ola. Fantastic patience, experience. You play this map enough over the years, you know exactly what to do.
Yeah, shame there from Straight Rip, and they got that early kill on Snipedown, I believe it was, trying to run the flag. But in the end, Ola was still in their own base, and this could be really the collapse, the inward implosion of Straight Rippin' as they're just hemorrhaging deaths. They need to stop this flag, but at the same time, they need to kill Saiyan in ring. We've barely seen any of his point of view this game, but every time we see the kill feed for Reciprocity, it's Saiyan putting in kills and Snipedown putting in flags.
Yeah, Snipedown is going to put that last flag in. Back-to-back flags, essentially there to close that one out from Reciprocity, and it was all sparked by that play from Pistola in the rocks. Great conversion there, great efficiency on the objective coming in, but I mean, Straight, pretty disappointing after that first play, to be honest with you. Back-to-back caps is not something that they should be expecting to give away if they want to win this series.
No, certainly not, but I want to pose to you a hypothetical as we look at the stats. Plus 15, the spread from Snipedown in the end. If Ola just suicides and trades off with that rocket launcher, does any of that happen?
I don't know.
That's
what would you expect me to say?
I'm asking you.
I'm not clairvoyant.
I set you up for the hypothetical.
I don't know.
You're not answering me, man.
I don't know, but yeah.
I even gave you warning.
Probably, yeah. It probably does happen. No.
Sure?
It's a great play, and it's little things like that that separate these top players, those decisions that are made in a split second, and Ola, fantastic stuff. A beatdown, a rocket, something like that can win you those games, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Yeah. Real, again, we can't speak enough about it. The veteran gameplay of Pistola, just knowing that he had a teammate with him. If he gets a beatdown, instead of just sacrificing himself and the rocket launcher, he can save his own life, and he trusted his teammate, and what a play it was, because they were able to snowball with that map control.
Yeah, Straight didn't really have too much pressure on the Reciprocity side of the map in that one, and Reciprocity, they had a lot of pressure, to be honest with you, for a lot of that game. But let's have a look at the series layout. Obviously, first game went to Straight Rippin'. I want to talk about this next game type, Harry, because this is one, historically, that the guys from Europe have been pretty good at. Strongholds on Empire, a game they can definitely take away from a team who's historically maybe have been a little bit guilty in objective games of overslaying.
Yeah, we look at Reciprocity against top teams, the teams that they've kind of struggled to get past in the past, the likes of Splice, the likes of Renegades, the likes of Tox, the mountains they've struggled to get over. You look at their objective gameplay, again, maybe they focus a little bit too much on those kills. So if they do that against Straight Rippin', a team that's very efficient in strongholds and objective game modes, although we didn't see it in the last game, then they could really be pushing themselves into a game 5. They need to make sure they are on top of everything, including camouflage and overshield here on Empire.
Yeah, big kills going down early on for Rek though, but the overshield is going to be burnt early on. Not sure what happened with the camo. There it is, beautiful switch in from Bravo in the back here. Reciprocity do get the only power-up that was available after that first burn. So Pistola, he's going to be sneaky. He's going to be capturing the pit, and this is going to be a perfect start here coming in from Rek.
Yeah, if you're Rek, super happy with that start. You get the burn on the overshield, you know the timing for it, you trust on your instincts and your ability to capitalize on the second overshield because you know the timing of it. And then on the other side of the map, you have Pistola with the camouflage. Now, if you're Straight, you have to worry about this man. You can't push until you take this man down, and look at that. Immediately gets the first kill, and that's going to stunt Straight Rippin's push again. Another kill for Pistola. This man has just put so many points on the board here for Reciprocity without Straight even knowing it.
Respectful. I feel sorry for you, brother. You're about to run into a wall of Reciprocity players, but somehow we actually managed just to stay alive in that situation. Finally, Trippy lands the beatdowns to take down Respectful, so now they're all going to be coming off the respawn. Reciprocity with total map control here, and they look like they're just holding the halfway point on the map here, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been around 10 points that Pistola is able to garner. No more camouflage in play, but when you think about how Straight have to worry about him, he's basically got them 10 points. The silver lining here for Straight Rippin', no total control in play yet for Reciprocity. But the worrying thing about that is power-ups coming up in the next 30 seconds. Maybe that's what Reciprocity are waiting for. Maybe they're waiting for both those things to come up on the map, and they either say, hey, we're just going to grab power-ups, or hey, we're going to grab your base from underneath you.
Yeah, keep an eye on the kills right now, because somehow Straight Rippin' have managed to flip the map here on the guys from Reciprocity. They managed to get hold of not only the pit, but one of the side bases. So Straight Rippin' are going to be scoring here. Respectful picks up a double kill. Sane manages to trade out a kill here. 2 kills going down either side. 2v2 situation, just as these power-ups are about to pop, Harry.
Important trades there, actually, for Reciprocity, because Straight, they got those 2 kills on the 2 Reciprocity players. And then the trades came in for reciprocity, which meant that Straight Rippin now coming off the respawn have to fight for that control. That is a big burn again for Straight Rippin. That second in a row reciprocity with no overshield. But what happened last time when Pistola grabbed the first overshield of the game? He got them so many points and was a constant thorn in Straight Rippin's side. So objective for Straight right now, find Saiyan, find the camouflage, take him out of the equation.
Total control here momentarily for Straight Rippin, and that's a good thing when someone has control of a power-up as well, Harry, because it means they're forced to engage. They're forced into battles. They have to give their position away, and a couple of shots going down here. Respectful manages to pick up a kill. Respectful will be taken down almost immediately, but now they have the location of Saiyan. Now they know where he is, and he's only got sort of a quarter or so of overshield left to work with. However, this is impressive stuff from Saiyan, being very, very patient, not overextending and getting desperate for those kills.
Yeah, let's see how this actually plays out, whether it's in favor of Straight Rippin as they're pushing a triple right now. If they can stop Pit as well as grab Blue. Not sure exactly what happened over at Blue. Yes, they do grab that base as well. We'll go into the favor of reciprocity as they are capturing red. So overall, the play from Saiyan there turned a total control in Straight Rippin's favor into scoring in his team's favor. They are down in points right now, but that play, to be honest with you, from Saiyan could have saved their team a lot of points.
Yeah, big plays coming in from Respectful, though. Great positioning, listening to those call-outs. You can see just making sure that his reticle is landing on some weak players. Now we're going to see this battle around the turbine between Pistola and another player. Snipe Drone picks up a double, though, introduces himself into the series a little bit. Pistola puts him back out of the series for a few seconds. And now you're going to see Ola on the flank, and he's just hunting at the moment. 42-27, though. Rec, again, maybe they're, at the moment, outslaying their opponents. And they are by 5 kills, but they're not scoring points, Harry.
Yeah, power-up's coming up soon, so if there's a time in the game you want to overslay, it's probably around this mark. We'll have to see again whether the overshield gets burned, whether the camouflage will go into the favor of reciprocity again. I'm wondering if Straight Rippin even know the timing on the camouflage, considering the last two were taken by reciprocity scot-free. So we're going to have to see how these two power-ups on the map play out.
Ola is looking for that overshield. It's actually going to be a teammate who moves in for it, and he manages to get away with it as well. Big play coming in from Saiyan there, just turning his back at the last second, just managing to absorb a couple of extra bullets. But for the first time here, Straight Rippin have actually managed to get the camouflage. But this triple cap, Harry, that has been in effect for only a few moments. Look at the score. Now we're going to see Reciprocity going into the lead, and this is a scary, scary time for Straight.
So we saw Rec grab the overshield in Saiyan across the map. Snipe Drone for the first time picking up Straight Rippin, as you said, Mark. The camouflage, and he's the man trying to make plays at the moment for Rec. He actually has 2 players, one of which the overshield on him.
Damage down.
And fair enough, yeah, you get the damage down right there. I mean, or rather you don't, because he's trying to throw a grenade. But to be honest with you, he still pulls Saiyan away from other key areas on the map with that overshield. So yeah, he trades the camouflage against the overshield player, only gets 1 kill for it, but he still sucks Saiyan away from other key areas of the map. It's up to Snipe Drone's teammates right there to capitalize, but as I'm saying that, total control right now for Rec. This could be very scary for Straight.
So Saiyan with big plays with the overshield has created this little bit of separation between the two teams now. 20 or so points between them. Respectful should be toast. Respectful is toast. Another player in front of him doesn't get taken down. Snipe Drone with the beatdown. Mose manages to pick up kills now, so there's only 1 player alive on the map here for Reciprocity, and Kimbo's going to be in the battle with Snipe down. And Respectful coming off respawn here is going to make things difficult. Looks like an all-out assault here. They're putting all their eggs in one basket on the pit at the moment. Saiyan with another kill, and this is not looking good for Straight here. Snipe Drone gets taken down. 2 players fall. They're going to keep control of the pit.
You called it perfectly. All the eggs in one basket. That basket was the pit. The eggs were the lives of Straight Rippin, and guess what? The eggs got cracked, and that's something you cannot do against Reciprocity. 2 kills from Kimbo will help things out. Now's the time. That's actually a triple there from Kimbo. Now's the time you put your eggs in the basket, and hopefully they won't get cracked.
Well, Moses picked up a kill as well, and Straight Rippin have started scoring again. So this game is not over. This series is not over yet, and that is a beautiful grenade. Kimbo, again, starting to come to life here for the European team. Okay. Kimbo with a double. Kimbo almost gets the triple, but 3 players fall here, and it's going to grant him his wishes of an overshield.
4 down momentarily for Reciprocity. So now that we have camouflage in the hands of Respectful, we have to see with overshield as well in the hands of Kimbo whether or not they can translate this into a total control in their favor. It really should be that case. It's a shame they were able to let Reciprocity grab red
Oh,
base.
Respectful.
They are all going to go down. That's going to be a 4 down for Reciprocity. Now, if I'm Respectful, I push forward. I do exactly this. I find the Reciprocity spawners in Turbine, and I pressure them as soon as possible.
And then Snipe Drone's in a great position as well. All players here are going to be spawning outside of the map here for Reciprocity. They should be able to pick up these kills pretty comfortably, but 2 kills initially go down to Rec. Straight haven't played this beautifully. Pistola with the big double, and that's going to make their life so much more difficult. They've lost control of the side base. Pistola with the triple has opened the game up, and they've lost control of the pit. Straight, what are you doing there?
Complete miscommunication at a vital time there from Straight Rippin. We saw Respectful on our POVs push into blue to try and contest. Snipe Drone was sitting back and just playing passive. He needed to be in that stronghold right there with Respectful. Now it's going to be a turnover for Reciprocity. Should be total control. All Straight can do is just rely on the pit. Hopefully they get the kills, which they won't. Those eggs are getting cracked in pit once again, and it should be another total control in favor of Rec.
Yeah, I think this might be the game, barring a miracle at the moment for the guys on Straight. Saiyan's picking up kills. Ola's capping the pit. Everything's going the way of Reciprocity here. The triple cap is going to pretty much end things here. It was a scary series for them. Straight Rippin put up a fight. Unfortunately, it looks like this could be game over.
Pistola will clean up the broken shells in the pit. Snipe Drone with a late triple, but it does not matter. Europe at the moment, 0 and 2 in pools. Reciprocity made it hard on themselves, but they win the series 3-1.
They would say that all day, Reciprocity. 3-1 at the end of the day. That's all that anyone remembers, to be honest with you. Pistola, big performance from him in that game. And to be honest with you, across the board, pretty strong performances from every single player there on Reciprocity. Mose with a little bit of a shaky one there. 7, 8, and 16 on the stats for him. Pretty disappointing, but Straight Rippin, in my opinion, they should have won that game. That was just a complete and utter miscommunication towards the end there where they had that triple cap. They had perfect map control. They let that one go. They've only got themselves to blame.
Not just that game. I think Plaza Slayer in game 2 as well. They were neck and neck with Reciprocity throughout that game 2 Plaza Slayer. Don't want to go too in depth in terms of how that series went down. That's for the analysts to do. They get paid to do that kind of thing. But to be honest with you, yeah, Straight let that one slip. They had opportunities to win that series at multiple occasions, and they just let it slip.
Well, we're going to throw it back to the desk now, but I'm happy that at least Europe, you know, they came out and they showed some fight here. So Clutch, hopefully you're not smiling too much.
You know, gentlemen, I don't think he is. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. It's a fake smile, though, for sure. I mean, I'm super impressed with how Straight Rippin came out and handled that situation. I mean, to be honest, like Clutch, you were ripping them on this desk, straight ripping them, to be honest. And it was very mean. And I think you should apologize.
I am going to apologize, Straight Rippin. You came to play that series. You didn't win it, but you can definitely take a lot from that series and use it for tomorrow. I mean, if you went out and you had to go back to your hotel tonight after getting 3-0 by Mentality, it'd be a completely different story. But you kind of built a little bit of momentum for tomorrow. I mean, the outcome's the same. You lost, but at least you can, like, have that confidence. You guys were shooting well. You were playing good Halo. I thought you were going to win that game 4 when you guys had that 2-cap with the camo pushing over 2 blue. It just didn't work out your way. You didn't get the kills in that one situation to take it to a game 5, and who knows what would have happened there. I mean, Straight, that was a good series.
I mean, they started off hot. They did win that first oddball in a really nice fashion, and I was really impressed. I knew from there on that you were wrong. I did. I knew that was just not going to be going that way. Elon White, what did you make of them overall and their performance?
I mean, it's definitely a great overall job from Sheriffin. It shows some signs of life, shows some fight here. I mean, we talked about EU and when they're going to show up, when they're going to get that super high placing, the biggest accomplishments they've had in Halo 5, but you know, just did not work out that way. But I mean, I think this story more here is a little bit more on Reciprocity than it is for Straight, because they definitely let some things go and let some of those games be a lot closer than they needed to be here. And luckily, Pistola clutched it up at the end of that game number 4 with the triple kill to actually close that one out. And like we were saying, we thought Sheriffin was going to win game 4. They had everything they needed. They had all the ingredients there, the overshield, that camo, they had 4 dead, they had a triple cap, everything they needed. But unfortunately for them, just not in the cards here.
I'm going to disagree with you, Kyle. I think we learned more about Straight Rippin in this series. I mean, for them to lose 3-0 to Mentality, and not just get completely wiped off the board by Reciprocity. I mean, we know who Reciprocity is. We expect them to dominate series like this, and the fact that they were able to scrap out a win and make these games very close, I mean, that shows me that maybe they can get top 8. Maybe they can get top 6. I mean, they're going to have another shot at one of these top teams, and maybe the outcome can be different if they can just keep composure for that last 15 seconds that they lost in that stronghold.
It'll be tough to say.
Thank you very much, Clutch, for that wonderful breakdown there of your completely incorrect.
Let's not get anything twisted.
Just going to say.
Reciprocity still won.
Pistola, welcome on the desk. I just want to start off by saying, were you expecting Straight Whipping to come straight off the bat there and give you what they gave you? Because in that oddball, they really did bring it to you, and they kind of continued that way throughout the whole series.
Well, no offense, Echelon Ball is a very bad game type. It's just probably the worst game type in the whole rotation. It was, it's just not our favorite, and we're not super good at it, but we've gotten better as of late. But it's just it's a game type, it's a swing game type. I mean, look what happened to Renegades game 1. They lost it as well. It's just one of those games where if you let it get away from you, it's over. But in general, every single team here, they've been playing the game for 3 years. Everybody's good. Everybody knows how to shoot. Everybody knows the strats besides on the new game types like Echelon. So it's just, if you overlook anybody, they can do that. And we're not overlooking anybody, but we just came out a little flat.
Okay, well, moving on from that one, but perhaps maybe Plaza Slayer then, because of course you did win that one, but it was 50-46, so slightly different for that. Were you expecting them to maybe be a little bit less close?
Well, at the beginning we were doing really well. It seemed like we were about to kind of steamroll, but they have some fight in them. They didn't want to lose. So I mean, I get it. It's the last Halo 5 tournament. Everybody's trying their best, so they just kind of came out swinging, and we weren't really too ready for it. But I mean, we just played our part and ended up winning.
There we go. That's all you can do, isn't it? That's all we can ask of you, Pistola. Clutch, have you got anything to say?
Yeah, at the end of the day, you guys still are going to come out first in your pool. Mission accomplished. Goal 1's done for the weekend. Goal 2 is going to be knocking off Splice, Renegades, or Tox. And we've seen you guys you guys have put a fantastic series in the past, but you haven't put it all together in a tournament. I know I asked Neptune this earlier, what's it going to take for Reciprocity to click like we've seen in some of these 2Ks? Like we've seen you guys in scrims online. We want to see that at tournaments. We want to see a new challenger awaiting at the finals. How are you guys going to pull that off?
Well, last event, I mean, we had all the ingredients. We just came out flat on Sunday. We even went up 2-0 on Tox in a dominant fashion. We played really, really well those first 2 games. They dominated us game 3, took complete momentum. All we got to do is just play our game, make sure that we're playing the way that we've talked about the last 2 weeks. We've been very serious about practice and trying to figure out how to get better. So it's going to take, for us and RNG, we just got to play our game and make sure we're not going to let them play at their pace, because that's really where Splice and Tox take advantage. Especially like you were talking, how those last 15 seconds of the game, that's very important in Halo 5. You lose all the power-ups or you lose map positioning, you go 3 dead, they just steamroll you. They take advantage, go full momentum. And Tox is really, really good at that. They take advantage of in-game situations, and that's something that we got to do. And if we do, we can win.
Absolutely.
So what happened in that game number 4? Because you guys definitely found yourselves in a tough spot. I believe it was you yourself that actually had quite a performance to come out of that unfortunate situation. No camo, no OS, down in numbers, triple cap coming your way, lead change about to happen as well. Walk us through the end of that one.
Well, I was like, all right, I'm going to go play for Overshield. And then there was a guy already staring at me, and I'm like, okay, we're out of position right now. Maybe we can get camo. We ended up losing both, and I'm like, all right, well, we'll go for red, and I already knew they were going to collapse on us with both power-ups, and we lost red. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go for blue immediately. Knew I was going to get pushed from either blue window or blue plat, so I was watching both. Somehow I ended up maneuvering and doing crazy movement, and Overshield at that point is kind of irrelevant because it's going to run out. It was just the camo guy, and we ended up getting a pick. I got a triple. I was really distracting the blue plat guy. I got a nade on him, got some shots, so he couldn't be aggressive on me. That was really the game changer. The blue plat guy couldn't make plays on me, so I capped it, got a triple, and then after that it was just, there's 3 dead, so.
Right, the wizard at work.
He basically just pulled a Pistola.
Yeah, you did. You've done it in the Pistola fashion as usual. You're talking about it on the desk. I mean, you really are the brains of the team. You come up with things that sometimes just cannot be messed with in games, so congratulations to you. I just want to know, how are you feeling going on for the rest of the tournament now? Going into tomorrow, it gets a little bit harder for you guys. You're coming out of some of the pool play, so how are you feeling going up against, some of your old friends, the likes of Tox, Splice, for example?
Well, we're feeling really good. It's at a tournament, especially on LAN, you only get to play this game on LAN every like 3 months, you know? So it's a completely different game on LAN. So we just kind of have to get in a good flow. You know, the first days are always the weird days, especially with this game. So got that under our belt, just get a good night's sleep, and then just warm up and focus one game, one moment at a time, and we'll be fine.
Amazing. Well, rest up. Get some food in you, and I will see you tomorrow. So best of luck going onwards in the tournament. I'm sure we will speak very, very soon. But thank you so much for being on the Despistola.
Thank you.
Well, that is going to do it, guys. Up next, we've got Splice versus Trifecta. It's a series you do not want to miss. So we will be back very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Join now and get your first month for $1.
Squad leader. You got plenty for everybody.
You are 10 kills from victory. Obvious proficiency. Perfect. Undisputable potential.
And that's a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good. Guard. That's a double. And that's a triple. Perfect kill. Damn, you're good.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
If he leads the Covenant fleet to Earth, They won't stand a chance. You have to stop them.
Guys, I gotta go AFK. Be right back.
From the hip, in the whoa, damn, you're good. That was amazing. That's the match. Victory.
Guys, you are not gonna... Never mind.
The ring is called Halo. As far as we know, it's a powerful and ancient weapon. Captain Keyes is placing the Pillar of Autumn in Combat Alert Alpha.
It's payback time, ODS team. Move out.
Government forces are moving in on the Pillar of Autumn right now. Let's help push them back, Raven. Reports are saying the Covenant let something loose on the ring. Something dangerous. Weapons ready, Raven. Brace yourselves. Going down.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the HCS 2018 Finals. We are live here from DreamHack Atlanta. My name is Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be I'm the host all day long on this wonderful desk. But I'm not alone. I'm joined by two wonderful gentlemen who I have introduced to you all night long. It's Clutch and Elamite. If you're just joining us, we are getting through it this Friday night. It's going to be incredible for our last two games that we've got coming up. But gentlemen, so far what we've seen and all the series we've seen, the last one is going to be my favorite because we got to prove you wrong, Clutch. We got to prove you wrong.
I mean, you keep stressing I was wrong, and Reciprocity still came out with the 3-1 win. I mean, it wasn't in as dominant of a fashion. I apologize in advance for not predicting every game score correctly.
It's okay. That's right.
We're still 4-0 on series counts, though. No real surprises as of yet, but we are seeing some good Halo, which was very important to me coming into this tournament. I really wanted to see some good series. I want to see the bottom tier pro teams really find a way to compete with these top teams, and that so far they've done a pretty good job. And we have a match coming up right now with Trifecta and Splice for another opportunity for a lower seeded pro team to come up here and maybe potentially even beat Splice.
Well, we do, and I just want to say that we actually have one of the top moments from Halo 5 so far. We have decided to show you guys the incredible moment where Straight Rippin made an amazing comeback against Inconceivable. So check this out.
We're going to have to see what kind of push Straight Rippin can do without any power-ups or power weapons.
Well, all of Inconceivable are trapped here. It's 2 kills. It's tied up 45-45. It's going to be 46-all. Tied up. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Before it stops there, this is going to be the push to the overshield. This overshield could very well decide the game.
Could not finish that kill off on the Inconceivable. Boom, boom, is going to be caught off guard here. Bottom end, and it's Straight Rippin.
Now, in St. Louis back in 2017, Inconceivable, so Shotzi, Boo Boo Doo, Falcated, and Shooter are defeated in an epic reverse sweep by Straight Rippin'. It was in Game 5 on Plaza Slayer, and it was an incredible back-and-forth lead change. There were so many overpower weapon fights, and exceptional casting by Onset and Walshy, of course, made this a series to remember. And the crowd afterwards were left chanting straight, straight, straight. And I wasn't there, but from that amazing VT that we just saw, Edomite Clutch, can you reminisce for me about this?
I was there, and that was quite an epic series because I think they were down, 0-2 in the series, and they were down, you didn't see it there, but they were down by a significant amount of kills in that last and final game before they brought that back into overtime to win the series. And yeah, I mean, you had the entire venue there surrounding watching that series, and everyone was chanting and screaming. You could see the energy on those players' faces, and that energy was replicated throughout the venue. That was definitely an iconic moment.
I mean, that felt like it was so long ago, but you look at the people that were in that series alone. So many icons in Halo right now were in that series. You saw a young Shotzi, and on the other side, you saw Renegade, his current teammate. And Renegade's getting hyped, but then you see Hines, the observer that we now have. He's amazing, but don't sleep on his Halo career because he was so good, and he was laying down so many shots with that light rifle in that highlight that really altered the end of that game. I mean, it cannot be expressed how great the skill was in that game, and for them to reverse sweep that roster, I mean, there's no better feeling in Halo than a reverse sweep.
Oh no, we love a reverse sweep. I hope we do get to see that this weekend because it's one of my favorites. And of course, the crowd is such a game changer when it comes to these players playing, I think, personally. And I'm so excited to see what the DreamHack crowd will bring this weekend. So cross fingers, it'll be a loud one. Let's take a look what we've got coming up. Let's see what our next matchup is going to be. It's Splyce versus Trifecta. We are seeing the snakes of the Halo. We are seeing Splyce coming back out after a defeat in London. Will they or won't they? That is the question. It sounds kind of Shakespearean, but we're going to go with it. Can they come back from that defeat? They did seem like they were upset, so it could have been the fire in the belly they needed. But they're against Trifecta, a team that are strong. However, I do feel like Splyce have got this in the bag.
I mean, you definitely got to give them the advantage here. I think their career, this year alone, really warrants to favor them going into the series. But Wes, you pointed this out earlier, something we talked about. Probably one of the least practiced teams coming into the event, that Splyce roster. Now, it's also probably one of the most individually talented teams, so it's hard to bet against them. But Trifecta, that might be that magic combination. Players that overlooked, players that are essentially leftovers that have come together here, players that have been former teammates. Keep in mind, it was Shooter here that was part of the Splyce roster last Atlanta that actually won this exact event here. So you can by no means count these guys out. And if the previous series are any indication of what's to come for the rest of the night, we're seeing, like you said, Wes, these lower seeded teams really put up a fight here.
Well, if we've been here all night long, it's a Friday night, what else have we got to do but watch some incredible Halo? But if you haven't, don't worry, if you're just joining us, we've still got the groups left for you. So let's just show you exactly where the teams are sitting. We've got our 4 groups here, and these are the results that we have seen so far today. Now we're looking at the Splyce group here. Splyce haven't played yet. This is going to be their first matchup. Trifecta have already beat Paradox Gaming. So they're already warmed up, feeling comfortable. They've already had a little bit of action, but Splyce, you know what they're like. They don't scrim. They don't seem to put themselves out there online. You never really know what they're going to bring out. And I personally think against Trifecta, it's just going to be something they're going to breeze over.
I think the biggest difference between this tournament and every other previous tournaments, Splyce might not scrim, but they are playing match money 8s, and they are playing matchmaking. Now the entire team's trying to play Call of Duty while balancing it with this last Halo 5 tournament. How is that going to influence their ability to play 2 separate games? I mean, I harped on Spartan at New Orleans for trying to play Rainbow Six and Halo, so I have to do it with these Splyce members. Are they going to be able to play at the same level that they have in the past while trying to grind out this Call of Duty profession that they're trying to take?
I know it's a tight schedule, and talking about a schedule, we've got that up for you right now to see exactly where we are and what we've had. So of course we are on the Splyce versus Trifecta, and the last game to close out the day is Tox Gaming versus Accelerate, which I'm really excited for because I think Accelerate have been performing pretty well so far online in the 2Ks, and I'm excited to see what they can bring to a LAN environment. As we know, it can be very different, but you know, you never know. Guys, we want to know from you exactly what you think about these two teams, Splice or Trifecta. Which one is taking your fancy? All you need to do is vote in the chat to work out exactly where your heart lies and which team you're voting for. We will let you know the results towards the end as we're getting into game, and we'll let you know our predictions too. Gentlemen, looking at these two teams and how they're faring, I think it's personally a no-brainer. I do think Trifecta have some very good individuals on there. As you said, they're not practicing very much. They don't seem like they have really been pushing so much for this final Halo 5 event. And could that put them in bad areas, Clutch?
I think there's too much money on the line for Splice to just take this tournament off, to just chunk it to the side and focus on Call of Duty. I think they really want to close out Halo 5 on top. I mean, at least they should. I really don't know their mentality, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here in the first series of the tournament and say that they still want to be on top, and they're going to come out on top. That being said, this Trifecta roster is prime time for an upset right now. You catch Splice early on in the tournament. They're known to start slow. Trifecta, if you're going to beat them, now's the time.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to catch a team like this more off guard than on day one. You know, I don't know, a lesser practice Splice squad than we've seen in the past before here. But at the very same time, I mean, it's Splice. We've seen what they're able to do. It's really kind of unlike any roster we've had before in Halo that I can think of here, you know, going back all the way to the beginning here with such little practice and with so much individual skill and so much chemistry between the four of them, you can almost never bet against them.
How do you feel that Trifecta are going to do in this situation? They know they're coming up against powerhouses. Is that going to put a lot of pressure on their shoulders, or are they going to be able to just play the game they want to play?
No, I think they come in with no weight on their shoulders. They come in the severe underdogs in this series. They know that. They probably have never beaten this Splice roster. I'd have to look into the history of it, but I'm going to assume that, I mean, they got nothing to lose, so they can pull out all the stops. They can take risks that they normally wouldn't take and see if it pays off. Why don't you roll the dice?
You don't see this many smiles across the board when you're a top 4 team like a Renegades or a Reciprocity going up against Splice. But when you're Trifecta, nobody's on your side, everyone's looking over you, and you can come out and with no pressure on your shoulders, like you said, Wes, that is when a lot of teams shine. They are clearly, this is probably the happiest looking team that we've seen on stage all day long, and I'm really excited to see what they've got in store.
Well, we've seen them take it from Reciprocity back in New Orleans. And what an upset that was, and they were smiling throughout the entire series. It was super close. You know, is there a possibility of them doing that again to one of the top teams?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. That's what we were saying before. You can never overlook these teams. If the straight ripping series is any indication, you can't count out these teams. Even after coming off a hard loss against a lower team, you still can't count them out. Anybody can bounce back.
Now, we've obviously got the series layout there for you guys as well. It's Oddball, Echelon, Slayer on Plaza, Capture the Flag on Refuge. And if it goes the full length, it's Stronghold on Empire and Slayer on Coliseum. That Oddball is loving that fresh start so far on Friday. But I want to get your predictions, gentlemen, to see exactly where you sit with these two teams. So, Elamite, what are you thinking?
Splice.
Okay, easy one. Clutch.
Do it.
I'm doing it. This is the upset. This is the downfall of Splice. Splice hasn't played Halo in 2 months. There's absolutely no reason for them to win this series. Trifecta, welcome to the winner's circle.
Whoa, I was not expecting this. Wow. You going with Trifecta?
I'm not trying to do a hot take. I'm being dead serious. Splice hasn't played Halo in 2 months. If they win the series, Trifecta should be ashamed.
Well, there we go. Let's have a look at what you guys have decided at home and see what the viewer vote is and percentage. Let's take a quick look now and see where those two lines are going to be sitting. Because it's interesting to see... Wow. Okay, so... They think you're wrong, mate. They just think you're wrong. This quite clearly. 82% there think that you're wrong.
Yeah, and there's 18% of the people that have been paying attention to the Halo scene in the past 2 months.
You, my friends, 18%. You've got the award of Clutch's best mate. That's it.
I mean, I want to see it. I want to see it. I'm right there with you, Wes. But I just don't think it's going to.
I want to see it, but I'm going to predict right. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to throw it over to the casters now. They're your eyes and ears of your series. It's Walshy and Sims.
Thank you very much indeed, Lottie. Yes, everyone's voting, everyone's getting their opinions in. Wes most certainly is giving his own hot take, as he did mention on the desk. We want to know what you guys think at home. We've got his own opinions. You know, you got to use that hashtag on social media. Let people know exactly what you think. Tweet the stream. We've only got 2 more series left today. Dave, big words from Wes. I've got to say, you know, they've not played. Well, we're going out. They've not played in 2 months, saying that this could potentially be the upset. What do you think?
Well, I was going to say on a normal day, I would call West an idiot, but yeah, today's a normal day, so he's an idiot.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
we'll go with that one.
for sure.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a 3-0 to Splice. I don't care what anybody says, no matter what kind. Oh God, Golden Boy's coming in the. Are you all right there, Alex? Yeah.
we miss Golden Boy. We miss Golden Boy, and reason being is because honestly, we look like much better casters when we do get to cast next to Golden Boy.
That's a really good point.
Just relativity.
Since he's not been here, we can actually kind of actually do something now without. In fact, you know, look at that. He turned up for 10 seconds, and we've already been distracted. In fact, he's turned up. And now we've got to make a remake. Alex, just go back to your little hub, brother. So okay, we'll carry on. Let's pull back on track here, Dave. I actually have to kind of agree in some way with Wes.
Those are great points.
If there is a time to take down Splice, this is it. They haven't played all day. Maybe they're going to be out of practice. Maybe they could be caught off guard. It's getting towards the end of the day. I know obviously with a bit of jet lag and whatnot, I'm getting a bit knackered. If those lads have been sat around all day, just kind of getting ready for their first game, on the side of Trifecta, they've already get a game under their belts. This is a prime time to maybe catch them off guard.
Yeah, in pools, nonetheless, we've seen plenty of times where Splice drops a game or so in pools to teams that we feel like they shouldn't drop a game to. And so if there was a squad that could take multiple games, I could see that being in Trifecta. But they've made some massive runs in recent events. At the same time, though, it's Splice. They're so strong, so individually skilled, so we are going to have to see how this one kicks it off, but we are going to kick it off, though, with Renegade, who jumps all the way off the map, so maybe West was right. Maybe they haven't been gaming as much as they need to lately.
Yeah, maybe in another game there might have been a way to stay on the map, but not in this one, unfortunately. You're going to go flying off there, son. So, destroyed as well. Obviously follows him. Being fair play, 1 for all. You might as well give it away. Rhino with the 5. Renegade goes down straight off the respawn. For him, unfortunately, that's 2 back-to-back deaths. Didn't see any kind of transfer. Shotzi with rockets. Easy kill for him. He does have a player above him, so he needs to be aware, but his teammates can kind of play around him here. Again, Ball, especially on a map like Echelon, you know, you heard Justin giving his personal opinions on this one. It's been a newer map injected to the HCS for the final few events, a new game type as well. I think it's nice. Obviously, everyone has the different varied opinions as such. All right, everyone's opinions are different, but still, it's nice to at least throw something in so we're not completely having the same stuff over and over again. So I have to give a shout out to HCS for doing that and bringing this one into it. Certainly still, though, rockets on it. I think they're a very pivotal point of this one, especially when you look towards camo as well. The power-ups and the power weapons on this map can make such a huge difference. That camo, the things that we've seen people doing throughout so far of playing this one on this map, just playing it calm, being a nuisance, watching for the backwhacks and whatnot, it's insane.
Well, there's just so many different angles and routes you can take here with camo where the camo player isn't nearly as exposed as they would be on other maps. So as an example, if we talk about something like Truth, in many cases, like, all right, they're going to come over from like pink side of the base or from car side of the base, and you have a couple main open areas that they have to come through. Whereas you try to go through here on engine side, or someone, camo guy goes near Pelican, you cannot keep track of that. You can't just watch one small area and look for that little flutter of the camo.
At the moment, they're getting outsled. We can actually see 17 kills going in the hands of Trifecta. 2-13 from Splice, so certainly in the lead on that front. Ball time also showing, almost doubling it there, 23-51. Rockets now go the side of Stella. We'll finish that one off as well. Rockets will pop. They'll be able to drop that one down. Cameras come up, and that's going in the hands of Ray. Now, John didn't actually see where he went. He's going to be no shield, but
eagle-eyed.
Yeah, he got absolutely shut down. That's a 5 as well. He just 5'd the camo guy. That's a big play. Now they can make some sort of advancement. He's only got 1 rocket in the chamber here, so how he approaches this one needs to be very, very careful. They can set the ball up here and just do the defensive on this side.
Yep, just gonna play defensive like you said. Go clean up this near free kill. Interesting rocket angle there to shoot the box behind. Makes me think that Eco is a bit more familiar with this than I would expect, because I would assume someone to not go for a rocket like that unless they're completely familiar with the geometry in the area.
I don't know, like, it's still in my mind, like, everyone has said it. I've heard it a fair few times at this event, you know, Splice is going to be out of practice, Splice this, Splice that, they've been playing another game, blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry, but the world champions for a reason. These guys, they don't take no crap, and they are absolutely friggin' unbelievable players.
And also, how many times we heard that in previous events where it's Splice haven't been playing 4s. How are they going to do? They've just been playing 2s. They haven't even been scrimming as a team. And it's like, yeah, look at what happened.
Just won a world championship.
Yeah, they have ridiculous individual talent. They obviously do some forms of review, and maybe in other cases they just didn't want to give away their playstyle and give other teams that confidence boost. Like that element of fear and surprise of playing Splice has been enough.
I think at the higher end, when you're looking towards someone like Tox, for instance, for them, that's okay. Well, let's do something that they've never seen before. Let's change this up to a point where they have absolutely no idea what's going to hit them, and we'll bring this out the barrel. All right, they beat them at London, so they know, okay, we can do this. We've lost to them before, fair enough, but we beat them now. We can continue that one through. So certainly at the end, I do think it will make a difference. But again, still, you can't... The kids are freaks. You just cannot. You absolutely cannot. They are so damn good and so damn talented at this game. You cannot completely take that away from them.
Yeah, that's the part that's never going to go away, even if they haven't been grinding as much lately. It's going to be a situation that they're still going to hit ridiculous shots every single time. Shots, movements not going anywhere. Yeah, they're just playing less than they have, but they've also gotten to build up over this game for the past few years. So it's just like riding a bike. Obviously, at some points, they're going to lose a few of their small tricks that they worked on, but they're still going to be riding and rolling just fine.
Camo chilling for now. Shots are doing his usual thing, just traversing across the map like he does. There's one, there's two. Where's the third? Hanging around the corner. His teammate picks it up. One more player individually alive, and that should be all 4 dead. Trifecta. They move back into the respawn screen. 3 of them coming off Shotzi himself. Now you can just watch this corridor. Watch for the respawners. 2 of them will be able to at least punch him into a corner here. Oh, look at just
Shotsy movement. Just Shotsy things right there.
It makes me sick. It actually just... I know I'm old, but like, Christ, how this kid does it is unbelievable. I mean, it takes... We talk about dedication. To be able to do the things in this instance, you have to put so much time and effort in to learn all these little nuances, learn the nooks and crannies that you can get yourself into, and it's a matter of just sitting in maps on your own and grinding it out, something ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one part. I was actually talking with Pyretic, someone who's an up-and-coming player I've seen play through a couple of the Beyond events and placing fairly well, and was asking like, hey, how does someone get to like Shotzi's level or get to, you know, these top team levels? What are they doing different that all these other teams aren't doing that they're grinding? And a point I brought up earlier, you know, someone like Shotzi, who's the shining example of this, is that player will spend time before scrims or after scrims, just those extra, you know, 15, 30 minutes, just practicing those small little drills, like whether that's doing a spring jump and jumping over to a spot and building up every single day, over weeks, over months, your movement's just gonna get better and better. It's not gonna be one of those things that you're just gonna be able to cram in over the course of one day. It's not like, all right, I'm gonna sit here and practice spring jumps for 14 hours straight, and I'm gonna be best spring jumper. It's like, no, you need to have it naturally learned. Give yourself your mind and your body time to digest and build that muscle memory. Similar to like learning any sort of subject. The example I would give is something like, you're not gonna learn calculus in just one day, but if you do that every single day for a few months over the course of the semester, you're gonna have the understanding of like those rates of changes and stuff. And so that's how I always look at some of these players who have developed some of these seemingly unhuman-like skills of like, oh, how does he move so well? How does he make those jumps all the time? It's like, Shotzi did the work. Sure, I'm sure he has some innate talent and ability, but he's also refined that more than others have.
You have the ball.
Still pretty even score here. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. 101 to 109. Trifecta, they are in the lead, but that's falling fragile now. The Splice are starting to get a little bit heated. I've seen in the kill feed several times, 2 and 3 down, back to back to back. And they're really kind of taking it to now. They're just taking the lead when it comes to Slayers. 58 to 56. It ticked over from 56 just as I were talking about it. 2 do go down. Ryder with Shooter. They fall simultaneously. Shooter at least trades off with shots, so he'll be back as well. They can sit over here for now, though. The initial shots will come from the other side of the map. Does get a good throw off at least, so 2 of them moving up from Pelican cannot retrieve that and at least take some decent ground there. Because if they'd given that one away, they could have set up here, been able to pull the players. One comes flying around the corner. This should be a really good trade-off. That's big for him. Stella can now sit here, maintain this area, and let the rest of his teammates spawn and rotate and just play around this. His teammate comes through. Okay, they get the flood from down on the Pelican side, but Eco steps up when it matters most and gets the kill.
Yeah, it's just getting the kills when they need to at moments. However, Trifecta's still crawling back a little bit, but you can see the panic, the sort of rotations that they're forced to make. That is not a comfortable move you're going to make over there from top rocket side over towards Silo. That's a panic rotation that there are players chasing from behind, and you need to get out there as fast as possible. And some of those rotations aren't as feasible here on Echelon, unless the team's super practiced and unless they have at least that foot race kind of timed out. In many cases like that, I would love to see the teams just drop it and slay. But you can notice how Trifecta, they might be starting to falter towards the end here. They might feel like, all right, we need to panic. We need to just get this ball over here. We need to scrap up time. And that's where Splyce is going to thrive. If you start to give them some ground where they can outslay you and just get more and more control, they're going to feel incredibly comfortable.
Enemy has the ball.
Stella's managed to stay alive with the camos. That's pretty...
On Pelican, though, that's not too big a beat. I mean, it's such a great spot to be.
But again, staying alive's allowed him to do this. Traverses round, ball guy's there, drops down. Oh, okay. That's pretty big. He could just come through and manage to at least clear him out. But again, still be able to continue this with ball time. He's going to try and throw it off them. Oh. Bit of desperation, how do you think? Try and get off the map.
Slight desperation, but also given the situation shots he was in, being absolute one shot in that area, at some point it's like, all right, scrapping up those couple seconds, even if you die, it could be either way. But right now it's going to come down to this last ball possession, potentially. Both these teams just neck and neck. Ryan and Shooter acquiring 2 kills. Make that 3rd kill here for Shooter. If they can hold this for 9 seconds, we're going to see an upset here from Trifecta.
They're going to take this one down. They're all spawning Pelican. They can keep him off the round. They're all going to about to tie it up. It all comes down to Shooter. He's going to hide it up from rotating around. They're going to get it. Last 2 seconds to go. Okay, so it's just like that. Then 3 kills in the final few seconds allows Shooter to take the ball, rotate across to Rockets, and the rest of the team just pushed up, forced them where they're going to be at Pelican, and slayed them on spawn.
Yeah, that was just great plays all around. First off, getting clutch, like you said, acquiring those kills. Secondly, as soon as they recognize players were at Pelican, like you said, they rotate towards Rockets, and on top of that, the other members of Trifecta did not jump out and challenge. You notice how Ryan just stayed back over towards Engine, towards blue side, just throwing grenades, letting players run into that damage.
Look at them kills from Ryan.
Oh my God. People always call him the objective player, but he's also an objective slayer.
29. I swear to God, if are we going to have to prove, is Wes actually going to get something right?
I do not want to listen to Wes the rest of tonight or tomorrow or Sunday if he is right on this one.
I know he's got guns. He loves to flex them, but he'll be flexing them even more if they do this. Okay, so mentality. You've managed to, of the reigning world champions, you've managed to take game number 1. From your own perspective, Dave, what does that do to you as a player and you as a team rolling into game number 2? Talk to me about that mindset of feeling good and keeping the ball rolling.
I mean, that's the spark that kind of lights the fire here for the squad. Obviously, you saw them getting pumped up there. They stepped up in slays at the end, especially Ryan, who just dominating that entire game with slays. They're pumped, but they also realize that it's not just an uphill fight when you play against, it's not just an easy fight when you're playing against something like Splyce. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. Like right now, they're on the high right now, but at any moment, that could start to dip and Splyce could take control, start to gain some ground, and that's when they get really scary. So I don't think that they're getting super excited just about 1 3-second victory on oddball Echelon against Splyce.
Yeah.
Really close game, more unfamiliar game type for arguably Splyce since they don't scrim nearly as much. But yeah, their work is just starting out.
Well, we'll kick it off with Captain Clutch himself. Ryan Sondy, shooter, we've seen him time and time again in certain past and previous events, been able to clutch it up and pull it out of the bag when it mattered most. Ryan managed to pick up, that's a dirty little tag. To jump it like that the last second and smash the OS off his back, that's such a nasty little play. And of course, the nasty little person himself shots it, finds one on runway, but unfortunately gets a little bit too overzealous. 2 players do shut him down. Sniper falls S1. Looking further afield, Ryan's there to call, collect, looking for that gun. It's just at the top. Checks glass where he sees his teammates X. Now, I love the fact that his teammates are running ahead of him here, so that literally will open up Cafe. If he needs to be able to bail somewhere and move up from hotel here, at least has an open hallway.
Yeah, that's one of the goals as far as spreading out when you're covering your sniper. One is obviously watching A-store angles so nobody can flank up and attack your sniper up close. The second option, though, is when your setup starts to break down. Let's say you start to lose towards Cafe or you start to lose over near loop side. You have the other side to rotate to, like you called out, Sim. So there's just so many things that go right up as far as spreading out.
There's a thing there for defending your sniper and saying, okay, I'm with you, I'll give you some support if someone tries to push you. But I think sometimes there's a bigger game at a field here. You have to give your sniper options to be able to run. So it's like, this is completely clear. If you need to rotate, you can completely just bail to me and get out of there.
Yep, it's more about breathing room. One of the best positions to support your sniper is actually being a distance away from them. Be a medium-ish distance away from your sniper and take up ground, because it allows your sniper to know, all right, this area is safe. I can run there if I need to. Secondly, you also are drawing out players in different spots. So when you're over, medium distance away from your sniper and you get in a fight with an opponent, that player in most cases has to expose themselves in a spot where your sniper also has an angle. So your sniper is not in some sort of close range panic spot where his or her support is right next to them. Instead, it's medium distance away, which is the perfect distance for a sniper rifle.
You know what, Dave? We've been talking about the sniper rifle, we've been talking about the setup amongst this team, and right now they're absolutely on fire. 14-11, okay, it's a fragile lead, but they have just picked up OS. Let's jump in with a listening, Astro Gaming, over on the opposing side of Trifecta.
Oh my God! One shot me. I'm forcing. Sniper up to you guys. One's one shot. I'm pushing. Push, yeah. I'm looking. One shot S4. I'm pushing with Troy. One shot S4. Stop. You're gonna be all there. S4 again. And hotel on you. One dead. S4. What that break? Look, got me. You're ledge or something. Got him. Nice. Last guy's your ledge. Yep, I'm living. They're trying to nade me. Yeah, he's weak on me. He's pushing me. I'll get him. He's one shot, middle. Dead. Nice. One dead. Guys, I'm in blue. Look at me, LR. Yeah, new sniper. Hey, two blue. One. I'm trying to help you blue. Troy. Weak. I'm LR. You're weak. They're both weak. I'm blue. Yeah. I got one. One more. He's one shot. He's two shots. And top yellow. Top yellow soaring at me. One shot blue. I'm just looking top yellow. Top silo. Blue import. One shot blue. I'm living. I'm not pushing. I'm dead. One on benches. I'm behind him. I'm getting behind them, Soda. Up yellow. Hey, go ahead, swarm you, Ryan, behind you. I died from glass, Go glass. One shot glass. And LR, yeah. One shot top sniping eco. Nice kill. Sniper behind me, LR. Bottom sniper left kill me. He's gonna have sniper. He's gonna have sniper at snipe. Focus. Okay, he lifted. He's gonna be weak. Yeah, focus. Okay, he's gonna run. Yeah, bench already. He's gonna run. Okay. Alright, one's driveway looking at us. Someone come. Driveway weak. Hey, sniping. Benches. One shot sniping. Watch out benches. I'm trying to fall. Hey, go forward. Fuck, he shooting me. I'm one shot here. We're gonna get pushed. He's terminal. He's awning. U-turn. Hey, pocket. Middle pocket. One shot U-turn, two shots U-turn. Two guys U-turn. One shot U-turn. Go to yard. Go to yard. Yard me. No, alright, never mind. Alright, nice shit, buddy. Go to hotel to blue. I spawn blue, stay safe. One shot, nice kill. Two dead right now.
I've got to say, Dave, from an 8-kill deficit, they've brought this back. They've cut it in half down to 4, and slowly but surely, kill by kill, Splice are bringing this one back. They've just taken sniper control as well. They have the entire side of Gold locked down here. OS is up. Ryan gets it again. This time he gets burnt. Okay, third time rather unlucky. One player is in Cafe. Renegades popping up as well. 1, 2, 3 members of Trifecta. They're dead again. They've been slayed 3 times in a row now.
Yep, starting to look bad here for Trifecta. Even though they're tied at the moment, this is where things can start to spiral out of control. Actually, when we looked at one of our top Halo 5 moments, this is one of the players we were talking about here when Renegade was on straight ripping. This is where he really made a name for himself, because there were so many opportunities during that last game 5 Plaza Slayer, where I would even see the likes of someone like APG dropping the sniper for Renegade. I was like, wait, who is this kid? If someone like APG is dropping sniper for Renegade, and he was just doing some of the nastiest things. There was opportunities where both teams had a sniper rifle because both were playing it so slow on Plaza, and Renegade would like jump out, no scope, or take out their sniper in a situation through light rifle haul and stuff. And yeah, Renegade just plays lights out when he has that weapon.
You gotta remember, a year ago here at Atlanta is where he won his first major event as well. That's the first time we ever saw the green wall top hold, and they did it. In fact, one of his ex-teammates on the opposing side, a shooter, because they were obviously, that was the first initial iteration of Splice, which
with
just kind of went after that, went on a bit of a run.
Yeah, Boo, Shooter, Shotzi, and Renegade.
I think that's what's so good about this event. There is a fair amount of history, and the fact that this is, for Splice as an organization, for Shotzi and Renegade as a duo, if you will, at the time, this was their first major event win. This was the first time we saw Tox, Optics, CLG, whatever you want to call it, topple at the hands of them. They made a few changes after a bit of a hiccup in an event, I want to say, and then since then they've just gone strength to strength to strength. We come back full circle now. This is it. Can we see Tox at the end of this? Put a lid on it and say, okay, second time lucky for Atlanta. We're gonna end this entire event how we kind of set out to start it. Oh, well, Splice say no. We're back-to-back Atlanta champions, baby. It's going to be good. There's a lot of stuff on the line this week. This, once again, is proving to be too close for comfort. Shooter on a pinhead, spins 90 degrees, whacks the OS guy in the head. He's gone, that's burnt.
Oh, and what a blunder there from Shooter. In a situation like that, where they had a 2-on-1 over in Yard, he gets hit by that grenade, and actually Renegade also takes out a second member over in Yard. So it looks so strong for Trifecta, kind of turned around at the last moment.
Really quick idea of what you were talking about earlier on. There's nowhere for this sniper rifle to go. Everyone's over on that ramp. His teammate's down S1. He's got a person in front of him on benches. The sniper was completely battered then because there was absolutely no options to eject from that fight.
Yep, create some distance, give him some space.
Target spotted in cinema.
Speaking of space, we might actually have space in point system on the side there. 2 for now, bring it back 1. Eco falling in the kill feed, at least Rain closing the gap by 1, but still, what a close margin this is. Bit of a slower game now because I think Splice realized you can't play this up to the full force of what they're used to. It's usually, maybe we're at that point now where teams are realizing how Splice works. Splice has always been, we are individual players, we are individual slayers, charge at them and we'll just absolutely mess them up on arrival. Other teams might have just got wise to this and are expecting what they're doing because this is not the Splice that we're used to seeing. Oh, I mean, hell, it might just be an amazing play from Trifecta. They're doing well so far, 45-45. 5-kill game, 4 minutes on the clock.
Well, we are seeing some overextensions from Splice that we normally wouldn't see. Like during that last engagement over from Yard, where you saw Shotzi over towards the top gold ledge. He overextended a little too far to try to shoot over near posters in the stairs and died in that situation. And that top gold spot is usually not a spot you die easily at. A lot of times you take a lot of damage back into Yard and keep going back and forth. But despite that, looks like they're going to hunt down this last kill over towards Hotel. Make that 50 kills for Splice as they close that one out 50-47.
Amazing work at the end, just kind of pick it up. They put one on the board and we had a tied series. So at least we're guaranteed a game number 4. It's really hard to say here. I don't want to... We're not in a position to start not necessarily slamming anybody or saying who's doing bad, who's doing good. Trifecta are putting on one hell of a show. But it's just not what I kind of expected. Maybe Wes is right. Maybe practice does make perfect. Maybe things are lacking a bit. Maybe it's just day one jitters. Who knows? Either way, we could be in for a damn good series, and we might potentially be in for the upset of this event if Trifecta somehow pull it out of the bag. And let's not forget, Trifecta have done this before. Was it the 50-49 against Reciprocity? That was in New Orleans, where they sent Reciprocity home. So we've seen a big team fall at the hands of Trifecta before.
Yeah.
Hell, we might be, I mean, we're only in pool play, but still, giving, you know, a world champion an L on day one is always fun.
Yeah, I mean, if Trifecta are known as a bracket team, they come back from there, and they're doing this in pool play. I can't wait to see them play tomorrow and such, because, if you recall, when we saw Trifecta make that incredible run, they actually went 0-3 in pool, I want to say. Didn't they, like, lose
Who does that?
all their series in pool play, and then came back to take, what, 4th at the tournament? 4th/5th? Somewhere like 4th to 6th, I remember. I can't remember how many. It was a ridiculous amount of games. They didn't want it in loser bracket. It was like a through open bracket. Like, to get to where they were, it was a stupid amount of games to be able to keep up. And I kept thinking that I don't recall if I've ever seen a team do so poorly in pool play and then come back and do so strongly in bracket play, like that disparity. Because in most cases, when a team, you know, just gets beat by every team in pool play, you see them fall pretty quickly in the bracket. So Trifecta maybe know how to analyze mistakes and get better, and they're looking pretty strong today. I mean, even the game that Splice won right there, 50-47. On top of that too, Trifecta working well together. They had more assists than Splice in the last one. They had 40 of the 47 kills that they had were assisted for Trifecta, whereas only 35 of the 50 kills were assisted for Splice.
All right then, Refuge CTF. Let's game number 3. Let's get it underway. Rhino, straight absolutely no fear whatsoever, grabs Rocket's initial kill, goes down to him, opens this one up. Ryanoob though, someone tries to jump on his back. Renegade, not today my friend. Now we realize the player above it. You can see on the radar there was no one downstairs. That's going to be the sniper guy, and there he is. It's Shotzi. Time to try and bail from this, but unfortunately the spawners in the back flag, they'll cop for him. Those rockets I think are completely out and burnt. But This man is the one you have to worry about. 6 bullets in the chamber, provided he has the help and support of his friends to at least keep him alive. He should be laughing. 2 players drop simultaneously, but the bullet is answered. Shooting himself off the back of it, Rain finds him again. Excuse me, it was Rain with the sniper rifle, but that guy on top of ring 3, he now has to deal with him.
That's been interesting here from Trifecta. I feel like this has happened at least a few times to now kind of exclude it as just randomness or luckiness. Like I talked about before, when Shotzzy got killed over towards that top gold ledge, it's like, man, that's a pretty uncommon spot to see Shotzzy die from. A lot of times he knows how to just engage a player and back down. And even ring 3 there, or when he went towards street side, it was like, oh man, he kind of overextended. But I feel like these members of Trifecta, when they start to get down or when they're in some of these stalemates, it feels like they almost hide a little bit more and give Splice this false sense of security that they can overextend a little bit more because they always want to find the fights, they want to poke and prod. And sometimes they overextend a little bit too much, and then when Trifecta does poke out at the same time, they're caught with their pants around their ankles. They're just in too much trouble. They're too overextended, and they can get picked off in what is usually a power position.
Maybe we just can't hear it, or maybe we just can't see it, but when we're looking at these face cams, I feel like the communication is either minimum or just very, very focused and very quiet. You know, we've kind of seen it before, like, I want to use Tim as a couple of players that are like, you know, sniped down, naded, for example, your hype men, the ones that scream, the ones that shout. But then you look towards people like Splice and Tox and how quiet, calm, and collective they are, even in victory and defeat, you know?
Yeah, a lot of them have kind of embraced that stoicism. They're not relying on their emotions to carry them in or through series, and that can bring in much more consistency because you aren't riding on your emotions as much. You're not having like, oh well, we just need to get pumped up, or like when you start to get down, and you know, you definitely build that consistency. And it looks like we might have a near cap trade situation. No, they're trying to pull it and slay. Looks like Shotzzy might be able to pull this across. So, yeah, trading 1 for 1 here right now, and Trifecta's able to move that one all the way across is a great scenario. I don't really see anyone in position here to stop Shotzzy. Looks like they're just going to kind of give away their position over from Rockside, but that's not going to be enough of a threat or a position in order to stop that flag. So just as quickly as Trifecta got a lead, it was evened out here by Splice. 1 to 1.
You know what, Dave? We got a fresh sniper rifle in the hands of Renegade, and Splice have just got one in the bag. So let's dive it in with a listen and have a listen at how things are going on the side of Splice.
Behind us, turret somewhere, guys.
Yeah, killers or something.
We got him.
Nice shot. Yo, ring 3 again, sniping our side. Ring shooter. End our P street.
Yeah, P street. Going back to ring 2.
Nice shit, John.
Yo, ring 1.
Yeah, he's ring 2 sniping, I think. I think that was him. Or like a glare.
Their car, there's a guy.
We find a sniper guy?
There's only 1 bullet.
Try to spot him.
Ring 1.
He's sniping their street. One shot, 2 shot, the street. It's Ryan.
They're bomb.
They're bond sniping. He's like their jump up.
Our wall.
100% their jump up.
Our street. I'm looking. He didn't go bond or anything. Sniping.
Sniping the jump up.
2 in ring. One was 1 shot.
Yo, I'm like behind him.
Our rocks now, John. Our main ramp. John, just do you. Pulling it. Yeah, pulling our flag now, actually, from main ramp.
We have rock here. I'm gonna get rock.
Stop pulling. Just sing main ramp.
Yeah, they have rocks. I don't know where.
Help me main ramp.
You drop rocks. Just live.
Yeah, the rocks. Kevin.
Yo, snipes down like. Snipes down on you.
They're jump up absolute.
2 dead. But
Yeah,
with rockets, ring 1. Rockets could be down ring 1. I don't know.
Back it.
Yeah, I think they are.
They're bond.
Ring 1. I think ring 1.
Yo, live with that snipe, John. Just live with it.
Yo, they're bond going for rockets fast.
I died, dude. Yeah, they're
He has rocks. He's one shot.
Yeah,
Nice. Jump up. The other one that jumped somewhere?
I think the last kids are piece right, I thought.
Their health pack, their
ring 3.
Yo, we need it. Fuck.
Ring 3.
I'm just gonna slay. Just live with the snipe.
Yo, the piece street.
Yo, they're calling on me. I need to help.
Yo, rocks.
Yo, is you guys pushing me?
Our rocks 1 shot. There's 2 there, bro.
Two on me.
2 our shoddy court. Our hut now on John. And go to the flag.
You guys are hut. Snipes out.
You guys are hut. Go to their flag and spawn.
One's our ring 2.
He's going backwards. Are there rocks there?
Our hut B. Let's go.
In ring. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, Dave, there are quite a lot of missed snipes there. I think that's maybe 2 or 3 times I've actually seen Renegade hit the wall, and then obviously, I suppose at the end, there's nothing you really can do when you're getting pushed like that, and 2 players and you go in for it.
I would argue the opposite.
For his teammates, at least.
I would argue the opposite in the situations. The time where he hit the wall, it was kind of like a good read on where that player was heading, you know, from Carbine side. So it was like, you know, just that natural like swipe and see if they could hit that shot. However, the ones over in Snipe Hut was the one I was more surprised about. Even with that pressure on, Renegade's such a strong player that I expect him, and I think the odds are actually in his favor to hit those shots and to at least nail one of those.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate how unorthodox but amazing that route was?
Yeah. That flag route's just ridiculous.
What does that do to the image? If it to stop like that and then pull it back? Because they're obviously going to... They're going to assume that he's moving ring, right? And he's just been able to run that one in and get it up to 2-1. That was amazing.
And those are those frustrating moments here. And also, keep in mind, Ryan snuck all the way over here to the splice base and has the splice sniper rifle. Yeah, it has their sniper. So this is also the most pivotal moment in the game where all 3 power weapons are up. You have both the rockets and both sniper rifles. So rockets actually did go in the hands of Splice, despite Ryan having this great flank and pressure on the side. But looks like both snipers in the hands here of Trifecta.
Flies around the corner, no shields whatsoever, trying to stay alive. Bye, Eco! See you later, dude. He goes into the respawn screen. Second player's there. Shot to another one's down in the kill feed. Now his teammates can potentially run this. They're looking towards the rock side. Opposing sniper is on ramp, ready to go. Oh, Destroyer, you gotta hit them, and he hits it, lands it through. They can run this. Now he's gonna go look, tags up for the no-scope. There's the double. Second player coming through in the rock side. Doesn't matter, Rocket comes through. He punches him, he's dead, he's down. There's the flag, 3-1. And we're up 2-1 in the series. What a fantastic final run that was. 2 flags in the space of, what, a minute or 2?
Yeah, about a minute and a half there in that situation. Also just great foresight there from Ryan Noob and the Trifecta squad to put themselves in a great position to get both those sniper rifles.
Ryan Noob, 16 and 8, Dave. What is Ryan Geddes on today? That is... He's absolutely smashing these boys to bits. Destroyed 15 as a level. And then when you look at the killing frenzy as well, I mean, you can't allow... In Halo 5, because of how fast it is as well, if you're giving someone a killing frenzy, that means you're just leaving them unchecked to run around and do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, leaving them unchecked, or in some situations, like, all right, that person's just sitting back and not helping or pushing up with their team. But as we're watching Ryan Noob's POV, that clearly was not the case, as we saw how far up he was pushed the whole time. The pressure he was putting on that Splice squad. Ryan Noob just doing everything right this series.
This is amazing. Well, it's not going to be the 3-0 at least. It could be the 3-1. It could potentially the game number 5 for all we know and be a 3-2. We shall find out. Obviously, these are just a few final moments. If you are just joining us from the game that has just gone down and unfolded, we are moving into Strongholds on Empire now. Grab your phones, grab your laptops, grab your PCs, tell your mum, your dad, your dog, I don't care. Tweet the stream, use the hashtag HCS. Will Trifecta give Splice their first L of the event on Friday for their first match, or will we now see Splice come back 2 games back-to-back and take this in a game number 5? It's looking good, Dave. I mean, for me so far, Ryan was just being the absolute man of them. He's been a complete godsend so far to this team.
Yeah, Ryan playing on his mind, but it's not just individual shots or anything like that. It's not like he's like luckily hitting a 5-shot before shots he can. I'm just seeing him catch these members off guard in many situations, like finding some of these kinks in their armor. That play towards top center, ring 3, where he's able to get backsmack on ring 3 after shooting someone else, like that's partially falls on Splice not being organized and finding, you know, where Ryan Noob was at, and also just great play on Ryan Noob just to realize that he can make that play. So we're going to have to see Splice to step this up, because if they drop a series here in pool play, that is going to set the tone and confidence for these other teams the rest of this event. They're all going to say, Trifecta did it on Friday, why can't we?
I mean, what's the saying? If you can make God bleed, the people will believe. So you're going to be, I mean, Rex already beat them back in London. Tox have already took an event off them back in London. These other teams have seen a weakness, as you say. This just further backs it up. If Trifecta wins this series, this opens it up for everybody to say, okay, #1 spot, this trophy is up for the grabs. This doesn't have Splice's names written on it in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, previously teams would go into a matchup against Splice, and they probably still do to this day, and they say, all right, we got to try some tricky stuff. We got to play out of our minds. We got to do this, and some of that part is correct, but at the end of the day, if you can go into a series, have the confidence that playing your game and just playing that to a slightly higher level, you know, just hitting a slightly higher percentage of shots, having a few things go your way, that is a much better mindset and a more consistent way to win compared to saying, all right, we just need to get lucky. We just need to have something happen. So the teams that go in with their normal game plan are usually the ones that end up winning. And usually the teams that are lower seeded, you know, different AM teams or lower pro teams are the ones that are trying just random tricky stuff because they don't feel like their normal game is good enough to beat the other team's normal game.
Team's going to be setting up for power-ups any second. Blue base will be under attack. Stellar and shots here, they do take 2 down. All of a sudden, Pit, unfortunately, still no chance whatsoever. Ryanu takes 1, 2. Destroy comes in with 3. So Stella's actually the last man standing here for Splice. They're all in the respawn, and he's dead as well. Ryanu actually got him, so they're all going back. Power-ups there. Can he grab it? Yes, he can, so at least get the burn, which avoids Splice running rampant with that thing. 2 players do fall. Shooter, unfortunately, he's down. He's dead. He's going to be at least going back for that one. Eco, though, trying to grab Pit. It's, I like it. I mean, he's gone forward, and then he's gone up to at least stop anyone dropping down. To be able to take this no shields, it completely showed him up. Goes down finally, they can make something happen, but he's been such a nuisance and they've just paid so much attention to it. The time just been ticking along. Is the triple there? Potentially, no. It's shut down from the outside ring. And now they're making an advancement here inside blue.
And that's a bit surprising because I felt like Eco made a big enough play there to turn that around. The fact was that Eco, you know, took about a third or half of the cap from Pit, you know, the most difficult stronghold to get a hold of. Came up and won 2 fights outside that he should not have won. He should have lost his very first fight. Instead, acquired a double kill in that situation. So somehow, Trifecta still able to bounce back from that, get the majority of kills, keep control of the map, keeping a trip cap as well. This Trifecta squad are looking like they're going to take the series.
Dude, they are absolutely tanking him right now. Rhinoob's feeling it. This team is on fire. There's another one to boot. We'll go for the capture as well. Troy's there on the outside. He can stop any advancement coming out. He has gone down. Rhinoob can fixate. Where's his, what? Where did that one come from? Was that a beatdown from a camo guy behind him? But even still, he stayed alive. He didn't finish it off. Grenades go through. They're still ticking over on this triple cap. The time's just running away. Splice, what are you doing? Where are your heads at, boys? Come on, put a stop on this.
Yeah, they're just getting caught everywhere. And this does not look like Splice right now. In the middle of pushing out, they're getting shot from the sides. Feels like Trifecta's just dictating the pace of this game. Every single turn, they're losing their fights. And before they know it, the little ground they gained up is now being taken back. Look at Destroyed. Destroyed is in prime position to go back for the trip cap again.
They can't stop this day. They just keep after going and going. Don't care what happens, just keep slaying, keep applying pressure. Triple cap's about to come into effect for the 2nd time in a row. This time is ticking away. Splice, they only have 14. All right, okay. They have the OS now. They have Pit. It's time to split. Where do you go?
And
make something happen.
OS and camo here. So this is Splice's chance to get some slays and get some control. And this is looking a bit more like Splice right here, where you're able to get some backstacks and kills, but that's not full effective use of that camo Sims. Only used about a third or half of that and was taken out.
Shotzi will jump over to red. New combo goes down, at least bags the kill, but still no platform there. Comes round to secures it. One, they are ticking time along, but still massive deficit that they do need to pick up. Timmy does go down. That's a random grenade from across. The beatdown as well, so he'll fall. Destroy takes top mid, looking towards the fans. His teammates are there. They can support. Pre-nades go down. See if they can catch anyone up guard. The team support's there. Doesn't quite get the player, but that's fine. Get your shields back, move into blue. Let them push towards you. And you got to be careful because red base is under fire. Nice shots come down though. Turns around on a pinhead. The grenades are there, but unfortunately he will at least clear them out. Now they can move into Pit. That Pit so far, all this is kind of unfolded off a Shotzi's OS grab.
Yep, off that OS grab. But then also we're starting to see these rotations and flanks from Trifecta getting countered for once. Right there, Destroyed moved all the way toward blue base. Looked like he was in a prime position to start a counter cap and throw Splice off guard. A member from Splice instantly came over from the platform and shut that down. And just look at the kill feed. I see Splice, all in there getting those slays.
3 down, so they're all off the respawn, and they know exactly where they're going to be beat. To push over onto the red platform, but it looks like Pit's getting transferred.
Both of them.
Red as well. That's all kinds of dangerous. That is a great play from Renegade. He shuts that one down. Pit on this is like It's do or die. Pit pretty much wins you the game. You can't play with 2 outside bases. You always have to have the pits. So far, that stayed in the hands of Splice. Shotzzy was allowed to pick it up, and all of a sudden they're right back into this. They're about to hit 60. They're now only down by 11 points. What was it before? Something like 71 to 14?
Yeah, it was a massive deficit, 50+ points. It felt like, and like you said, they're starting to claw back. The other thing I'm noticing here from Splice, which is reminiscent more of their original playstyle, is you're noticing the players a lot of times get a slate and actually stay alive, or get a pit reset and stay alive. Whereas many other times we've seen so far that they're out the series, and still does happen in this game, is you see just a lot of challenges to the death, which isn't Splice's style. The thing that makes Splice such a tough squad to play against is the opportunistic time they buy for their teammates. One of them gets in trades damage with you, or you get that player to one shot and you can't kill them right away, and then their help comes in, or they get away with half shield and run away, and you're just like, I don't know where that player went anymore. Whereas it feels like some of this game we've seen them just getting finished off right away, and in other parts we start to see the true Splice, like I said, the one that runs away, stays alive, be's annoying, and gets those kills. And what a missed shot from Shotzzy. We don't see that. A one-shot player in pit. Shotzzy normally hits that.
This is all turning all kinds of bad here. Ryan knows he needs to make his next move. Make his mark. He does at least pick up the one shot, but how many people are actually still alive? Grenade goes down. He's got to kill this player, Stella. Been a super nuisance. Pit's so important here, and he gets the kill. Oh my, but Troy's there. They'll at least secure it for now. So they've put a cap on things, but they've only got 8 points to secure this win. They're still, though, look at this. While that was unfolding, Dave, they went for the outside plots. They took both bases. And now Renegade, they're just, that.
And this is too tough here for Trifecta. They cannot lose pit. They do a great job somehow holding pit and then getting blue base as well. I was going to say their biggest keystone that play was going to be holding pit and somehow making another base work. And it looks like they did with their natural spawn. So kudos there to Trifecta. Ryan getting a perfect kill on Renegade, who's just run down the bottom of security, which is
this is bad.
Interesting. It's one of those situations where it's like, all right, Renegade's usually a player that's staying alive, or when you do see him challenging, he's challenging because he knows he's going to win that fight.
And pretty much just like that, once again, power-up control, Dave, for the second time in a row. OS and Camo in the hands of Splice. They pretty much single-handedly won that off the back of the power-up pickups. You saw what shots he did.
2 different rotations.
Literally grabbed it, went pit, and then they got them again. Power-up control, lost Trifecta that game. It was looking so good. Everything was just going so damn well, and all of a sudden, just mismanaging the times of when they were coming up, lost control of them, and the whole game just went to pot.
Yep, and they actually outslayed decently this one. Looks like they outslayed by about 8 kills. So Splice, like I said, they're a team that kind of relies on that heavy slaying, that heavy playing like that, but still just doesn't fully look like Splice. We see moments of this World Championship team come on out in their play, and there's other times too where it's like, how is this happening? Like you see consistent mistakes that you just don't see from these squads, and one of the things that separates them and makes them one of, if not the best team in the world at the moment, is their lack of mistake, how few mistakes they usually make.
Although, I mean, it's hard to say, like at the end there, when the pressure was really on, when they were literally at the point where they potentially were going to lose that, was it a mixture of Trifecta mismanaging the power-ups, or Splice doing what we know they can do, which is when things get hard, you just nail it and you just do everything right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a combination. I mean, it seemed like Splice,
that's why they're a championship team, right?
Yeah, they kept calm. They're just realizing, hey, you know, given the situation, regardless, they had a decent enough lead. It wasn't like Trifecta were going to win within a couple points. They were like, we have time to go get these power-ups and then go back in and secure those last couple strongholds.
I mean, that's what makes a world championship team, right? Point blank, when shit hits the fan, you need to be able to know how to deal with it. And that's exactly what happened. They've been able to pick up 4 power-ups, OS Camo, and win it just like that is formidable. So this is it, game number 5. Will the current reigning world champions be handed a loss in pole play from Trifecta? Or will we see Trifecta? I mean, right now it's
I love that play right there. Did you see what Renegade did?
Yeah.
Renegade knew that there was a player over towards Bomb Snipe that already had shot him. He had a death screen on him from his teammate Stellar still, so there was no way that the player was going to slip away or sneak away. And so Renegade decided to save the rocket instead, just finished off with pistol. That takes a lot of foresight and a trust in your shot to realize, hey, I know I could use this rocket and secure this kill, but to get greedy, you know, Halo can be a game about greed. Trying to push whatever advantage you have, push that a little bit further, and that's what Renegade did there by just trying to finish off that first kill with the pistol, so he still had a rocket in his back pocket.
I wonder if this is where Splice just turn on now. Just turn up completely and just say, right, let's have it, lads. And just go large. 11 to 5, they already kind of started, but fair play when they've had rockets and sniper. You would expect that on Collie Slayer, to be honest. Easy one shot should be clean up off the back of the couch. Pre-grenades go down from Maze. Looks for the player above him. He does have his teammate there in the form of shots. That'll be a nice, easy clean up for him. 1 point. Tries to hit the no-scope, but still stands his ground at least, be able to remove the shields. No one's there to mop that one up, fortunately. Now, all of a sudden, I see Trifecta coming off the respawn, down by 5.
Down by 5, and that's not a comfortable spot to be in. You want to go out the gates here quick against Splice. One thing I was just thinking also, Sims, like, this is our last Halo 5 event. One thing we could do after this, you know, when we just had that rocket in the back pocket line, is we could maybe start to do our own, like, Dr. Seuss or line of books, like, there's a rocket in Renegade's back pocket, and do something like that, you know? We might have some authorship in our future together.
You are way too old to be doing things. It's like I'm trying to talk about children's cartoons with my dad. And, come on, Dave. I can try it. A poet, and you don't know it. Is that what we're going for? 18 to 12, 6-kill lead here for Splice. Once again, power weapons, man. That's all it is. Power weapon control over and over again. Oh, of course, they've got sniper as well. You know, it wouldn't be exactly the same. 21 to 13.
They got sniper and Splice. They're striking like a viper. Huh? No? Dude, we're onto something here. We are onto something, Sims. You just need to embrace it.
I'm trying to think now. I'll keep talking. You keep thinking. Rocket's down in Maze, could be a 2-for-1, at least tanks up his shield. For now, be able to push back on this one. He'll go down, player's gonna be at least advanced forward. There will be one above him over on DMR. And again, power weapons coming up in about 5 seconds time. They're already setting up for it, which is the scary thing, to be honest. Down to 2 back at least in the kill feed, Dave. But still, it looks like Sniper E. Oh, okay, this time it's to hands of Trifecta.
And this has got to be one of the first power weapons they've actually had a chance to get their hands on, too. Because you got to consider at the very beginning of this match, we saw, obviously, Renegade getting control of that first set of rockets. I believe it was Stellar, or obviously one of the other members of Splice getting control of that first sniper. Actually, I heard it was Eco who got control of the first sniper, but we did see Stellar acquiring that first triple kill. So regardless, they got all the kills at the beginning, the first couple power weapons, and they also got the second set, it looks like now. Second set of that rockets, they're holding on to this new sniper that Ryan Noob had for just 1 kill or 2 kills. So this power weapon deficit has to be what we're seeing here on the scoreline.
And so far, they've done so well of Trifecta because Ryan Noob has been the main dissector.
Yes, see, you're embracing it. I like it.
We'll keep going for it. I don't even know what to do anymore. I'm enjoying watching, to be honest with you.
We're both just trying to think of rhymes at this moment. Eco does have only 3 bullets left here. Going to push this one back on towards blue. And this is one of the times that you can get aggressive when your sniper is a bit lower on ammo, but you know, no need to force it. They just need to play their normal game and close this out. And this is just looking a little too scary for Trifecta. I mean, down by 14 kills against a woken Splice. It's not looking good.
Easy players coming through. I mean, at the moment, it's just kind of us watching this one unfold, to be honest with you guys. You can see exactly what's happening down in the zone kill feed. Splice are just kind of running away with it. It's all power weapon control, rocket, sniper, and everyone else just applying so much pressure. I feel like I'm watching the old Splice that I'm used to, where it's just not necessarily chaotic there, but constantly engaging, running at enemies, just dogpiling over and over again, and applying so much pressure. I just feel like Trifecta don't really know how to answer it.
Yeah, and like you said, the Splice that we're used to, or the ones that when we've seen them be successful, is the times they're put on pressure, it just feels like the other team doesn't really have any great answers to it. It feels like any times they're trying to finish off a player from Splice, that player from Splice already has an escape route, or Splice are pushing in and not getting surprised from any counter angles. So this is looking a bit more comfortable, like the Splice we're used to seeing, and I don't foresee them making this massive upset, but at the end of the day, it still is kind of an upset and a statement with the scoreline alone. I mean, I don't want to give West any more ego or credit than he deserves, but West straight up called it.
He did. Says that we're going to go down, but right now it's It's not kind of looking like it. 10-kill lead here for them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just heard in my ear from Wonderboy saying he called it wrong, but the whole point being is Wes called that this was going to be a trifecta-led match. I mean,
to be fair, they've done really well. I'm going to give them
they've done incredibly
They've done absolutely amazing, but I can't yet, from my own personal opinion, make whether Trifecta is just playing lights out and is a very, very strong American team, or Splice are kind of lacking in their own ways, to be honest. I don't think it's as straightforward as that, and I think anyone who's saying, oh, they've been playing another game, they're going to be crapping out of practice. Nah, I'm sorry, but that doesn't fly with me at all.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it feels like they might be just waking up here on this this first day of Atlanta. So going through on their first pool play matches we had talked about before. So getting all those jitters, and I mean it's a tough team to run into first round. Trifecta is no rollover team. We're talking about this Trifecta squad as if they're a squad that has zero chance here against Splice. This is a team 2 events ago took top 6.
One more kill to seal the deal. Eco's going to be calling them out exactly where they are. Stella's just, I mean, they're all kind of waiting because they know exactly where these players are going to be coming from. There's no real need to push. Eco will try and flush them into a bottleneck. There'll be some little sloppy fights here and there.
Also, keep in mind, for those of you watching at home, you have your teammate in matchmaking that's just sitting there doing nothing, pounding the ground. You might have Stellar on a fake tag. That might be your teammate in matchmaking. So just keep that in mind next time you try to troll or be toxic towards one of your teammates in matchmaking.
He actually was sat there beating down for all the entire time and they got the beat down station. They were just trying to flood him into it. 50-40 will be the final scoreline of this series. Splice, they come out on top in a game number 5, but Trifecta, they did not go down without a fight, and they have shown that they are definitely a team to watch out for this weekend. They have played phenomenal.
Yeah, Trifecta, no joke. They've proven it here. We're gonna have to see how they do the rest of pool play. I expect them to take second in the pool based on this match, but we will have to see. I mean, can't take any teams for granted here in Atlanta.
No, not at all. It's I think that's the good thing about this weekend, though. I want to see upsets. I want to see a couple of teams getting battered who shouldn't be getting battered. It's the finals, right? Anything goes, and everyone loves to see an upset. We've seen it before where players have had the upset and they've completely run the bracket run. You know, we've seen it with Trifecta before. I mean, what do you think from that? How far do you think Trifecta, in theory, could go in this competition?
I mean, I counted them out before, so I think they could take a top 4. I think that's kind of where I'd put them at their highest. But again, they just showed against Splice that they could do some work.
Okay. Well, we're going to throw it back to the desk for a little bit more of a conversation on how this game unfolded. And ask Wes, how's your opinion, dude? What's going on?
You know, Sims, you took the words right out of my mouth because I'm up here smiling. Do you know why? Because you're wrong. You're wrong once again. There we go, Clutch. You were wrong. How's it feel?
Sometimes you have to be wrong in life to prove a point. And the point being is Splice is in trouble.
No, the point being that you were wrong.
Splice is in trouble this event. I don't know if you guys actually watched that series, but they should have been 3-0'd. And they should have lost game 4. But they clutched up. Splice, you can do that against teams like Trifecta. But you got Tox. You got Renegades. You got Reciprocity. You're in trouble.
Yeah, there's one thing I take away from that is if I'm Tox, I'm feeling really good. Really, really good right now.
I mean, they're on that feature station right now. They were warming up, and I could see their heads turning behind me as well. And they looked pretty comfortable. They were relaxed, sort of like limbs hanging off the chair, chilling out, because they know that those guys up there, they're going to run over them. If they play that way, it's not even going to be contested. I mean, Trifecta, it was unlucky for them with that stronghold that they came through. I mean, couldn't believe it. I'm pretty disappointed, actually, with how that unfolded for them, because they should have had that.
Yeah, Splice ended up just having too much veteran leadership. They have that winning quality in them. They've been in these situations where they're down late in games and they're able to clutch up. And their experience throughout all of Halo 5 really allowed them to pull this series out of the bag, but that's not, like I've been saying, that's not going to fly against top-tier teams. This Trifecta roster, they really played a great series, but they're going to be kicking themselves all night for letting this series slip away from them. They had the opportunity right in front of them on a silver platter. They just couldn't take it.
I mean, it's interesting because they are really, really good players, but it's just something wasn't clicking there for them. I don't know what Splice need to do now in order to get back to the team that we saw from them before. And it needs to happen fast if it's going to happen at all.
Yeah, I mean, Splice is consistently team that plays down. You know, they played at their competition. They played good enough to win. And that's what we saw them do again here. I mean, it was a little scary for a few moments, but, I mean, if you go back and you ask them, and we'll talk to them soon, they probably weren't as worried as maybe some other teams that find themselves in a similar situation.
Oh, I guarantee you they were worried in that Stronghold game when they were down 50 points, but somehow they pulled it out. They all started to pick it up, and they were able to pull off the series in Game 5.
They really were. And of course, we are joined by Eco himself, who's just come off the main stage. Mate, looking at that series that we've just seen you in, it didn't feel like you guys were yourselves up there. Was it because you just haven't played yet today and you're kind of warming up a bit, just getting back into the zone of things, coming back to a big tournament like this at DreamHack Atlanta?
I mean, yeah, like, we actually haven't played the game a lot, to be completely honest, like, at all. So, like, we're honestly pretty bad right now, and that kind of showed, but like, I'm doing the best. Like, that can't happen. Okay. Like, I don't want to do that.
Okay, well, no,
I need Renegade. I need Renegade to show me something.
Really? That's what you need?
Renegade needs to show me something.
I think everybody on the team needs to show you something, because everybody was playing pretty lackluster until that Game 5. Coliseum Slayer, honestly, is the game type you guys probably wanted to see is that Game 5, because if that was a true Slayer or something else that they could create this chaotic, keep the game just chaos and keep it close, then you guys might have been in trouble in Game 5, but the bread and butter of that team is Coliseum. You see them dominate the likes of Tox on Coliseum CTF. We've seen them dominate so many times on Coliseum. I mean, you guys know how to play that game type. You definitely didn't forget it in the past 2 months, and it showed.
Yeah, that's honestly the only good Slayer I'm good at, so thank God. And Ryan Noob, I have to get, like, I don't want to give credit to Ryan Noob, but he's so annoying to play against. Like, he's so annoying.
Yeah, they got to be feeling upset about that, letting that series go.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about West going against you guys in that prediction?
I mean, West always goes against us, to be honest.
I think I picked you guys to win.
I don't know. I wouldn't bet on us right now. Like, in some matches, like, we got to get going. Like, we're more of a team we're pretty bad at the beginning, and like, we're super bad right now because we haven't been playing. So, I mean, I don't really.
If the guy
don't let him backtrack. Okay?
If the guy won't bet on himself, what makes you think I'm going to?
Well, I mean, if you want to win, then you will. So what do you guys think you need to change, or do you think you are in trouble this event here as you move into Sunday?
I mean, honestly, like, as a team, we were talking, like, we were kind of joking around, like, we're not good, like, we can't aim, like, whatever, like, but, I mean, it's nothing new. Like, we're confident no matter what. We're always confident in each other, like, and we're just going to do our best, so.
I'm interested to know how you guys felt after London, because you had such a huge winning spree coming up into that event. And then, of course, to have that taken away by your old-time rivals, Tox. How did you feel coming after that? Did you have a team meeting afterwards?
I mean, London was interesting. I mean, we feel like if we didn't lose reciprocity, then, I mean, obviously we would have been in the winner's bracket and then 4-0 Tox possibly. I mean, I played really bad that series, but, I mean, Tox, honestly, like, I think Ant said in an interview, like, they just won game 1 and 2. Like, we should have won those games, and then they just steamrolled us. But, I mean, we're not really worried about it. Like, win, lose, draw, whatever. Like, we're chill. We don't, like, we're not too upset. Like, we know what we can do. Like, it's fine, honestly.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's chill. It's all chill up here with Eco. Do you guys think that going into Sunday, like Enamite said, do you honestly believe truly now, looking at your performance and how you guys know, you saying you really haven't honestly been playing the game much? But is that a setback for you? But can you still lift that trophy on Sunday?
No, we definitely can. And I mean, like, a match like this against a pretty decent team it's eye-opening. And I mean, that's just gonna make us like warm up really early tomorrow, just go extra hard. And I mean, I don't think I would want to make our team like try any more harder than we already do. But so I mean, I think we're fine.
You know what, the world expects big things from you, Eco, and your team, but just take that pressure and just take it in and use it when you're on that main stage next time, because you guys are a phenomenal team. Just carry that forward, and hopefully we'll be seeing you on Sunday. Thank you so much for being here on the desk, Eco. I will see you very, very soon. Guys, we have just about finished up here today, but we've got one series left, and that's going to be Tox versus Accelerate Gaming. You don't want to miss it. It's the last thing in your evening. Just grab a blanket, settle down for the night, because we've got one more series heading your way. We'll be right back after this.
The ring is called Halo. As far as we know, it's a powerful and ancient weapon. Captain Keyes is placing the Pillar of Autumn in Combat Alert Alpha.
It's payback time, ODST. Move out!
another pillar of auto breakage. Let's help push them back, Raven. Reports are saying the Covenant let something loose on the ring. Something dangerous. Weapons ready, Raven. Brace yourselves. Going down.
Rated E to M.
Join now and get your first month for $1.
Xbox One S, the best value in games and entertainment. Now that's a big fun deal.
Over 100 great games.
Endless play.
New titles monthly. More is...
My job? It's pretty awesome. I work the drive-thru at Xbox Game Pass. Hey, welcome to Game Pass. How can I help you?
We'll take Halo and Gears of War.
Get Banjo-Kazooie, get Banjo-Kazooie. You can get all of these, and it's just $9.99 a month.
What?
It's weirdly challenging to convince people they can get over 100 games.
Every game?
You can get all of them.
All right, Soul Calibur 2?
Oh, we got zombie games.
Borderlands?
All of them.
So then we'll take everything?
Excellent choice. I love this guy. Comes in every Friday.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the last time on your Friday night to HCS 2018 Finals. We're here live from DreamHack Atlanta. My name is Lottie Van Prague, and I'm going to be hosting the desk all weekend long with two of my very good friends and one colleague of mine who is always wrong, constantly, is Clutch and Elamite. Gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. I have another member.
Hello.
Hello, GB. I just wanna point this out here, bro. But are you meant to be at another game, or?
Well, you know, here's the thing. I don't know if you guys know, but starting January 3rd on NBC, you know, you can. I'm kidding, but I'm a global icon. I can do whatever I want. I was told I could do whatever I want, so I just decided to walk on up here, have some fun, and really just motivate you guys. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to motivate.
You're missing us.
Yeah, you know, I miss you guys so much, you know. Also, Lottie, I do have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, gosh.
Okay?
Okay.
Don't think, girl, that I didn't forget about you kicking down my cardboard cutout in London. Okay? Don't think. And then where's the cardboard cutout? In some ditch in the middle of Shoreditch? Like, come on, that's not fair.
I just want to say, it's show business.
It's show business.
Yeah,
wow.
It's a cruel world that we live in, GB. And as a global icon and national treasure, surely you know the ups and downs downstairs, basically, that you had to go through to get to where you are.
Also, I hate the fact that I'm the shortest person on this desk. It's also very, very off-putting.
You walked up here, man.
That's it. I'm going to use Lottie's power. I'm going to go up a little bit.
You literally just done that too, right? Just did me good.
All right, well, I'm just going to be here as you guys break down this game and, you know, provide some motivation.
Love it. Well, guys, let's have a look at what we've got coming up later today. So let's see what our series is going to be. It's our last one of the evening. It's Tox Gaming versus Accelerate.
Good setup on that one.
Oh, yeah, really good. These two teams, it's going to be an interesting one. I know that Accelerate have been doing pretty well online, but Tox Gaming, they're the force to be reckoned with. They're the hurricane of the storm. They just are going to wipe everybody out. That's how I feel about this tournament. They're looking sharp. In London, they were doing really well, and 2Ks have just been phenomenal. What is your sort of verdict on this?
Yeah, Tox is definitely the favorite coming into this tournament. There's no doubt about that. But this Accelerate team plays them strong every single time online, at events. We've seen it. Like, there's something about this Accelerate team that gives Tox trouble. They haven't ever created the actual upset at a LAN tournament, but they've shown that they're capable of maybe piecing it together.
Yeah, we've definitely seen multiple Game 5s, and a lot of it for this squad has come down to the game types, because they have consistently run into Refuge Team Slayer as that game number 5, and if you've been watching over the course of the season, you see how terribly that game type ends for anyone matching up against Tox on it.
Good setup. That was a good analysis on that one. I really like that.
Thank you.
Wes, tighten it up a little bit. I'd appreciate it. I think you can make it a little bit better, you know? Let's talk about Tox, the multi-time world champions. I think you could do better there. Try again.
Okay. What do you think about Tox?
I think someone needs to come back over from wherever Golden's boy is supposed to be and come get him. He's clearly lost.
Please, somebody come and collect this man that is to my left. So, of course, we've got our groups on the screen right now. We've seen some incredible series today, some that have been quite shocking, to be frank. But, of course, we've got Tox coming up now. We haven't seen them play all day. They've been on the feature station, and they've been warming up. But they look very chilled out, as usual. I think that team, they don't show too much emotionally, but they just show that in their gameplay. I think London was probably the pinnacle of their emotional reactions to that. I think I did see a fist bump in the air and a bit of a hype. But looking at this team, do you think they can go all the way, Clutch?
There's no doubt about it. Like I said, they're the favorites coming into this tournament. And I mean, they are so professional on how they treat tournaments. Today is Friday. It's group play. What is their goal? Their goal is to come out the top of their group. They don't care how they do it. They want to get it done. I know Snakebite so well, and I know he just preaches one game at a time, one series at a time, one pull at a time, one step at a time. And that's exactly how I expect Tox to treat this series.
Good authority on that analysis there, Wes. I'm proud of you. Really tightened it up.
Speaking about authority, we need somebody to come and take you away. But of course, guys at home, you can have your say to it. Maybe the final game, but it's not your final say. So please predict who you think is going to win. Is it going to be Tox? Is it going to be Accelerate? Vote in the chat, and we will show your percentage and what you're feeling this series is going to go towards the end when we give our predictions. And probably Clutch is going to be wrong once again. Just saying.
That's always a joy when Wes is wrong.
It is.
He tries his best, right, to like be this like, oh yeah, I won a national championship, things like that. I'm good with the Halo 3 VR, and like he says these
I'm wearing
things,
a big
right?
ring.
I'm wearing a big ring, like where's the ring? Like there it is. It's so obnoxious. It's how he's from God's country, Tennessee. That's like
God's country.
You don't have to sit next to him watching these games, bro. He's sitting there going, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm big, you're small. There's nothing you can do about
That
it.
is an exquisite Wes impression. That is
You
really
think?
good.
Hey, I don't have to stand on something to make myself look tall to feel authority on the stage.
Whoa! You're attacking the host
Okay.
here, okay? And just so you know, we control your fate.
And I've got double power now, bro. I might not be as tall as you, but I got double the person
That's right.
up here.
That's right.
So just watch yourself.
I commanded this
please.
desk for such a long time, and now I'm here for this awkward segment to make it awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know where that was going, but I just did it.
Take that.
Did it, and you have no
further.
choice. And then Kyle's there. God bless him.
Kyle, you've been rather quiet throughout all this.
Kyle is also in the box.
I don't expect you to back me up completely, but I do want you to recall one specific moment in Halo 5 that's very special to me.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
And it was the first casters match I ever got
Oh
to play.
my! Are you?
And
It never aired.
unfortunately, you were on the other side, so I'm not going to rag on it too much, but I do want to point out Golden Boy got schooled.
Okay, well,
Those
for
matches
one,
were hard.
I think education is very important in this country, and we definitely need more of it. All right. 2, that never aired, so that isn't that
There's no
is
proof.
not true.
There's no proof.
Everyone viewing out there, you want to know why Golden Boy no longer is on the analyst desk? It's because he couldn't hang in the casters match. He was so bad that we had to kick him out of the Halo scene.
That is categorically untrue. Okay, and also just you had Sims.
You brought this upon yourself, Golden Boy. The secret is released. Unfortunately,
okay.
Maybe
all right.
there's another game in this venue you could be halfway decent at, and you can commentate it. But
Well, gentlemen,
Halo 5 is not that game.
we're laying a lot out on the table here, so I want to just show the series
emotions.
layout as well right now to see exactly.
What a transition.
Oh, I know, right? Segue of the year. Or what?
Segway of the year.
Okay,
That's
cool.
you get an inflatable trophy.
So of course we've got Oddball on Echelon, Slayer on Plaza, Capture the Flag on Refuge, and if it goes the extra mile, we've got Strongholds on Empire and Slayer on Coliseum. But it has been going the extra mile when we haven't really predicted it to go, so you never know. But looking at these two rosters coming up against each other, Tox looking so strong right now. Is there a series that could potentially go wrong for them? I just don't see it happening.
I mean, I could see Accelerate taking a game here, especially considering it's Friday. But the hardest part to think about this matchup is I think if Accelerate, with this Falcated roster, was playing against Splice, we would have seen them upset them. But unfortunately, their pool, they're going up against Tox, and I don't think that's going to be the case here. Tox is just too strong.
yeah, I really think that Tox has been so focused on ending Halo 5, the #1 team on the planet. And I think it starts with this, and they know that. And there's so many veterans on that team. They have so much experience together, and they know that it starts with game 1 of the first series of their tournament. And that's just too much for this Accelerate roster to handle. They're going to get swept.
Okay, well, it's my favorite part of the evening now because I get to ask predictions and we get to see if Clutch is going to be wrong once again. So, Elam, I'm going to start with you there, mate. Right on the end, who you thinking?
I mean, yeah, this one, it's not too much of a brain buster here. We are on Tox.
Okay, Tox it is. Clutch.
Tox 3-0 in
3-0.
dominant fashion.
Okay, I actually do hope you win for this one because Elam is also good for that. Golden Boy, I'd love to ask yours.
I'm not going to make a prediction.
What?
I mean, Tox is going to win. But here's what I'm going to say. I just want to, throw it out there. This is a celebration of Halo. And, obviously, I want to give a shout out to Tashi, Rob, for letting me come up here and be a moron on the desk. To the Halo community, to everyone watching, thank you guys so much. You've made this one of the most special experiences in the world. To my friends here, I love you all very much, and it's a joy to always be with you guys. So yeah, I mean, I really wanted to come up and say that because I didn't get a chance to do it in London. I was just a cardboard cutout in London. The thinnest I've ever been. But I just wanted to do that here, and thank you to the Halo community that comes out, that supports this, and for sticking with us. And one of the most fondest memories I've ever had in my life was being in Seattle, Washington, introing that final to that crowd. It was our moment. We owned it. That's what makes the Halo community so special. So thank you.
Well, if there's one thing I've taken away from Golden Boy, it's always about him.
That's true. That's true.
That's what it is.
Let me know when you're ready to throw. Oh, I had a prediction too. I had a graphic.
You did. You had a graphic there.
And I did go with Tox.
Well, I'm going to also make a prediction. Oh,
gasp.
Oh gosh. I'm going to go with Tox too. I think they are a force to be reckoned with. There we go. All red. Lovely on the bottom.
Okay.
But guys, I want to know what you have predicted at home to see whether you have gone our way. If you're on our team as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, there it is. 90% to 10%. I mean, that is just, extraordinary. It's Tox Gaming's way right now, and we'll see exactly how that pans out. Well, I'm going to hand over to your casters for this final.
Wait, can I do it?
Final series. Yeah, go ahead.
Could I do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's time to get into the game. Let's send it over to your casters, one of the most intelligent analysts in the game, Gaskin, and a guy who somehow managed to make his flight, Strong Side.
How long have I got to wait to cast a game of Halo? Golden Boy makes everything about himself, but he called me a great analyst, so now I'm not going to say what I was going to say. This is going to be an exciting one, isn't it, Strong Side?
It's going to be a good one. I mean, Tox, they're coming in. They want to close out this tournament on top. They're not going to show any mercy. It's Friday, yeah, it's groups, but I still think they're going to come in very strong.
I mean, it's hard to bet against Tox when they have been playing so well, of course, coming off a hot victory in London. However, maybe we might see something special out of these Accelerate boys. We did just see a close to an upset in the previous series with Trifecta coming so close to Splice. Maybe Accelerate can gain something from watching that.
Yeah, they might be able to do so. So, Echelon Ball, definitely one of the weaker game types, like we said here for Tox. Let's see if Lethal's going to be able to get Camo off the rip here. He does have 3 teammates pushing over towards that ball. He's able to get that Camo pretty much virtually untouched. Just gets 1 shot. That's going to be 3 down for Accelerate. About to be 4 down. Yep, that's going to be 4 down and quick control in the favor of Tox.
And Echelon Ball is one of these game types where some of the lesser teams maybe have a chance to try and upset some of these bigger teams because they've not played it as much. It is newer in the rotation. No one really has got a locked down setup that they're comfortable with. And to me, that is an exciting game type. For Tox, they've only got a 60% win rate on it. It lands in HCS so far. For Accelerate, in scrimmages up to this point, they have a 44% win rate. So not the best of game types for Accelerate, despite the fact that I have just said maybe they can win it.
Yep, Statman is back in business. Lethal still alive with the Camo. Rockets nearby. He's going to get the stick. Taking down Demon D. Stick it to the foot. Never something you want to happen to yourself if you got the rockets.
What, a sticky grenade? I mean, you don't want to be stuck at all if you've got rocket Strong Side.
You want to stay alive.
You do want to stay alive, so you can actually do some damage.
I believe that was a bounce grenade as well.
Wow, that is impressive. Both of these teams, as a reminder, have already played today. They both beat Mocket Esports. Tox did it more comfortably with a 3-0 fashion, whereas Accelerate, they were took right down to the wire Strong Side. It was only a 3-2 victory against Mocket. Shout out to the EU boys for bringing quite the team so close. So essentially, we're in another one of these positions. Win this game and you have that chance to top your group going into bracket play.
Right, you are. Well, Accelerate yet to put a single point on the board. Tox Gaming still just on top, showing no mercy. Arctic, you'll see in the kill feed, picks up the perfect kill. That ball is going to be spawning up. It looks like Accelerate are trying to get in position. They've got to pick up a couple kills here, though. It's going to be 2 down for Tox. It looks like they might be able to get a run for the ball. That's 3 down for Tox. Royal 2's the last one, but he's got the Rockets. Falcated playing careful here. He knows Rockets are out there somewhere, so he's going to hang back behind his team and try and stay alive.
Yeah, he's in one of those awkward positions with the ball as well, where he can kind of be flanked from behind. So you saw how he was hesitant of where to be looking, where to be focusing on, where's he going to get pushed from. And the ball does go down temporarily, and now Tox have automatically flipped that around and pulled the ball, and now they're moving it towards a more comfortable side of the map. And you know me, I'm a big fan of Tox. I'm a big fan of how they approach games. They are one of the most professional teams, if not the most professional team we have in the HCS. So it was fantastic to see them win London. And to be honest, the way we just saw Splice play, I have to say Tox are my favorites at this tournament.
Yeah, you can't help but think that Tox are on top of their game. I mean, but have they got enough practice coming into the tournament?
Yes, I believe they have. I've watched enough scrims on Twitch, of course, and they have been performing pretty well. If you compare that to this practice that Splice had, I mean, it's a different class.
You wouldn't expect anything less with a team that has Snakebite on the roster. He's going to be making sure that they're getting on to play, getting on to practice to go out on top here at the last event.
Yeah, we've said it. Like, you want to make your mark. You want to have that footprint of we are the best team in Halo 5, which they have been for so long. They were knocked off that top spot for Splice. They didn't like it. They came back at London and they answered back. And we need to see Accelerate answer back in this current game. They've managed to grab the ball here, but they are so far behind, it's going to be extremely difficult. When you are behind on Echelon ball, it can get a little bit sloppy because you try and grab the ball time, but the other team has so much freedom to roam and flank, it gets so difficult.
Falcated, pushing forward, see if he can catch up to the player that just disappeared, just completely gone. And that ball is going to be replayed down to bottom mid. So Accelerate still down by quite a bit. You're seeing Tox Gaming pick up some more points on the board. Just they're able to constantly just, even though everyone from Accelerate is still up on the map, they find that right opportunity. They find that right moment and move the ball and traverse around the map. Got very sneaky.
Speaking of disappearing and being sneaky, Camouflage has just spawned as well. Maybe a chance for Tox to really push Accelerate into the ground here and really take an advantage. But the ball is being held by Accelerate at this moment. It is a bit of a struggle for them, though, to get back into it. Tox, they just seem to know where they want to be on the map. You know what I mean, Strong Side? Like, they communicate well. They seem to put themselves in all the right positions. They're always within a distance of each other to help if anyone's getting shot or beat down.
They've got a game plan for every scenario, just about. I mean, this is a newer game type, but they've got a game plan for every single scenario, whether they're down to one player or two players. They know what they're going to do right off spawn. They know they have an objective every single moment. There's never a moment where they're just like, oh, hey, what are we doing, guys? We don't know what we're doing. There's always someone leading that vocal charge there for the team, whether it's Snakebite or whether it's Lethal. Someone on that team, or even their coach, Royal One, someone is always leading that charge saying, this is what we need to be doing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Royal One is such a majestic man and a perfect addition to this Tox roster. You saw at London, when they actually won, we know the Tox boys, they were excited, but they don't really show it on their faces. Whereas Royal One, the coach, he got pumped, he got excited with the crowd, and they need that hype man. They need that someone behind them just to kind of do the hype for them so that they can just focus on their game and just continue the beautiful Halo that they play.
Right, you are. Well, it looks like Tox are closing into a victory here as that ball will be played. Popping up here in just a second. And immediately off spawn, Tox pick up the ball. About 15 seconds to close out, 16 more seconds if they can pick up that ball to close out this game. And that, you know, I think this would be one of the faster Echelon ball game types we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying at the start, Echelon ball can be a little bit back and forth. There is a chance for those lesser teams to get into it, but Tox are showing that with the right practice, if you focus on the correct areas, you can perform well on these newer game types. And that is what makes Tox such a good team. That's what makes them the previous champions here, there in London. We're not in London anymore. I wish I was.
We are in Atlanta. Back in Atlanta.
It's colder here than it is in London, as Tox, they're not looking cold. They're looking pretty hot right now.
Just 2 more points here for Tox. Can they close it out? Demon D with the camo trying to play sneaky over here. It's going to make one kill here over by Snakebite. But, I mean, at this point, it's pretty much over. Tox just need to pick up the ball. They just need to get a couple kills. You know, Accelerate, they're going to be trying to play the ball, trying to rotate it around. They've got everyone near that ball, and you just got Tox closing in from every single angle. It looks like that ball is just right there. Someone's just going to get ready to pick that thing up. 2 down for Accelerate, but still, Accelerate, they're not letting it go easy.
No, just extending the inevitable, it would seem. Tox, as you said, they have the freedom just to kind of wait this one out, wait for that right moment just to grab the ball, but they played it pretty well. All Accelerate are doing now is just trying to make this scoreline look a little bit more respectable, so that at least when you look back at the statistics, they've not been absolutely battered. Instead, they put up a good fight.
There we go, last player from Accelerate. That's going to be a triple kill from Lethal. And that was all 4 down for a second, but Accelerate, they have still got some fight. They've got some gas in the tank here to keep that ball alive somehow.
Well, I believe that was an overkill, actually, from Lethal, and somehow still Accelerate got some grenades down off spawn and stopped Tox from picking up the ball. I mean, Accelerate, they are putting a good effort here. I have seen stranger things not the Netflix series, but I've seen stranger things happen in Halo tournaments. Maybe this could be a monumentous moment, strong side.
We've seen stranger things too. Here we go. Accelerate still trying to make the comeback. I mean, we were just talking about how this game was pretty much over, and Accelerate are bringing this game back. They are down by 40 points now. Dan, they could very well do this now. As I say that, Tox picks up the ball, and that is gonna do it.
I was just waiting for you to do the caster curse. One of us had to do it. One of us had to do it, but Tox eventually closed it out.
That was the quickest caster curse I think ever. Literally, right as I was saying,
it's up there. It's up there for sure. But Tox, they looked great from the get-go. They kind of got to the point where they knew they'd won that game, so I feel like they took their foot off the pedal a little bit towards the end. But regardless, I was pretty impressed with these Tox boys as we look at some of these statistics. Kills-wise, fairly solid. The overkill from Lethal, that's something that he can take from this series for sure. But just a reminder for you guys at home, there is a perfect opportunity to embrace Halo 5 at this tournament. We will be giving the MVP of Halo 5, I believe, after this series. So make sure if you are watching to stick around so you can find out who that MVP is going to be. It's the player awards in Halo 5, and I'm extremely excited to find that one out.
Who do you think?
Ooh, there's quite a few contenders, and I'm sure there's plenty on this Tox roster as well. Of course, we can't deny the fantastic year, or the fantastic Halo 5 that Splice have had. I mean, Shotzi, that name screams out to me as well. But we've had so many players compete over Halo 5.
That's the most clutch.
The most clutch player? I mean, the thing Shotzi's done is ridiculous, but you could say the same about a player like Frosty or Lethal. They perform phenomenally each series,
What about like
each
even
time.
Miquin, though?
This is the thing, there's just so many people. Halo 5, we've had 3 years of it now, hundreds, thousands of players competing. So it's going to be quite the prestigious award for whoever is able to grab that one. But game number 2 then is going to be Slayer on Plaza. A relatively average game type for both of these teams. Tox only a 45% win rate in HCS LAN environments. For Accelerate during scrims, they have a 41% win rate. So stats would suggest that Tox should take this one.
Right, you are, Dan. Well, let's see if they're going to be able to pick up an early overshield with that early sniper. You'll see Lethal waiting for those grenades to explode. That's already 2 down, about to make that 3 down for Accelerate. Lethal picking up a double kill, just continuing where he left off after that overkill last game.
Lethal trying to make those last-ditch plays to get Halo 5 MVP, picking up overkills, triple kills. Maybe someone has to recount the awards if he's not won it. But Tox, a really dominant start once again, and a sniper in the hands of himself, Snakebite PJ. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch him throughout the times of Halo 5, considering where he's come from and how Halo 5 has changed his life. It's been quite the career. I'm getting emotional.
Whoa, we're seeing the controller settings change here by Snakebite. Maybe he's changing that when he's got the sniper. He's going for something fancy here. Feeling a little bit comfortable, but this game has slowed down completely. Accelerate do not want to give up any free kills. Usually we see some quicker gameplay, but Accelerate have literally stopped everything. You'll see 3 players here over in Yard and 1 all the way over by Loop, but now he's opting to rotate around. And we're gonna see if he makes a move maybe towards bottom middle, but you see, we do have a player down there. That's going to be Frosty. He's able to pick up the kill on Boo Boo Doo Boo, and now Snakebite going to drop down and finish the kill. That's something about Tox. We always see, Dan, they're just right there to help out. Their communication is immediate.
And Accelerate just playing simple Halo, really. If you know your opposition has a sniper rifle, you avoid that sniper rifle. You don't poke out for stupid angles, and you don't take silly fights. And because of that, they were able to get back into this game. Instead of being like 6 or 7 kills down, they're only down by, well, 5 now, so it's not really that much difference. Now it's 6. I'll just be quiet.
Well, Frosty's got the sniper, and he's not going to be quiet. He's going to go for some insane snipes like he always does. He's going to be pushing forward here towards the loop. Picks up the no-scope immediately on Demon D. Looking for the double. That player over by Flowers is going to back down. Sees the plasma pistol. Can he get the connection? Player is hiding by posters. That nicely placed grenade, but that grenade is actually going to take him down by Demon D.
And this could be a good chance for Accelerate to get back into this series. If they can find this next overshield, which is about to pop, I think it was picked up as well. Yes, it was. Demon D grabs it. A couple of kills from Boo Boo Doo as well. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner. They're only down by 4 now. Chance for Demon D to really make a difference here. Get some important kills. Get back into this series, let alone back into this game.
Demon D moving forward. He's got a few teammates nearby, checking every corner. Doesn't want to get assassinated with that overshield. Rotating back. Sniper will be up in less than 15 seconds. You see that icon on your screen. Moving forward, hits the headshot on Royal 2. Going for the double. Yes, he'll get it. Only down by 4 kills now. Another player is behind them, but let's see if they're going to push up for that sniper. Yeah, they're getting the kills, but it looks like actually, yeah, that's going to be Arctic. He's going to be able to pick up that sniper, and let's see if they can pull themselves back into this. Still just constantly going kill for kill right now with Tox.
Yeah, I think what is important is Accelerate need to keep Frosty quiet. You saw in the kill feed, Frosty was just going mad with the light rifle, just picking people off left, right, and center. As I say that, Arctic shuts down Royal 2 immediately, and he needs to be hitting these shots. He needs to give some confidence to this team. As I say that, here's Frosty himself.
Caster curse right there.
Caster curse again.
Him, immediately cursed him. Frosty. Now 4 shots left in the chamber. Let's see if he can make some magic happen here. He's rotating around, make his way up the lift. Sees a teammate go down. Nades are flying in. Doesn't matter though, taking it slow. You'll see Tox hanging back now, waiting for Accelerate to just poke out.
But will they poke out? That's probably the real question. They didn't before when they knew the sniper rifle was in the hands of Tox. So they might try and rotate round through blue instead. See if they can pick off one Tox member. Then once they've got the advantage, then they can push. But no, Demon D tried to be a little sneaky beaver. But Frosty had eyes like a hawk.
Frosty looking up towards top yellow. Not sure where the player went. Looks like he was going to flank around over towards the barrel, but he's going to be quickly taken down. 2 down for Accelerate. And Tox, now, actually, that's going to be a burned OS. Damn.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Snake.
Oh.
No, Snakebite was actually able to pick it up.
Wow. Able to sneak away there.
Well, you saw the member of Accelerate was just trying to slide and pick up that overshield like behind Tox Gaming. They didn't see him initially. The Snakebite was too quick to make sure that doesn't happen. And now with a 7-kill advantage and an overshield, this is where Tox will start to maneuver their way around the map together as one unit and punish anyone from Accelerate who will find themselves alone.
Snakebite gets some shots across the map on Boo Boo Doo Boo, hits the headshot to close that kill out. Up by 6 kills now, a lot of time remaining. Here comes Plasma Pistol, does not matter. Snakebite's not gonna let it hit him. Arctic now falls to Snakebite. He's got his teammates across the map, Royal 2 and Frosty across the map. Look at this teamwork. Lethal getting the help. That's a killing spree for Snakebite. Let's see if he can continue this, potentially get 10 kills here in a row.
Now, I've got to say, I really respect that from Arctic, really just trying to make a play with that Plasma Pistol, recognizing where Snakebite was with that overshield and saying, hey, if I can push in, take the overshield out of the game, maybe we can get that advantage, maybe we can start to crawl our way back into it. You got to be brave to make plays like that. You got to have some cojones about you. But unfortunately, it didn't pay off, and it has just allowed Tox to continue this lead of about 7, 8 kills.
They're a wolf pack. They are running around as a wolf pack.
They really are.
Dan. You find one, you're going to find at least 2, and then that third one is coming in maybe a second or 2 behind them.
And the scary thing is, they do this, but then sometimes Tox will send that 4th player just to wait and just to kind of lurk around and then catch people off guard because they're expecting to see people in packs. And then suddenly this extra 4th member comes from behind and assassinates you, and you're a man down, you get frustrated, and Tox continue to dominate.
Royal 2 spots the player up top. Doesn't matter because Lethal's right there to finish off the kill. Arctic trying to run away, but there's nowhere to hide when you've got Tox all over, swarmed around that OS, and that's another OS in the hands of Tox. Snakebite again picks up another kill on Demon D, now up by 11 kills. Every player here on Accelerate just getting singled out.
And I've got to say, of the top 3 teams that we've seen on the stream, and yeah, you can throw a teabag or whatever, Tox, they mean business here. We saw Reciprocity, they dropped a game. We saw Renegades, they seem to struggle here or there. Whereas Tox, they just know what they need to do to get the job done. They know they need to just top this group, move on to the bracket play, and then start thinking about those big teams. They can sweep aside these lower end teams. I'm not going to say they're noob killers, like Wes would say. They just get the job done, they respect their opponents, and they know what they need to do.
4 kills remaining for Tox to close out game number 2 to go up 2-0 here at a best of a 5 series. Trying to make it a quick 3-0. I believe everyone on the analyst desk predicted a quick 3-0.
They did, and even though Clutch predicts 3-0s and then suddenly they turn into 3-1s, I think he might have hit the nail on the head here. Although I think Elamite did say it might be a 3-1. He said Accelerate probably could take a game here, and I think he's right. Accelerate, they look good. You look at some of the players on this roster, you've got Boo Boo Doo. I mean, he's won events. He knows what he can do, but Tox, they just need one more kill now, and if they continue wolf-backing like they do, they will get the victory, and they go 2-0 up in this series. Slaza Player? That's an interesting one. Plaza Slayer is more of a comfortable game type for them, I feel, than Accelerate.
Kind of like Slaza. Maybe that's a new map possibly coming out in the future.
I love how you were shaking your head at me. Like, oh, I don't think it is a new map, Justin. Like, I'd actually believe you, Strongside. You should know by now I believe nothing that you say.
Oh, come on. Let's see. Let's take a look at these stats. Snakebite, 15 assists. Do you believe that?
I do believe that. I mean, this Tox roster, I can say it however many times, they just mean business. They are here to get the win, and get the win they do. Look, you're not even focusing. Look, you know, we're on camera. You don't even know.
Taking a look at the stats over here. Look,
you're just in a different world. I never know what this man does. Can we replace him? Golden Boy, come in. Help me out here.
We're going to see a GB cast this weekend?
I don't know.
It's possible.
Maybe if we kick you out instead.
What about kicking you out?
Whoa, let's not get crazy now.
You were trying to bring a box in here earlier just to equalize to my height here.
Yeah, but if I bring GB in, then he's the same height as me. So it works out two problems.
Man,
two birds with one stone.
I kind of screwed that one up there. Yeah, that makes more sense.
All right, well, game number 3, after we look at these highlights of Tox, just like, it was just a fairly standard game for Tox. They were used to it. They knew what they had to get done. They're going to be moving to capture the flag at Refuge, and you heard on the analyst desk what they said. Any team that has to play against Tox on Refuge in a Game 5 or a Game 3, they struggle. 71% win rate for Tox on this game type at LAN events. I'm confident this is going to be a 3-0.
I think we're going to see some flashy plays here. I think Tox, they're feeling really good about this series. Yeah, they could make it very quick, but I mean, this is always a fun game type. I remember playing Sank CTF back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And when you're up in the series, sometimes, I'll be honest, you know, you just pick up the sniper and you're thinking, all right, guys, hey, I'm just going to go for some flashy stuff here. I want to have some fun. It's Friday. I want to go for something nice here. Pull up maybe a sick play. That's going to be in, like, top plays later on. So I'm thinking we might see something like that from Frosty.
Maybe, the thing is, I don't think Frosty purposely does it. I think Frosty is just so darn good that he just pulls off these sick plays when he's getting the job done. These Tox boys, they want a 3-0, they want to go home, they want to rest and start thinking about bracket play. I don't even think they're going to bother thinking about flashy plays. They just come naturally because these boys are so damn good.
Royal 2 up top, able to pick up 1 kill with the sniper, and now we're already seeing quick moves here from Tox, moving into the Accelerate base. There is one player in Ring 2, Royal 2 going for a couple no-scopes, not able to connect. But that player is still staying alive in Ring 2, but Royal 2 is long but gone, and here the flashy plays are starting right now, Dan. That's a double kill for Royal 2. Spots that player who was still hanging around Ring 2, who he fought maybe 15 seconds ago, is still looking for him.
And I mean, we talk about Frosty and what an incredible player he is. We talk about Lethal and how he impacts the game as well. But Royal 2, I mean, I think every single event this year, he's been always up there in terms of KDA, either number 1 or number 2. This man is an absolute beast at this game. He wants to make an impact for sure on the last event, but he's already left his legacy in Halo 5.
Without a doubt. I mean, every player here on Tox, they have left a major legacy in Halo 5. I mean, they've teamed together for so long, Dan. So long.
Well, I mean, we can look at players on Accelerate as well and what incredible careers they've had. Not just in Halo 5, but previous Halos as well. And I'm sure the next Halo, whatever is happening next, we will see all of these names come back. And boy, am I excited for that one. But here's the first flag being run instantly. You saw members of Accelerate fall, and Tox, they took that opportunity to say, hey, let's get a flag moving. Let's start putting this game to bed.
All the way back. Now we're seeing the melee to the ground. We saw this earlier from Stellar.
Oh, this is a flashy play that you were talking about, wasn't it? You were saying Frosty was going to be flashy. Wow. He's going for the melee beatdowns.
Look, he got a medal too. It's a stealth capture. So flashy.
He wants to get this job done. He wants to go to bed. And And you know what? I've said it too many times now. I'm not going to say it anymore, but Tox, they are just looking incredible. They look like the best team at this event. And someone's going to need to do something special to beat them.
Picks up the perfect for the triple. And let's see if Tox are going to move in from the rocks. Or actually, it looks like they're going to hang out still by ring 2. Royal 2's got some cover here from ring 3. But on the other side, Accelerate, they've got some control at ring 3 as well. Snipers are coming up, so we'll probably see a few of the players from Tox kind of ease up until they can get their hands on that and then make a push forward here.
I think this is probably the worst time of the day to play against Tox for Accelerate as well. Tox probably getting a little bit tired, a little bit fatigued at this point, will mean they just want to finish the game, whereas Accelerate, they're going to really struggle against the Tox playing to their full capacity. Sometimes if you maybe played Tox, I don't know, early on in the day, they might let off a bit, they might not be warmed up, but Tox, they've been playing all day, they've been warming up, they've managed to slap around Market Esports, and now they're here just to dominate this game.
Demon D, he'll connect with Snakebite. It's going to be 1 down, make that 2 down for Tox. This could be an opportunity for Accelerate to push up. Can they get another kill, though? Demon D hits the body shot. Rockets up in 20 seconds as well. Accelerate can get those. Could be some good control here on the map, but Accelerate not able to get that flagpole.
10 seconds to rocket launcher.
And even though I talk about Tox and how incredible they are, Accelerate, this is one of their better game types. Refuge in general, they perform pretty well on in scrims. Earlier when they beat Mocket 3-2, the series was tied up 2-all. And I turned and looked at the screen, it was Slayer on Refuge, and I think Accelerate were up by about 30 kills at one point. They really know how to maneuver their way around this map, how to control it, and they're only a flag down. Even though Tox are playing very well, I say they mean business, Accelerate do have this chance to get back into this series, unless Frosty's going to do that, and then it just gets a little bit messy.
Frosty going for the no-scope. Things could get flashy here, Dan.
What, is he going to start beating down the floor again?
He's going for a no-scope.
I thought he was going to do it. It would have been nice.
Hits the body. Seeing the cam there, he's talking to his teammate, not sure.
I think he was actually using his teammate's screen to look where the player was pushing and when he was going to be pushing. Looking at your teammate's screen is something that has been very popular throughout Halo. I'm sure you remember when you were a player, you pushed your screens together.
Screen watching.
Yeah, exactly. You need to know. You can use that to your advantage, whether it's a death screen or whether it's a live screen. You can manage to find where opponents are. And Frosty, he's just on the prowl at the moment.
To me, this just feels like we're padding stats here. We're going for kills. This is the fun game type. They're feeling like this is the last game of the night. And they are, I mean, Frosty, just, we saw what he did in London. He literally saved games for the entire squad on Tox, bringing them back from the dead. Literally putting the team on his back on some of those games.
I don't want to go that far. I mean, yes, we look at Frosty's point of view. Yes, he does these incredible things, but we cannot deny how incredible every member of Tox is and how important every role is, whether it's pulling a flag, whether it's getting an assist, whether it's just going gung-ho and getting a beat down on an opponent so that Frosty can finish those kills. As I say that, Snakebite puts in flag number 2, but I think every member of this Tox roster plays an important part, regardless if Frosty is the main slayer a lot of the time.
Royal 2 finally taken down, and now we'll see if Snakebite can do something flashy here with the sniper. Nice stick here on Boo Boo Doo Boo. Picks up the double, maybe not, but he's gonna stay alive. Doesn't matter. Doesn't need the kill. Plays it smart. That's what Snakebite does. He's gonna play every single play. He's gonna just play it the right way. He's gonna play it smart. You don't see him overextend and always go for something sick.
Tox look extremely comfortable. Accelerate, they get these moments, like glimmers of hope, where someone will hit a snipe and they get that man advantage, and you feel the team kind of push up the map a little bit and think, hey, maybe we've got a chance to pull a flag here. And then one of the members of Tox just shuts them down immediately, and that...
Oh, that's a scary thing to see right there.
Exactly.
3 red X's on your screen, and you just know that Tox wall is coming for you. There's nothing you can do.
That's right there. It just happened. They got that one snipe, they start pushing up, and then Tox just go, no, actually, you can stop doing that. We're not going to allow this.
Snakebite's gonna hang back. Looks like Accelerate's trying to sneak behind Tox. Not gonna happen. Frosty's gonna spot that little sneaky play. Now we've got 2 players from Tox pushing into the rocks. Royal 2, he'll get taken down. Snakebite giving some cover. Spots 2 players underneath the turret. He's doubling back. Can he finish off any of those kills? It doesn't look like Accelerate's giving him opportunity. But look at this. I mean, all these players trying to push Snakebite as well. Tox, they're just right there to pick up those kills.
Yep, Snakebite killing his own teammates, it looks like, as well. But Tox, the thing is, they are just controlling Ring here. They're not overextending. They're not saying, oh, we need to get this flag. We need to finish this game. They're just doing the simple things. They're controlling Ring, and they know naturally the flag will come, or they're just going to win 2-0. They are going to grind this victory out, whether it be just through slaying power or just naturally a flag pull occurring.
Snakebite just getting swarmed by 3 players on Accelerate, doing everything he can to stay alive. And as that happens, you see Tox just pushing right up, trying to keep up that pressure. Lethal's got rockets now. See if he can make anything happen with these. Not going to be able to do anything with those, but still pushing up, picks up the kill on Falcade.
And I'm really excited to see what Tox do when they come up against stiffer competition. I don't want to talk down Accelerate. They are an incredible squad, and I'm excited to see what they have to offer later on in this tournament as well. But certainly Tox, when they come up against the likes of Renegades, Reciprocity, Splice, will they be able to look this comfortable? Will they be able to be this relaxed? It seems like they're just kind of kicking back. They might as well have their feet on their table at this point, as this final flag is being run in here.
Snakebite making his way underneath the turret. He's got everybody here on his team. Can he get it in? That flag is right there. Looks like 2, 3 go down for Accelerate, and that will do it. Tox capping that 3rd flag and taking game number 3, winning the series 3-0. What you'd expect to see from an all-star roster.
Yeah, I realize I sound like a massive Tox fanboy throughout that series.
You are.
But no, well, I'm not. I'm an EU fanboy, but I just can't fanboy about teams that aren't performing that well at the moment.
Well, throwing them under the bus.
Well, yeah, I want to see better. I want to see the EU teams do better tomorrow. Straight ripping, they looked okay today, but I know they have got more in them. Whereas Tox, I'm talking them up because they looked comfortable. They got the job done. They were here. They looked business. They didn't look like they were here for pleasure. They just got it all done.
Well, Tox had a total of 77 kills, and Accelerate 53, so Tox just major slays. 22 kills from Frosty, so many assists from Royal 2, so many from Lethal as well. We saw some flashy plays.
We did
close out the
flashy
night.
plays. I feel like they occurred naturally. I don't feel like they were trying to go for flashy plays. I feel like we're going to start an argument again here. We're having a little bit of a domestic. It's okay. It's okay in the camp. We still love one another. Don't worry about it.
We're good. Don't send
We'll still cast with each other. But if you are listening, HCS, please get Golden Boy instead of Strong Side. Thank you.
All right, guys, we're going to send this over to Lottie. Guys, let us know your thoughts.
Well, I'm going to say that was awkward. And another thing is that you guys are like an old married couple up there, just so you know. Interesting stuff, gents. And, you know, something that I'm not surprised by. Tox looking fantastic as usual up on that stage, running their stuff. Accelerate just couldn't answer back to what Tox had to give them. And I feel like if Tox keep up this momentum going forward into the rest of the weekend, that Championship Sunday trophy could be theirs.
Absolutely. That's exactly how Tox wants to start this tournament. They wanted to 3-0 in a dominant fashion. Everyone on the team played well that series. That's exactly what each one of them wanted to see. And now they got to take it to Saturday. It's a 3-day tournament for a reason. And I'll say the same for Accelerate. They still have a chance. Like, they can rebound. They just lost to Tox, the #1 team in the world. There's no shame in that. Yeah, you wanted to put up a little bit better of a fight, but there's still 2 more days.
Everybody's got a different draw of the pools here, and I think a lot of the teams wish they might have fallen into a different situation here, because I think if we were to see, you know, this Accelerate squad or maybe this Elevate squad go up against the likes of Splice, we might have seen a different story unfold here. But Renegades extremely strong this event, coming here to play. Tox exactly the same, kind of what we expected out of this all-star lineup. And you know, Wes has said it too. When you have a team that is this talented and this disciplined and has had so much success over the course of this career, they have one goal on their mind, and everyone is treated exactly the same.
You know, something I was impressed with Accelerate throughout this series is when they got to oddball echelon, because even though Tox, they were up 148 points, and I mean, Accelerate were around 65, 67, 66, and then suddenly it was like Tox had the brakes put on them. And they managed, Accelerate managed to climb up to 110 points. And I know the 2-point difference is really hard to keep that pause on there, especially with the way the map works and the rotations and having control. However, that really impressed me. I thought that was pretty amazing. And if they had done that at the beginning, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that Accelerate did do a fantastic job and started getting some momentum at the end of that game, but that was all on Tox, kind of taking their foot off the pedal and just realizing that, hey, all we need is 2 seconds. Let's just focus on getting that 2 seconds and not stress over it. I think that really allowed that lead to get a little bit closer, but at no point was Tox ever sweating about that game.
No, I mean, that game was over, and even though we saw an awesome run, it kind of shows Accelerate's mentality to stay in the game and keep fighting here. But yeah, Wes, I couldn't agree with you more. I don't think Tox was even worried about it or even paying attention to how much time went by.
Well, gentlemen, you both know that we have some unbelievable Halo 5 players in our midst, and it's only our job to celebrate these guys to the best of our abilities. Now, we've come up with our Halo 5 awards to celebrate these guys who have been playing for such a long time and had such incredible careers. So, it's my pleasure to announce the best Halo 5 matchup coming your way, and the winner is Renegades versus Allegiance, the HCS Finals 2016. Gentlemen, looking at this, it was a reverse sweep of the ages. This was spectacular. Renegades looking like they had this one in the bag, but no, sir, they did not.
I mean, reverse sweeps are definitely something that's staying after they happen, but it doesn't hurt more than in a single elimination event. The first Halo World Championships, we saw something that was unprecedented at the time. 100-0, a 50-35, and then a 2-0. I believe they're up 2-0 in this game number 3. So they were literally, you do not get closer to taking a series than you do that. And if you keep in mind the prize money on the line at this event was something we had never seen before, that one stays.
I think the biggest thing in this series that sticks out to me is the
He's been doing this for the whole of his career. Since the day he started with Halo, he has been showing his ability on the sniper, and to be honest, there's room for more.
Yeah, I mean, he was just really unlike anything we've seen from players. Their ability to come out of the blue, essentially. You really kind of not have a lot of history behind them to pull from when judging an individual player. But then Frosty, what we saw from him and what he did in Halo 5 is literally just absurd.
I really want to focus on Frosty's sniper. I mean, this is the award for it, and there's a reason for it. And it's Frosty takes so many special angles and so many calculated risks with the sniper every time he has it, and that's what separates him from other snipers, are the angles that he takes compared to the likes of any other top players. Frosty does everything with the sniper better than any player, and he well deserved this award.
Very much so. It's very well deserved, Frosty, so congratulations on that one. So next up, we've got the best Halo 5 pistol shot, and that is going to another Tox member. It's Royal 2, of course. This guy is one amazing Halo 5 player. His pistol shot is none to be messed with. Gentlemen, what do you make of Matt being on this team and also being the best Halo 5 pistol shot we've got?
I mean, a lot of it comes down to the role that he fell into on this team. He has always been that anchor position, somebody that has both a shot that is insane in those up-close, intense battles, but he has the ability to sit back and just drill every single player he sees on the map and open up so many areas for the rest of the team to run around. And that's why we've seen Tox have so much success, is they've got players on the team that are the best at each individual category here, and these awards are showing that.
This award is so special to me personally because I teamed with Royal 2 back in Halo Reach, and I used to preach how good Royal 2's shot was back then. I used to say, no, Formal doesn't have the best shot, Roy doesn't have the best shot, it's Royal 2. And I used to have this argument on Sunday nights, like after we're done playing, I'd have this argument and I'd fight on Royal 2's side, and I still believe he has the best shot.
You
that's
arguing?
Why he's got it.
Really? You arguing?
A little bit. It's a debate.
Wow, I can't believe my ears. Guys, we're going to move on to the best Halo 5 player movement, and this award goes to Shotzi. This guy has come up the ranks. He's a young gun, but he isn't stopping for anybody. Age does not define this guy. He's phenomenal, and to be honest, I think he totally deserves this award.
Yeah, I actually agree with you as well. I had some questions. He hasn't been putting in the same amount of time as we've seen from the other players, but it was still very well contested from some other guys. But I think even watching him here today, so obviously you're seeing these insane plays on your screen, but even today, watching him on Echelon move around the Pelican and stay alive and pick up these additional kills, you can just see how well he knows these maps like the back of his hand. Probably better than that because I don't know the back of my hand that well, but it was absolutely absurd to watch just how well he is able to move around the map.
I mean, we had to give Shotzzy some kind of an award for everything he's done in Halo 5. He is such a special player. He could have been nominated for every award we've spoken about so far. He's so talented, so young, and yeah, his map movement tops all of it.
It really does, gentlemen. And I just want to point out now, for everybody at home wondering how these awards are picked, it's actually from the pro players to the pro players. So we actually asked all the pro players in the scene what they thought about these awards and who they should be rightfully given to. So I just wanted to mention that, guys, because it is important sometimes knowing where things come from. I am delighted to announce our last award. Is certainly not the least, because this is a very special award. It's the best Halo 5 overall player. And this goes to one of the best. It's Frosty.
It's not just, one of the least awards. It's the most award here, and it's not just to any player. It's to the absolute best player we've probably ever seen in Halo. And Frosty, he deserves it. He absolutely does.
It's unbelievable what this kid can do. He can do it all. He can play the objective. He can main slay. He has the best snipe. It's absolutely unreal. The guy was the most innovative Halo 5 player. We saw Frosty do things before we saw anybody do some of the things in Halo 5 that are just common sense now. And Frosty was doing it basically, I don't want to say from day one, but he was finding it out so much quicker. It's unbelievable. The human highlight reel.
Yeah, it truly is. If you go back and you watch his gameplays, we go back just to London not too long ago. He's had some of the best individual games I've ever seen.
It is well-deserved, and I do have this incredible young man next to me right now. Frosty, congratulations. I've got a very heavy trophy for you, so feel free to set that down on the desk there. Congratulations, man. I am so unbelievably proud of you, and it is so well-deserved. You've come through your career, just so beautifully. It was just such an easy thing to watch. CLG, then Optic Gaming, and now creating Tox, and now you're here on this player desk picking up an incredible award. How are you feeling?
I guess I feel pretty good. It's definitely an honor to win an award like this, considering, sorry, all three of my teammates, like any of us could have won this award. So it's an honor that I get to win it, I guess, after 3 years of playing the game.
I love it. It's coming from humble places here. And talking about your Halo 5 career, do you feel like you have grown as a player throughout, and obviously being with your teammates for such a long time? You guys have stuck together like a family. What do you make of your career path?
Well, the people that I've been teaming with, they've taught me a lot. They're veterans in the community. They know how to present themselves and how to compete in the game. And so I've just picked up all the little things that they've perfected. So they've definitely made me better overall.
Amazing. Well, gentlemen, we've got our best Halo 5 overall player on the desk. You must have some questions to ask him.
Yeah, I've got something to say to you, Brad. I remember the first time I got to watch you play, and it was at that Daytona tournament where I decided to coach you in the finals, and it was something I'll never forget. I could tell you had the special it factor from day one. And to watch you develop and to watch you get the opportunity to team with Snakebite, Royal 2, and Weethel and take advantage of it and never shine from the light. And always, when the light shined brightest, you took over. And I can't say it enough, man. You earned that trophy. I'm sure all three of your teammates voted for you, and for good reason. You got one more tournament to go, but it's been a hell of a run.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Just mad respect. What you've been able to do, not letting your ego get to you, not letting your success get in your way. You guys have been an example for not only everyone in the Halo community, but for anyone in any esports title to come out and do what your team has done. It's just literally unheard of. So, just hats off to you. Congratulations. You absolutely deserve it. And I love your hoodie too.
Thank you.
Yeah, your hoodie is absolutely dope. It's fire. We're loving it. Frosty, of course, we are still here in Atlanta. We're only day one right now, and you've already picked up an award, so that must be good for the confidence going forward through the weekend. But how are your team feeling going on to tomorrow and Championship Sunday? Because you guys looking pretty hot up there right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, every event we come in the same way, we practice as much as possible, and so every single tournament we come in with the same amount of confidence. We don't expect to win the tournament, but that's like our end goal at the end of the day, so.
Amazing. Well, best of luck, Frosty. You can now go and put that down
okay.
Towards the end. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on the desk for day number 1. It has been an absolute pleasure. And thank you so much to you guys, the audience, for tuning in and watching Halo. It's been an absolute pleasure. And of course, day 1 is done and dusted for your HCS 2018 finals. But don't worry, there's so much more to come. We've got day 2 and we've got Championship Sunday coming up on the horizon now. So please join us tomorrow, 12 p.m. EST. Don't be late, don't miss it, and we'll see you then.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
That's not going to happen.
Chief!
He leads the Covenant fleet to Earth. They won't stand a chance. You have to stop him.
Guys, I gotta go AFK. Be right back.
From the hip, in the whoa, what happened? Good. That was amazing. That's the match. Victory.
Guys, you are not gonna... Never mind.
One S, the best value in games and entertainment. Now that's a big fun deal.
Over 100 great games.
Endless play.
New titles monthly. More is...
My job? It's pretty awesome. I work the drive-thru at Xbox Game Pass. Hey, welcome to Game Pass. How can I help you?
We'll take Halo and Gears of War.
Get Banjo-Kazooie, get Banjo-Kazooie. You can get all of these, and it's just $9.99 a month.
What?
It's weirdly challenging to convince people they can get over 100 games.
Every game?
You can get all of them.
All right, Soul Calibur 2?
Oh, we got zombie games.
Borderlands?
All of them.
So then we'll take everything?
Excellent choice. I love this guy. Comes in every Friday.
Join now and get your first month for $1.
Our duty as soldiers is to protect humanity, whatever the cost.